Hello and welcome back to my channel. Make sure you like and subscribe to my channel. Let's begin. The crew stared in awe, except for Sanji and Zoro, who had grown accustomed to Luffy's incredible abilities after witnessing him destroy an entire island. Luffy surveyed the remaining 9 ships and called out, "Make sure to leave one ship untouched, Ryuma." "Aye, Captain." Ryuma responded from below deck. He then unleashed his attack, Tsunami Strike Slash. Covering his sword with Azure Dragon and water energy, he delivered slashing attacks that released waves of water shaped like dragons, crashing into 7 marine ships. Spotting Nelson's flagship, Luffy smirked and unsheathed his sword, channeling lightning into it. He declared his attack in a calm tone, Raidenkan. A massive lightning strike shot from his katana and wakizashi, hitting the flagship and obliterating it. With only one ship left fleeing to the left, Luffy hopped back onto the deck and issued orders. "Raise the sails, the current will carry us in," he commanded. Zoro and Sanji nodded and rushed to tie up the sails. Nami and Nojiko consulted the map to assist Johnny and Yasaku in steering the ship while Luffy stood on the main deck, watching for the entrance. As they sailed through the wreckage of the fleet, Luffy spotted Nelson struggling to stay afloat on a piece of wood. He drew his pistol and aimed, firing a small bullet of fire that struck Nelson. "Luffy! Up ahead!" Nami shouted, grabbing his attention. He looked forward to see a giant wall stretching high above the clouds. "That's the red line," he yelled, moving to stand beside the rudder. "Keep her steady, the entrance is just ahead," he instructed, hearing Johnny and Yasaku struggle to maintain control. Sanji and Zoro joined Luffy and Usopp, watching as they approached the massive mountain. Luffy and Ryuma summoned thunderclouds and water around the ship for protection as they neared the red line. "Luffy, I don't see the entrance. All I see is a giant wall," Nami exclaimed. "See that tiny crack in the mountain?" Luffy pointed out. "Yeah, I see it," she replied. He tossed her a pair of binoculars. "That's the entrance," he said. She looked through them, disbelief evident in her voice. "I can't believe it, the current is really flowing up the mountain," she said, passing the binoculars to Nojiko. "Hold it steady, boys, and aim for that crack," Luffy instructed, pointing forward. "Aye, Big Bureau Captain Luffy," they cheered, causing Luffy and Ryuma to chuckle. As they drew closer, the entrance became clearer, revealing water flowing up the mountain with arches spanning over the canals. Suddenly, Luffy noticed the ship drifting off course. "We're drifting off course. Hard to starboard," he shouted. "Going hard to starboard," the duo yelled, pushing the rudder as hard as they could. The strong currents made steering difficult, and then they heard a concerning sound. Snap echoed through the air as the rudder broke. Luffy and Ryuma exchanged worried glances before turning to see they were about to crash into the canal's side. Remembering the clouds and water surrounding them, Luffy calmed down. The Going Merry struck the canal's side, the clouds absorbing the impact and redirecting the ship into the canal. Everyone let out a sigh of relief as they began climbing Reverse Mountain. Usopp, Johnny, and Yasaku cheered excitedly, dancing with joy. Luffy, sitting on his throne beside Ryuma, watched his crew take in the breathtaking sights, all wearing wide smiles as the ship ascended higher and higher. "We're in the clouds!" Nojiko exclaimed in amazement. "No, we are above the clouds," Sanji corrected, as the ship soared even higher. "I can see the summit." Johnny pointed ahead. They all gazed in awe at the convergence of the 4 seas, where the currents met and flowed into the Grand Line. It was a stunning sight, with water splashing into the air, freezing instantly and sparkling like diamonds in the sunlight. The Going Merry rode the waves gracefully, entering the canal that led into the Grand Line. "There it is, the greatest sea of them all," Luffy said, rising from his throne and walking to the balcony on the upper deck. "The Grand Line," he smiled, looking out at the vast expanse. But as they began to descend the mountain, confusion spread among the crew. "Luffy, is there supposed to be another mountain at the bottom?" Nami asked, puzzled. Luffy looked at her, equally confused. No, why, he replied. Nami pointed ahead, prompting Luffy to turn and see a large obstruction at the base of the mountain where the canal met the Grand Line. Well, that wasn't there 10 years ago, he remarked, staring ahead. Suddenly, a strange noise filled the air as they descended, sounding like an animal wailing. As they drew closer, Luffy turned to Johnny and Yasaku, shouting an order. Get to the rudder and get ready to steer the ship, or we're going to hit whatever that is. They rushed inside, only to shout back, "Ich, the rudder is broken." Luffy and Ryuma sighed in frustration. Luffy began summoning thunderclouds to cushion the ship in case of a collision. The strange sounds grew louder as they approached. What is that sound? Nojiko asked, straining to hear better. As they got closer, Luffy finally recognized it. Oh no, Luffy exclaimed. It's a giant whale. Panic spread among the crew. Luffy, we're moving too fast. If we don't slow down, the clouds won't be enough to save us. Nami yelled. Luffy turned to Usopp with urgency. Usopp, get to the main cannon and fire when I tell you, he instructed, and Usopp dashed below deck. As the ship neared the enormous whale, fear gripped everyone. When they were just 20 feet away, Luffy shouted, now, Usopp. Usopp fired the cannon, causing the ship to JRK back, knocking Nami and Nojiko off their feet. The ship didn't stop completely but slowed enough for the clouds to absorb the impact. Everyone was safe, and that was all Luffy wanted. Grab the paddles and start paddling around this thing. Luffy commanded, and Sanji, Zoro, Johnny, and Yasaku quickly grabbed paddles, steering the ship away from the giant whale. As they paddled, Luffy took a good look at the whale. It was an enormous black creature, larger than the Sea Kings in the Calm Belt, with many scars on its head, likely from bashing against the Red Line. That's one big whale, Sanji remarked, and everyone nodded in awe and a bit of fear. Suddenly, the whale turned to face them, its enormous eyes widening their own. I guess it didn't like us shooting at it, Luffy chuckled, as the whale opened its mouth and wailed loudly, revealing massive, pointed teeth. Water poured in, and the Going Merry began to be pulled toward the whale. We're all going to die. Nami screamed. Is this how it ends? Usopp cried. Luffy and Ryuma stepped forward, ready to defend themselves when the whale suddenly closed its mouth and submerged. It's going under, Ryuma said, realizing that if they attacked, they would be in danger. Everyone braced for impact, closing their eyes, but when they opened them again, they were astonished. Is this real? Sanji asked in disbelief. I don't know. I thought we were swallowed by that whale, Johnny said, with Yasaku nodding in agreement. In front of them was a clear sky with birds flying, and off to the right was a small island with a house. Confusion washed over them, one moment they were in danger, and the next, they were back in the open sea. They turned to Luffy for answers, but he shook his head. I don't know what's going on, but we're definitely not in the real ocean, he said, walking to the side of the ship to look into the water. The water here is green and the sky looks painted, Luffy remarked, pointing upward. Before anyone could respond, a giant squid emerged from the depths, preparing to attack. Luffy and Ryuma expected their crew to freeze in fear, but instead, they all readied themselves for battle. A smile spread across Luffy's face at their brave reaction. Zoro gripped his swords, Sanji prepared to kick, Johnny and Yasaku drew their bicentos, Nojiko spun her 3-section staff, and Nami stood beside her sister with her bow staff. Surprisingly, Usopp had his slingshot aimed at the squid. Luffy was pleased to see their readiness, he felt confident they could handle the threat without his help. Just as they were about to strike, 3 harpoons shot from a nearby house and struck the squid, ending the threat instantly. Luffy narrowed his eyes at the doorway, where a man emerged from the shadows. Looks like someone's home, Zoro said, eyeing the man suspiciously. I say we should fire our cannons at him. Usopp suggested, pointing. Wait a minute, Sanji cautioned, keeping his guard up. Luffy and Ryuma recognized the man from stories told by Shanks, but Luffy chose to remain silent, curious to see how his crew would react. The old man approached a lawn chair, never breaking eye contact with the crew, which made them increasingly nervous. Finally, he sat down and began reading a newspaper. "Are you going to say something?" Sanji yelled at the old man. "If you want to fight, we can fight," Usopp shouted from inside the cabin, causing Luffy to sweat a little. "Seems he's back to his old self," Luffy thought, trying to suppress a smile. "We have cannons back here." Usopp yelled again, pointing at the old man. The man's eyes narrowed, raising the tension once more, making everyone sweat while Luffy and Ryuma struggled to contain their amusement. "You try it, and someone's going to get hurt," the old man replied seriously, causing Usopp to whimper. Zoro and Sanji readied themselves for an attack, with Nojiko right behind them, while Nami ran inside with Usopp. "Who is that?" Sanji asked. "Me, of course," the old man replied, prompting Luffy to laugh. "Crocus, you want to stop scaring the kids?" Luffy chuckled as he stepped forward. "Who are you, and why are you interrupting my peace?" Crocus asked, sounding annoyed. "My friends and I are acquaintances of red-haired Shanks and Rayleigh," Luffy said, making everyone curious about Rayleigh. Luffy noticed Crocus's eyes widen before he chuckled. "Oh ho, it's been a while since I heard those names," he said, setting the newspaper down. "How are they doing?" "It's been a long time since I saw either of them." "They're fine. I can tell you all about them if you tell me where we are and how to get back to the outside world," Luffy replied. "I thought it would be obvious, considering you were eaten," Crocus said, causing the crew's eyes to widen. "And the exit is right over there," he added, pointing to two giant metal doors. "Okay, I'm no expert on whales, but I'm pretty sure they don't usually have giant metal doors in their stomachs," Yasaku said, leaning against his bicento. Before anyone could respond, the entire place shook as if an earthquake had struck, causing the calm waters to turn rough. "What is happening?" Nojiko shouted, struggling to keep her balance on the rocking ship. "It's begun," Crocus said, making Luffy look at him in confusion. "Look!" Nami yelled, drawing everyone's attention to the island. "That's no island, it's some kind of ship." She pointed at the island, revealing its iron base. "Of course, because we are floating on a sea of gastric acid," Usopp remarked. "That means a wooden ship won't last long if we stay here," Sanji added. "What is wrong with this strange whale, old man?" Yasaku yelled at Crocus. Crocus stood up from his chair and gazed at the painted sky before responding. "He is very angry," Crocus said sadly. "These aftershocks are a result of him hitting his head against the red line," he explained, surprising the crew, except for Luffy, who had already figured it out. "That explains the deep scars on his forehead," Nami noted, gripping the side of the ship. "And the howling," she added. "But why is he doing it?" Johnny asked. "Because he is suffering," Ryuma replied, leaning against the cabin. "And what's the deal with the old man?" Nojiko inquired. "He's likely trying to harm the whale from the inside," Nami suggested, causing disgust to wash over everyone except Luffy, Ryuma, Zoro, and Sanji. "What a terrible thing to do," Usopp said. "Okay, we've figured out the mystery of the whale. Now let's find a way out of its belly before it digests us," Zoro said, looking back at the crew. "We have no right to judge the old man, nor do we need to save the whale. We need to focus on how to get out of here," Sanji said, walking toward Luffy. Just as Luffy was about to speak, Crocus surprised everyone by jumping into the gastric acid. "The acid will eat him alive," Luffy said as he stared into the spot where the old man had jumped in. "Luffy, we have to get out of here," Nami yelled. "We can't," Luffy replied, causing their eyes to widen. "The whale is most likely underwater right now. The moment we open those doors, we will sink to the bottom of the Grand Line," he explained, surprising them even more. "So we just stay in here and die?" Yasaku asked. "Don't be an idiot. The whale has to come up for air sooner or later, he said, causing them to relax and nod. 2 minutes later, the old man resurfaced next to the two giant doors and began climbing the ladder beside it. As he climbed, the smaller doors at the top flew open, and two individuals with guns stepped out, aiming at Crocus. Just as the bullets were fired, two bolts of lightning and fire impacted them, causing an explosion that destroyed the barrels of the guns. Crocus and the newcomers were shocked. When they looked at the ship floating in the whale's stomach, they saw a tall boy with a straw hat and a captain's coat draped over his shoulders, holding a smoking gun aimed at them. "Now, that wasn't very nice of you to trespass on the old man's private resort and try to harm him," Luffy said in a cold tone that sent shivers down the spines of the man and woman. He tucked his gun away and extended both hands, and faster than they could react, two ropes of water shot from Luffy's palms and wrapped around them. "Ah! What do you think you're doing?" the woman yelled. Luffy didn't respond, he simply yanked the ropes, causing them to fly over and land on the ship. He then let go of the water rope, leaving only the part binding them in place. Everyone saw Crocus walk through the doors the man and woman had come out of and disappear. "Now, who are you two?" Ryuma asked as he and Zoro approached. Sanji was sitting next to the woman, trying to flirt with her while everyone else watched as the man and woman spoke to each other in hushed tones. Soon, they noticed that the whale had stopped thrashing around and had calmed down, causing the sea inside its stomach to settle as well. "You parasites are still here!" Crocus yelled from the top of the ladder, getting everyone's attention. "The old guy is back again," Usopp said. "I grow weary of this, and for the last time, so long as I draw breath, you will not lay a single harmful finger on Laboon," he shouted from the top of the ladder. The two people Luffy had caught started laughing, even while bound, causing Luffy to raise an eyebrow. "You can't bully us into abandoning our mission," the woman said. "We were sent here to capture this whale, and that is exactly what we are going to do. This time, we won't let you interfere," the man added, but was cut off when the water binding them tightened painfully. "Put a sock in it," Luffy said as they groaned in discomfort on the deck of the ship. "Hey, old man Crocus," Luffy said, getting the man's attention. "Can we leave now and talk about all of this outside where my ship isn't at risk of being digested?" he asked. "Fine," Crocus replied before diving back into the water and swimming over to his boat. "Follow me," he instructed as the island began to move toward the two giant doors. As the doors opened, the two ships began sailing through a canal inside the whale. "Why does this whale have a canal inside of it?" Johnny asked. "Call it a doctor's playful mind," Crocus replied. "It is impossible to treat a whale of this size, so I had to come up with a way to work around that," he explained, causing them to nod in understanding. As they reached the end of the canal, they came upon another set of doors. Crocus sailed his boat up to it and pulled a lever, causing the door to open. As the door opened, everyone was immediately hit by a ray of sunlight, causing them all to smile. They sailed out of the whale and docked the ship next to the twin capes where Crocus lived. The entire crew disembarked and went onto the small island connected to the red line that housed a lighthouse. "Sanji," Luffy called as he exited the ship, getting his attention. "Why don't you make lunch since we didn't get to eat due to those marines interrupting us?" Luffy suggested, causing Sanji to nod before walking back onto the ship and into the kitchen. "I'll whip up some of that bluefin tuna I got back in Logue Town," he said happily. After 30 minutes, Sanji re-emerged from the ship carrying multiple plates of food that looked extremely tasty. "Lunch is served," he announced as he laid out all the plates in front of everyone, including Crocus. "This looks delicious, thanks Sanji," Nojiko said. "Anything for you, my lovely Nojiko." Sanji replied, his eyes sparkling. Luffy pulled out 3 glasses and placed one in front of Crocus before pouring whiskey for the 3 of them. "So, Crocus," Luffy began as he picked up his plate, "what's the deal with this whale?" he asked, causing everyone to look at Crocus, eager to hear what he had to say. "The whale's name is Laboon. He is a unique and magnificent creature, an island whale, one of the largest species in the world that can only be found in the West Blue, he explained before taking a sip of the whiskey Luffy poured for him. Those two people from before were hunting Laboon for whale meat. A whale the size of Laboon could feed a small island for at least 2 years, he added. So that's who those two are, Johnny said, looking around the ship and noticing their absence. Hey, where are they? He asked. I guess my lightning binds wore off and they escaped, Luffy shrugged, looking to Crocus, waiting for him to continue. There is a reason he keeps hitting himself against the red line and howling at Reverse Mountain, Crocus said before taking a bite of his food. Inside Laboon beats the heart of a human and is absolutely devoted to a certain band of pirates, Crocus explained, causing Luffy and Ryuma to raise their eyebrows. You see, Laboon followed a group of pirates all the way from the West Blue and entered the Grand Line. When they arrived here at the Twin Capes, their ship was so badly damaged that they spent several months trying to repair it. After they fixed their ship, they set sail, but because the Grand Line was so dangerous, they had to leave Laboon here. Before they left, they promised him they would come back for him, he said, a sad look on his face. It has been 50 long years since then, he added, causing everyone's eyes to widen. Don't you think 50 years is a bit extreme? Usopp asked, finishing his food. Those pirates sure know how to test someone's patience, he remarked. You idiot, this is the Grand Line, Ryuma said from his place next to Luffy. Those pirates are most likely gone, he stated. Sad to say, but that's likely true, Nami added between bites. Back in those days when they sailed, the Grand Line was an uncharted sea, 1,000 times more perilous than it is now, she explained. Come on, big sis, Yasaku chimed in. They could still come back for him, have some sympathy, he said, making Luffy chuckle at the thought of pirates having sympathy. You may want to believe that, but the reality is harsh. Crocus said, regaining their attention. Those pirates didn't perish, they abandoned their quest. I learned that they turned back and left the Grand Line, he said, causing all of them to wear sad expressions. What a bunch of cowards who would rather save themselves than keep a promise to a friend, Nojiko said angrily, prompting everyone to nod in agreement. That's just cruel on a grand scale, Johnny remarked. Luffy gazed thoughtfully at the whale. Did you tell him? Luffy asked, never taking his eyes off Laboon. I did, every miserable detail, Crocus replied sadly. That was the day Laboon began to howl at Reverse Mountain. Soon after, he started slamming his body against the red line, as if he believes that wall is what is keeping his friends away, and if he could break it, they would return, Crocus explained, causing the bounty-hunting duo and Usopp to tear up. Laboon is a lost soul yearning to be with his friends and is hurting himself trying to reach them, he added. Luffy then stood up and walked over to the side of the Twin Capes where Laboon was, staring at the whale. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning struck the whale, causing him to howl in both pain and frustration. You want to fight, you silly whale? Luffy yelled at Laboon. Everyone began to panic at what Luffy was attempting. Laboon narrowed his eyes at Luffy before leaping out of the water and slamming his head into him. Luffy didn't dodge, he simply stood there and took it, having covered his head with a protective barrier. When Laboon returned to the water and turned towards him, Luffy covered his fist with the same barrier and launched forward, punching Laboon right in the head. Luffy, what are you doing? Nami and Nojiko shouted. Luffy didn't respond, he was smiling widely as he and Laboon engaged in their playful battle. Laboon swam away from the Twin Capes for a moment before charging back toward Luffy. Just as he was about to attack, Luffy spoke, stopping him in his tracks. It's a draw, he said, causing Laboon to halt and stare at him. I'm a lot stronger than I look, but I had a feeling you already knew that, he continued, dusting himself off. I could always tell when someone was itching for a fight, and if you want a battle, I'll gladly give you one. Your shipmates used to spar with you, didn't they? He asked, causing everyone's eyes to widen. Well, I could rival anything they could throw at you. Tell you what, after my friends and I conquer the Grand Line, I'll come back here and challenge you, Luffy promised, causing tears to form in Laboon's eyes. Laboon then looked up to the sky and howled happily for the first time in 50 years. Crocus watched the scene with a smile on his face. Luffy then teleported onto Laboon's head with a few buckets of paint and a large brush. "Now hold still," he said before starting to paint Laboon's head. When he finished, a perfect copy of Luffy's Jolly Roger adorned Laboon's head. "Good, now it's a rush job, so you'll need to avoid hitting your head, or else it will come off," he warned, causing Crocus to smile. Laboon wailed happily, assuring Luffy he wouldn't. Luffy then walked over to his crew. "That was really nice of you, young man," Crocus said. "Oh right, I never introduced myself," Luffy replied with a chuckle. "My name is Monkey D. Luffy, pleased to meet you, and this is my friend Ryuma Sakurai," he said as he and Ryuma extended their hands for Crocus to shake. "I'm Crocus, lighthouse keeper here at the Twin Capes," he said, shaking their hands. "Now, how is it that you know Shanks and Rayleigh?" he asked with a smile. Luffy returned the smile before answering. "I was a member of Shanks's crew," he said, lifting his shirt to show Shanks's Jolly Roger. "He and Rayleigh taught me how to HRNSS my abilities," he added, taking on a thoughtful pose. "Well, more like Rayleigh taught me while Shanks was busy celebrating," he chuckled, causing Crocus to laugh. "It's been 10 years since I last saw red-haired Shanks," he said, surprising Luffy. "It was 10 years ago when he returned from the East Blue," he explained. "Yeah, that was when I joined the crew, but I don't recall seeing Laboon when we came through," Luffy said. "Laboon must have been busy ramming his head against the red line," Crocus suggested, causing Luffy to nod. "Hey Crocus, could you do me a favor?" Luffy asked. "Sure, after what you just did for Laboon, I'll do anything," Crocus replied. Luffy smiled, looking grateful before speaking. "Great, could you explain how the log pose works to my navigator?" he asked, pointing to Nami. "I would, but I want to get out of these dirty clothes first," Crocus said, glancing at his attire. Crocus smiled at Luffy before he replied, "Sure thing," and walked over to Nami. "Thanks a lot," he said, then turned to the rest of the crew. "Finish eating and get ready, we will be setting sail soon," he instructed before heading towards the ship. "Aye, Captain," they all yelled in unison. Luffy entered his captain's quarters to change his clothes. When he emerged, he wore black steel-tipped shoes and black cargo pants. Instead of his usual red shirt, he donned a black slim-fit long-sleeve dress shirt with the top 2 buttons undone, showcasing his chain with the Jolly Roger pendant. Over the shirt, he wore his captain's coat draped over his shoulder, and to top it off, his famous straw hat rested on his head. As Luffy exited his quarters, he heard a commotion at the side of the ship. Curious, he walked over and saw 2 people on their knees in front of his crew. "What's going on here?" Luffy asked in a monotone voice, drawing everyone's attention. "These 2 are here to ask us for a ride to a place called Whiskey Peak," Ryuma explained, causing Luffy to perk up at the mention of the name. "Do they make whiskey there?" he asked excitedly, prompting a collective sweat drop from the crew. No," the woman replied, causing Luffy's smile to fade. "Well, I'm not interested," he said, glancing at Usopp, Johnny, and Yasaku. "You 3 go fix the rudder," he ordered, and they saluted before rushing off. "Please," the man yelled, catching Luffy's attention. "Our ship was destroyed, and we have no other way to return home," he explained. "And how is that my problem?" Luffy replied coldly, making them flinch. "You should have thought about that before you tried to harm Laboon," he added before jumping off the ship to land next to Nami. He grabbed her wrist and looked at the log pose before turning to Crocus. "What island is it pointing to?" he asked. Crocus sighed as he examined the log pose. "Whiskey Peak," he said, causing the 2 whale hunters to perk up. "What are you 2 getting excited for?" Luffy asked, eyeing them. "I didn't say I was taking you," he added, making them deflate slightly. "Just who are you 2, anyway, and what do you do?" he inquired. "We cannot tell you," they replied, causing Luffy and Ryuma to narrow their eyes. "You see, mystery is our company's motto." "You can call me Mr. Nine," said the man with a crown on his head. "And you can call me Ms. Wednesday," she added. Luffy sighed before responding. "Let's just say I help you, what's in it for me?" he asked, raising an eyebrow. The two exchanged thoughtful looks before whispering to each other. "We have lots of gold and money," Mr. Nine said, causing Nami to perk up and Luffy to smile, even though he suspected they were lying. "Very well then, we'll take you," Luffy decided, prompting the two to hug each other in relief. He glanced at Zoro and Ryuma, giving them a silent signal to keep an eye on the newcomers. They nodded in understanding. "Captain," Usopp called, drawing everyone's attention. "The rudder is fixed," he announced. Luffy nodded before addressing his crew. "Okay. Pack it up, it's time to set sail," he commanded, and everyone began clearing the plates and cups from the ship before boarding. Luffy approached Laboon and spoke to him. "I'm going now, Laboon, and I promise I'll be back to fight you someday," he said, causing Laboon to howl happily. "And stop hitting your head, or that paint will come off," he added, making the giant whale nod. Luffy then turned to Crocus and shook his hand. "You take care of yourself and Laboon, Crocus," he said with a smile. "And you say hello to the vice-captain for me when you see him," Crocus replied. "Will do," Luffy said before stepping onto his ship. "Nojiko, Zoro," he called, getting their attention. "Tie those two up for me," he instructed, pointing to Ms. Wednesday and Mr. They screamed as Zoro and Nojiko began to tie them up, but Luffy simply ignored their protests. "All set, Captain," Nami reported as she stood next to Luffy. He nodded and yelled orders to the crew. "All right. Johnny, Yasaku, hoist the anchor," he shouted, and the two ran towards the anchor to pull it up. "Nojiko, the rudder, Sanji, Usopp, set the sails," he commanded, causing them to scramble. Zoro approached Luffy with the two passengers slung over his shoulders. "Where do you want them, Captain?" he asked. Luffy considered for a moment before replying. "Toss them in there with Nojiko, she can keep an eye on them while steering the ship," he said, and Zoro nodded before walking off. "Now on to Whiskey Peak," Luffy thought as he poured himself a drink and settled onto his throne. It had been a few days since Luffy and the crew had left the Twin Capes and started their journey to the first island on the Grand Line. They were currently sailing through calm waters while snowflakes fell from above. Luffy sat on the throne in the cold, sipping whiskey, while Ryuma was nearby, and Zoro was off to the right, sleeping in the chill. Nami and Nojiko, unable to bear the cold, bundled up in winter clothes and stayed in the kitchen, which was warmer, along with the two passengers Luffy allowed to travel with them to Whiskey Peak. Usopp and Johnny were on the main deck, building snowmen, while Sanji and Yasaku shoveled snow off the ship. Luffy looked down at Usopp and Johnny, who had transitioned from building snowmen to having a snowball fight. He sighed before an idea struck him, and he smirked. "Hey, Usopp. Johnny," he called out, getting their attention. "If the two of you are going to have fun, at least train while you do it," Luffy said, causing Johnny and Yasaku to look at him with puzzled expressions. "What do you mean, big bro Luffy?" Johnny asked, looking up at him. "I mean have your little snowball fight while blindfolded," Luffy replied, taking a sip of his drink. "It will help train your observation Haki." The two of them smiled and dashed into the kitchen to grab their BLNDFLDS before returning to continue their snowball fight. Luffy took another sip of his drink and gazed up at the sky. Suddenly, a flash of lightning lit up the clouds, followed by a loud rumble of thunder that made everyone pause and look at him. "Don't look at me, that was nature," he said, prompting them to return to their activities. Luffy noticed the wind picking up, and the gentle snowfall transformed into a blizzard. He sighed, reached into his coat, and pulled out a gold locket attached to a chain. Flipping it open, he examined the two halves inside. The upper half contained a single log pose similar to the one Nami had bought in Logtown, while the lower half displayed 3 log poses grouped together. Luffy frowned at the upper part of the compass. Something wrong, Captain? Ryuma asked, standing next to him. Luffy closed the locket and tucked it back into his coat before responding. It seems my navigator is not doing her job, he said, walking to the front of the upper deck. He raised his voice to get everyone's attention. Alright, listen up. Stop what you are doing and turn this ship around. His command confused the crew. Nami and Nojiko, hearing his shout, emerged from the kitchen to find out why they needed to turn back. Luffy, Nami said, catching his attention. Why do we need to turn around? Luffy met her gaze with an emotionless expression before replying. Well, Ms. Navigator, if you were doing your job, you would have noticed we are going in the opposite direction, he said calmly, causing their eyes to widen. Now, if you're all done being surprised, I suggest you turn this ship around. Luffy's temper flared briefly before he returned to his throne, pouring himself a glass of whiskey and downing it in one go. He watched as everyone scrambled about, trying to manage the ship as the weather worsened. Sanji and Nojiko were at the rudder, Johnny and Yasaku were tying up the sails, Usopp was fixing damages, and Nami was calling out orders. Luffy considered helping Nami but decided against it, wanting her to gain experience. Then he noticed Zoro was missing from the chaos. Looking to where he last saw the swordsman, Luffy found him sleeping to his right, which made his eyebrow twitch in annoyance. He's really sleeping. I'll let Nami deal with him, Luffy thought with a smirk. After about 30 minutes of commotion, the ship was finally sailing in the right direction. At that moment, Zoro decided to wake up, stretching and yawning before walking over to Luffy. Hey Captain, he said, catching Luffy's attention. Something has been bothering me for a while. What's bothering you? Luffy asked, rising from his throne. It's about those two people we picked up at the Twin Capes, Zoro said, causing Luffy to narrow his eyes. What about them? Luffy inquired, genuinely suspicious of the newcomers since their arrival. The only reason he had agreed to take them to their homeland was to raid the island. The names, Zoro replied, confusing Luffy. I'm pretty sure I've heard names like theirs before, but I can't remember when or where. Luffy nodded, acknowledging Zoro's concern. Keep an eye on them, he said, and Zoro nodded in agreement. Luffy then walked behind Zoro, grabbing him by the back of his neck and dragging him toward the rest of the crew. Captain! What are you doing? Zoro exclaimed as he was pulled along. Luffy ignored him and called out to Nami. Hey, Nami! Luffy yelled, getting her attention. He tossed Zoro off the upper deck toward the main deck where she was. Our lovely swordsman was sleeping through that entire ordeal, he said with a smirk, walking back to his throne as Zoro's protests filled the air. Just as Luffy was about to sit down, Johnny's voice interrupted him. Island up ahead. Johnny shouted from the front of the ship, capturing everyone's attention. They looked ahead and saw an island emerging from the mist. So, that's Whiskey Peak, Sanji said, lighting a new cigarette. Its landscape isn't like any island I've ever seen, Nojiko remarked. Our first journey on the Grand Line comes to an end, Luffy said, walking alongside the crew as they stared at the island. Its odd shape featured several mountains resembling giant cacti. Hey look, Nami pointed forward. There's a waterway that seems to lead right up to the shoreline, she noted as they began sailing inland. I am considering the possibility of monsters out there, Usopp said nervously. Well, it is a possibility, this is the Grand Line after all, Zoro replied. Luffy then turned to the bounty hunting duo. You two go bring our two guests, we can use them as bargaining chips, he instructed, and they hurried off to retrieve the man and woman. As the ship sailed further into the waterway, a thick fog rolled in, heightening everyone's alertness. When Johnny and Yasaku returned with the man and woman, they placed them in front of Luffy and stood behind him. Luffy glanced down at them before shifting his attention back to the surroundings. Even though he couldn't see anyone, he could clearly sense their presence. Playing it safe, He gave a mental command to the cloud containing all of the treasure to rise into the sky. "Hey, there is someone over there!" Usopp exclaimed, pointing to the left side of the ship. Everyone turned to see the silhouettes of two people moving. "We should be on guard," Nojiko said, pulling out her metal staff. Luffy remained silent, his gaze fixed ahead with narrowed eyes. As the ship sailed further, more silhouettes appeared on both sides of the waterway, accompanied by the sound of cheering. As they exited the fog, the crew saw people lined up on both sides, cheering and waving as the ship passed by. Confusion washed over them, and they all shared a common thought: what kind of place welcomes pirates? "Welcome to the Grand Line," one person shouted from the shore as the crew sailed by. "Greetings and good tidings, great travelers," another called out. "We are happy to have you here at Whiskey Peak," someone else chimed in. The entire crew was stunned, they had never encountered a town that welcomed pirates so openly. While the others were taken aback, Usopp sighed in relief. "Those aren't monsters, it's people," he said. "People who are welcoming pirates," Yasaku added, surprised. "The Grand Line sure is a strange place," Johnny remarked, shaking his head. Luffy, Ryuma, Nami, and Zoro, however, remained suspicious of the citizens and their behavior, while the rest of the crew began smiling and waving back. Sanji admired the girls, Usopp put on his brave warrior act, and everyone else joined in the cheerful greetings. Luffy glanced at Zoro and Ryuma, giving them a small nod to keep their guard up. He then approached Nami and whispered in her ear, "When they fall asleep, I want you to do what you do best." She smirked and nodded in agreement. As the ship docked, the crew prepared to disembark, with Luffy leading the way. At the back of the group were Johnny and Yasaku, along with Ms. Wednesday and Mr. Nine, who were tied up. Luffy had instructed them to stay on board until he called for them. On the shore, Luffy and the crew stood in front of a tall man with a small red nose and blonde hair styled like a powdered wig, carrying a saxophone. "Welcome cough cough ma 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 welcome, my name is Igaram, and it is my honor as mayor to welcome you to Whiskey Peak," the man introduced himself in a welcoming voice that Luffy found hard to trust. "My name is Luffy, thank you for welcoming us," Luffy replied with a warm, albeit forced, smile that Igaram seemed to accept. "You will find that this is a place that thrives on making liquor and music," Igaram continued, smiling as he spoke to Luffy. "Hospitality is a matter of pride in our town. The smiles run long, and the liquor flows as bountiful as sea water," he added. "That's good to hear and all. However," Luffy said, his smile fading. "We picked up 2 passengers on our way here who are from this town and promised us gold as payment for bringing them here. I expect to have that gold, or else things might get complicated," Luffy stated in a serious tone, causing Igaram to take a step back. "Can I see these 2 people who you say are from our town?" he asked, and Luffy nodded before calling out to the ship. "Johnny! Yasaku!" Luffy shouted, and moments later, Johnny and Yasaku, along with a man and a woman, emerged. "I believe they go by Ms. Wednesday and Mr. Nine," he said, observing the man's expression briefly darken before he masked it with a smile. "Oh yes, those 2 are from here," Igaram confirmed, turning back to Luffy. "And do not worry, you will be compensated for returning these 2 home. Now, would you permit us to throw a party in your honor so we can hear cough cough ma 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 your tales of adventure?" he asked with a warm smile. Luffy put his fake smile back on before responding. "We would be honored," he said, stepping forward to shake Igaram's hand before they turned to walk into the town. Just as they were about to leave, Nami spoke. "Up. How long does it take the log pose to record this island's magnetic field?" she asked, holding up her log pose. "Oh, don't worry about that," Igaram replied, walking toward Nami, which made Luffy narrow his eyes while Nami looked confused. "Such boring details can wait. Surely you would like to rest after your journey," he said, placing a hand on Nami's shoulder. "Now, let's prepare to party. Sing and be merry. Entertain our guests." Igaram shouted, prompting the townspeople to cheer loudly alongside Sanji and Usopp. Igaram led the crew into a small bar where everyone sat down to drink and eat. Luffy and Ryuma, suspicious of the town, pulled out their own drinks, which the townspeople mistakenly thought were provided by them. Inside the bar, a lively party ensued. The band played joyous music, Sanji flirted with every girl he saw, Usopp shared his famous tales of defeating monsters, Nami and Nojiko engaged in a drinking competition with some townspeople, while Zoro and the bounty-hunting duo quietly drank in a corner. Luffy noticed Zoro had advised the duo to stay alert and not trust the locals. As the evening wore on, Luffy's crew and the townspeople began to drink heavily. By midnight, Luffy noticed his crew members starting to pass out one by one. Initially, he thought they had simply overindulged, but when Zoro fell unconscious, Luffy realized their drinks must have been tampered with. Deciding to play along, he and Ryuma pretended to pass out as well to observe the townspeople's intentions. After pretending to sleep for an hour, Luffy and Ryuma sneaked outside through the roof, jumping to a nearby building and hiding in the shadows. They spotted Igaram speaking with Ms. Wednesday and Mr. 9 in front of the bar. "It's good to see you again, Igaram." "I mean Mr. 8, Mr. 9 said. "I see you two failed another mission," Igaram remarked, eyeing them. Before they could respond, a woman dressed like a nun exited the bar. "No one had high hopes for them completing that mission anyway," she said, beginning to remove her nun costume. "Why don't you go try and deal with that whale?" Mr. 9 yelled. "Yeah, those pirates got in our way," Ms. Wednesday added, annoyed. "By the way, where are they?" she asked, looking at the woman. "They're all passed out inside. I had to adjust their drinks a bit, otherwise, they would still be up drinking us under the table," the woman explained. "Good thinking, Ms. Monday," Igaram said, addressing her. "Now can you explain to me why it was necessary to put on that elaborate show for those newcomers?" she asked, clearly frustrated. "I understand nobody wants to hear me complain, but we wasted a lot of food. We could have just ambushed them at the harbor, after all, we're short on supplies," she said, placing her hands on her hips and staring at Igaram. "Calm down. Before you question my plan, you should see this," he said, pulling out Luffy's and Ryuma's wanted posters. Luffy smirked at the sight. "So, they're bounty hunters," Luffy thought, continuing to observe the group. "They won't get my bounty," Ryuma thought, sharing Luffy's perspective. 200 million berries. "For those two kids," the three exclaimed, their eyes wide with disbelief. "Don't be foolish, appearances can be deceiving," Igaram cautioned, putting the wanted posters back in his pocket. "So what do we do now? Do we eliminate them?" Ms. Monday asked. "No," Igaram replied, surprising the three of them and Luffy. "If we eliminate them, the bounty drops by 30%. The government prefers public executions," he explained in a serious tone. "I see," Ms. Wednesday acknowledged. "Now go, I want them alive." Igaram ordered, and they nodded in agreement. It had looked like they were going to reply, but before they could, a voice interrupted, causing their eyes to widen. "Hey, sorry to interrupt," the voice said, prompting the four of them to turn and look at the roof of the bar. There stood Zoro with his kitetsu blade drawn, accompanied by Johnny and Yasaku, each holding their bicentos. Luffy and Ryuma were surprised to see them awake, especially since they hadn't sensed their presence. "You mind letting my friends sleep?" Zoro asked, staring down at the four below. "Yeah, it was a long and exhausting journey," Johnny replied, locking eyes with Mr. "So do try to keep your screams down. We wouldn't want to wake them," Yasaku added in an emotionless tone. Luffy couldn't help but smirk at that. Just then, the door of the bar opened, and two men with guns stepped out. "Hey, Mr. 8, Mr. Monday," they yelled as they opened the door. "5 of them escaped from the room while we weren't looking," they said, causing everyone's eyes to widen. "5," they exclaimed simultaneously. "But there are only 3 of them here," Ms. Wednesday said nervously. "Where are the other 2? Before anyone could respond, Zoro spoke up. "Don't you think it's time you come out of your hiding spot, Captain and Vice Captain?" he asked, looking over to the building next to the bar, puzzling everyone else. Moments later, Luffy and Ryuma emerged from the shadows of the building, chuckling to themselves. "Good job, Zoro," Luffy said as he jumped across the roof. "Your training is paying off," he added, walking next to the three of them. "Big bro Luffy. Ryuma. You're awake as well?" Johnny asked, causing everyone to sweat drop. Luffy and Ryuma exchanged glances but didn't respond. Instead, they focused on the four individuals below. "You sneaky rascals!" Mr. 8 shouted. "You four should have stayed asleep with the rest," he yelled as more people began to gather. "A true swordsman would never make the mistake of letting his guard down," Zoro said, causing Luffy and Ryuma to smile. "And judging from those disguises, I'm guessing you're all bounty hunters," he added, unsheathing another sword. "Your specialty is robbing unsuspecting pirates," Luffy remarked in his usual tone. "I count about 100 of them, give or take," Johnny said, adjusting his glasses. "We'll fight all of you," Zoro declared, narrowing his eyes at them. "You hear me? Baroque works," he yelled, causing their eyes to widen in shock. Luffy was puzzled, having never heard of that organization. "How do you know our name?" Mr. 8 shouted in anger and disbelief. Zoro chuckled before replying. "I was in a similar line of work once," he said with a grin. "Your company tried to entice me with a job offer. Naturally, I declined," he explained, helping Luffy and the others understand how he knew about them. "Do the same rules still apply?" "Employee identities kept secret, cheesy code names, and the boss's identity remains a mystery." "Baroque Works, the organization that carries out orders like herded sheep," Zoro said, amusement in his tone, causing Luffy, Ryuma, and the bounty-hunting duo to chuckle. "This is a surprise," Mr. 8 said coldly. "If you know our secrets, we have little choice but to eliminate you," he warned, staring at the five of them. Luffy chuckled as he summoned his thundercloud throne and sat down. "You are welcome to try," Luffy said, settling in. "The four of you should handle this. If I get involved, it won't be any fun," he added, irritating the Baroque Works agents. "You dare underestimate us," one of the agents yelled angrily. Yasaku chuckled softly before addressing the agent. "Please, if anything, he's doing you a favor. If he joins the fight, you won't even know what hit you," he said, causing some agents to look uneasy. Luffy laughed at Yasaku's comment. "Enough!" Mr. 8 shouted, gaining everyone's attention. "Kill them," he commanded, causing all the Baroque Works agents to charge at the five pirates. Zoro, Ryuma, and the bounty-hunting duo exchanged glances with Luffy, who simply nodded, signaling them to go. That was all they needed before they jumped off the roof and began fighting the bounty hunters. Luffy remained seated on his throne, pouring himself a drink as he watched his crew members take on the bounty hunters. As he sipped his drink, four Baroque Works agents attempted to ambush Luffy from behind. However, Luffy was aware of their presence but chose to ignore them. The agents were caught off guard as wind blades shot from Luffy's throne, incapacitating them instantly. "Trash," Luffy said with a sigh, turning his attention back to the battle below. Zoro was cutting through the crowd with ease, just as Luffy had expected. What surprised him was how adept Johnny and Yasaku had become with their bicentos, taking down the Baroque Works agents with similar skill to Zoro. Ryuma was handling his opponents effortlessly. Luffy felt a proud smile spread across his face, impressed by their rapid progress. He wondered if it was time to start their training in armament Haki. As the fight continued, Luffy's observation Haki alerted him to someone moving inside the bar where the rest of the crew was sleeping. Upon closer inspection, he recognized Nami searching for anything of value. Chuckling to himself, he returned his focus to the fight, noticing Zoro yelling at one of his swords. It was truly an odd sight to behold, a grown man talking to a sword. Zoro held the blade up to his face, expressing his annoyance. "Well, Kitetsu III," you're quite sharp but also quite the troublemaker, aren't you? A good sword only cuts when its master directs it to. Cursed sword or not, you will listen to me. He was unaware of a bounty hunter sneaking up behind him. Suddenly, a slash of azure blue fire flew past him, cutting off a few strands of hair at the base of his neck before hitting the bounty hunter behind him right in the head. Zoro blinked in surprise and turned to see a fallen bounty hunter with a smoking hole in the middle of his forehead. He looked to where the shot had come from and saw Ryuma holding the sword, while Luffy sat on his throne with a smoking pistol. You need to pay attention, Zoro, Luffy scolded. Zoro nodded and turned his attention to his new opponent, Ms. Monday. Luffy glanced at Johnny and Yasaku, who were engaged in a fight against Mr. 9 and Ms. Wednesday. He then noticed Mr. 8 standing in the same spot as before, glaring at him. What seems to be the matter, Mr. 8? Luffy asked with a mocking tone, further irritating Mr. Has the mighty Baroque works been beaten by a few measly pirates from the East Blue? I wonder what your boss will think of all this. Mr. 8's face paled before he regained his composure and shouted at Luffy. I will make you pay for all this, he yelled, blowing into his saxophone, sending bullets flying toward Luffy. Luffy ignored the bullets, allowing them to pass through him, which widened Mr. 8's eyes in shock. Now that wasn't very nice, Luffy continued to mock him. Just then, a loud high-pitched scream came from Zoro's fight. Luffy and the others looked over to see Zoro and Ryuma holding Ms. Monday by the head before letting her drop, unconscious, onto the roof. Two more screams came from Johnny and Yasaku's fight, and when Luffy and Mr. 8 looked over, they saw Mr. 9 and Ms. Wednesday passed out on the ground. The remaining Baroque Works agents were terrified. They took out a single-digit agent, one random agent said, trembling. And their captain hasn't even gotten up yet, said another. We are all going to die here today, one man exclaimed as he dropped his gun and fell to his knees. Luffy chuckled at their reaction as he watched Zoro and the bounty-hunting duo make their way back to him. Good job, you three, Luffy praised as he stood up from his throne and sent it back into the sky. From the looks of it, your Haki has improved even further, he said, causing the three of them to smile. What are we going to do about the rest of them? Zoro asked, turning his attention to the remaining bounty hunters. Luffy smiled and addressed the bounty hunters. I will give all of you a choice, Luffy said, surprising them. You can either leave Baroque Works and join me or face the consequences, he declared, causing some of them to tremble in fear. We will join. Why? Boom! The agent didn't finish his sentence before something hit him, exploding on contact and taking out him and several other agents nearby. Everyone was confused and scared by what had just happened. Zoro, Ryuma, and the bounty-hunting duo looked at Luffy, who was just as puzzled. It seems we have company, Luffy said quietly as he looked toward a nearby alleyway. A voice emerged from the shadows, oh my, it seems some of you were planning on betraying Baroque Works. A man and a woman stepped out, causing the bounty hunters to go pale. Luffy guessed they were higher-ranking members of Baroque Works sent to assist. By now, Ms. Wednesday and Mr. 9 had regained consciousness and crawled over to Mr. The three of you lost against a couple of small-time pirates, now that's just sad, the woman said condescendingly, staring at the three Baroque Works agents. Mr. 5, Ms. Valentine. Ms. Wednesday exclaimed in shock. Can't do your jobs, Mr. 5 remarked coolly. Kaya ha ha ha. Well, that's clearly the difference between our rank and yours, Ms. Valentine mocked. You came here just to laugh at us. Mr. 8 shouted angrily. Nah, that's a bonus, Mr. 5 replied. Kaya ha ha ha. We are here under the boss's orders, Ms. Valentine said, piquing Luffy's curiosity. Ha ha ha. With you guys here, we can finally defeat them. They don't stand a chance against you, Mr. 9 said as he shakily stood up. That's right, let's track him down and show him what Baroque Works can really do, Ms. Wednesday added. Seriously, Ms. Wednesday, stop with the jokes. We didn't come here to clean up your mess, Mr. 9 said, placing his hands in his pockets. Did you really think we came all the way to the beginning of the Grand Line just to hold your hands? Ms. Valentine asked rhetorically. Oh, you are even more pitiful than you look, she chuckled. But what mission are you here for? Mr. Nine asked, confused. Luffy was wondering the same thing. You mean you haven't figured it out? Mr. Nine said, stepping forward. There are people here whose crimes against the company are significant enough that the boss has sent us to deal with them. He said someone had learned the secrets. I don't know what secrets, and I don't want to know. Obviously, someone else did, and that right there is against company rules, he explained. Luffy sensed that Mr. 8 and Ms. Wednesday were growing nervous, and he guessed they were the ones who had learned the secrets. Our company motto is mystery. Everyone's identity is to be kept a secret, no matter who they are. If someone is foolish enough to meddle in the boss's affairs, it could lead to serious consequences, he said grimly. Well, it seems things just got interesting, Luffy remarked to Zoro, Ryuma, and the bounty hunting duo. Indeed, Zoro replied as they observed the unfolding situation. Looks like more secrets will be revealed to us, Ryuma added, watching the interaction with the bounty duo. While we were investigating who discovered the boss's secret, we uncovered something intriguing. Ms. Valentine exclaimed, twirling her umbrella. A high-ranking individual from a certain kingdom managed to infiltrate Baroque works, she said, raising Luffy's eyebrows in surprise. A kingdom? Mr. Nine shouted, alarmed. But wait. I may wear a crown, but I'm not a king or anything like that, it's just a harmless hobby, he pleaded, hoping they would believe him. Be quiet, you fool. Ms. Valentine shrieked. You still don't understand. We need the people from Alabasta. They're the ones who angered the boss, Mr. 5 said coolly, further surprising Luffy. Mr. 8, trembling in fear, suddenly pulled his bow tie, revealing gun barrels hidden in his hair. He fired 5 shots at the Baroque Works agents. You will not harm our princess as long as the captain of Alabasta security stands, he shouted, firing again. The princess of Alabasta, Luffy said, turning to Ms. Wednesday. I heard she went missing, but I never imagined she would be undercover in Baroque Works. Don't princesses usually have others to handle these things for them? Johnny asked. Yeah, but Alabasta is in a civil war. Maybe all her underlings joined the rebels, Luffy joked. What do we do? Yasaku asked, glancing at the spot where the agents had been. We watch for now, Luffy replied, facing them. Nami is still robbing the place, so we let them fight and create a distraction. The two nodded and turned their attention back to the conflict. As the smoke cleared, everyone saw the 2 agents unharmed and unfazed. Igaram, captain of Alabasta security, and Princess Vivi Nefertari of the Alabasta kingdom, we have come on behalf of the boss of Baroque Works to eliminate you, Mr. 5 declared, holding up a picture of Princess Vivi. The princess looked terrified, her eyes wide and her mouth moving without sound. The other agents, including Zoro, Ryuma, and the bounty hunters, stared in shock, realizing the woman they had worked with was a princess. Igaram pulled his bow tie again and fired at the agents. Go on, princess. You must escape, he urged her. Igaram, the princess cried out. Suddenly, an agent from the smoke shot something at Igaram that exploded on impact. Igaram, she cried again as he fell to the ground. Don't bother, Ms. Valentine said from above Vivi, who looked up to see her floating. It seems we have a couple of devil fruit users, Luffy noted, surprising his crew. If it comes to it, I'll fight them, he said, and the others nodded, returning their focus to the battle. Princess, Igaram coughed from the ground. You must get away for the sake of our homeland. If something happens to you, our kingdom will fall, he warned, making the princess's eyes widen. If you think you can escape, you're mistaken, Mr. 5 said, picking his nose. Try to kill me if you can, she shouted, taking a defensive stance and spinning something on her pinky fingers. Mr. 9 stood in front of her with his baseball bats raised, ready to defend her. We've been partners and fighting together for a long time. Get going, I'll buy you some time, he told her. Thank you, Mr. Nine, the princess said, prompting a chuckle from him. Pretty manly, don't you think, he said before charging at the agents. Mr. Five flicked something from his nose at Mr. Nine, which exploded on contact, shocking everyone watching. Did that just come from his nose? Yasaku asked in disbelief. That's a strange ability, Luffy remarked, intrigued by Mr. Five while ignoring the princess's cries for Mr. Igaram, crawling to the base of the bar, looked up at them. Pirates, I have an unreasonable request, but I need someone strong like you, he said to Luffy, who jumped down to him. And what might that request be? Luffy asked, sitting on a nearby barrel and looking at the injured man. Both of those villains have devil fruit powers, and I can't stop them. Please, protect Princess Vivi of Alabasta in my place, he pleaded. Zoro, Ryuma, and the bounty hunters were taken aback. First, he tried to attack them, and now he wanted them to protect a princess. And why would I do that? Luffy asked rhetorically. You were just trying to kill me and my crew, and now you want me to save your princess. Give me one good reason to help you, he said, his tone serious. You would be greatly rewarded if you return the princess to her kingdom. I'm just a servant, but I beg you, please protect her, he implored. Luffy stared at him, then scoffed. Reward? Luffy looked at Igaram with a serious expression, aware of the turmoil in Alabasta. I know you're struggling, but I will protect the princess under one condition, he stated, prompting Igaram to lift his head with a glimmer of hope. What is it? Igaram asked eagerly. I'm sure the king would pay anything for his daughter's safe return. Luffy's smile widened. I will protect the princess only if, once I return her to her kingdom, Alabasta becomes my territory. Igaram's eyes widened in shock, as did those of Zoro, the bounty-hunting duo, and Nami, who was watching from a distance. I can't promise that, Igaram replied, disappointment evident in his voice. Only the king and the princess can decide that. Then I'll just have to ask the princess, Luffy said, glancing at his crew. You four go protect her, I'll catch up after I handle a few things. With that, the trio dashed off, and Luffy turned to the remaining bounty hunters. Raging thunder, he shouted, summoning bolts of lightning that struck the remaining foes as thunder rumbled overhead. He then called out to Nami, who emerged from her hiding spot. Hey, Captain, she greeted him as she approached. Did you find anything? He inquired. No, they're completely broke, she replied, a hint of disappointment in her tone. Luffy chuckled, for a bounty hunter's hideout, they certainly aren't impressive. Don't worry about it, he reassured her. I didn't expect much. Treat his wounds for me, I'll go help those three out. With that, he transformed into lightning and teleported away. Luffy landed on a nearby building, where he saw Zoro and Ryuma battling Mr. Five while the bounty hunters faced Ms. Valentine. The princess watched from atop a large duck. Alright, you three, Ryuma and I will take it from here, Luffy declared, drawing their attention. As he jumped down, Mr. Five sneered, aren't you a bit cocky, thinking you can take us on alone? Ms. Valentine smirked, let's teach this brat a lesson. Mr. Five charged at Luffy, ready to unleash his powers, but Ryuma swiftly intervened, catching his fist effortlessly. Impossible. Mr. Five gasped in disbelief. Ryuma then countered with a powerful strike, sending Mr. Five crashing through several buildings. The princess and Ms. Valentine stared in shock at Luffy and Ryuma. He just defeated one of Baroque Works' top agents like it was nothing, Vivi murmured, astonished. You monster, Ms. Valentine stammered, fear creeping into her voice as Luffy approached her. Not a monster, Luffy corrected, more like a demon. In a flash, he teleported behind her and gently touched her neck, channeling a small amount of electricity that caused her to faint. Turning to the princess, he noticed her backing away in fear. Don't worry, I'm not here to harm you, he assured her, surprising her. Then why are you here? she asked, her voice trembling. I'm here to discuss a contract, Luffy explained. Igaram asked me to protect you and return you safely to your kingdom, and in exchange, I want Alabasta to be my territory. Her eyes widened in shock. What? Igaram couldn't promise that, so he told me to speak with you. So here I am, he said, casually sitting on a nearby box. What would we have to give you in return for your protection? She asked, curiosity piqued. Nothing really, Luffy replied, surprising her again. Having a large country like Alabasta as my territory will boost my reputation. Vivi and the others exchanged glances, unsure why Luffy wasn't asking for more tangible rewards. That can't be all, Vivi said, echoing their thoughts. You're right, Luffy acknowledged, drawing their attention. But that's not a conversation for the open air. Why is a princess like you working with Baroque works? He inquired, studying her expression. The princess's demeanor shifted to one of sadness as she looked down. Alabasta is in the midst of a civil war. I discovered a secret organization called Baroque Works manipulating our people. I sought Igaram's help to infiltrate them and learn who was behind it all, she explained, surprising everyone. You've got guts for a princess, Nami remarked, stepping out from the shadows. Where's Igaram? Luffy asked. He'll be here soon, he had some business to take care of, she replied, sitting beside him. Did you find out their plan? Johnny asked Vivi, drawing everyone's attention. They want to create an ideal nation, Nami said, shocking Luffy and the others. That's just a cover story to hide their true intentions, Vivi said, clenching her fists in frustration. Their true goal is to take over the Alabasta kingdom, she said, prompting Luffy to nod in agreement, as that made more sense than some ideal nation. I have to get back home to warn everyone and stop all the fighting because if I don't. The princess's voice trailed off as tears filled her eyes. Don't worry, princess, Luffy reassured her, catching her attention. If you agree to my terms, I'll help you save your country, he declared, standing up and gazing up at the sky. By the way, did you ever find out the boss's identity? He asked, causing her to panic. What? The boss's identity? You shouldn't ask that. Vivi exclaimed frantically. But you know, don't you? Luffy pressed, his gaze fixed on her. Ask me anything but that, she pleaded, waving her hands in the air. If I tell you, your lives will be in danger too, she insisted, trying to convey the seriousness of the situation, while Luffy found her distress amusing. Yeah, I'll pass, Nami chimed in nervously. This guy is trying to take over an entire country. I wouldn't want someone like that chasing after me, she added, beads of sweat forming on her brow. No, you don't, Vivi said seriously. I don't care how strong you are, you don't stand a chance against one of the 7 warlords of the sea, against Crocodile, she warned, causing everyone to blink in surprise before she and Nami screamed in unison. H, they cried out. You know, for a princess, you're not very bright, Ryuma chuckled. Suddenly, Luffy sensed someone behind them and spun around quickly, startling everyone. They turned to see a vulture and an otter perched on the roof, staring down at them. The otter hopped onto the vulture, and they flew off, leaving Luffy bemused. Nami began to panic, insisting they didn't know what she looked like, until the otter returned, holding up 5 well-drawn pictures of them, making Nami sulk in the corner while Vivi apologized. Well then, it looks like the 6 of us will be at the very top of Baroque Works' hit list, Zoro remarked, causing Luffy to chuckle. It seems so, Luffy replied, sounding excited as he turned to the princess. So, princess, do we have a deal? He asked, drawing her attention. Since you're already involved because of me, I think I will take you up on your offer, she replied, making Luffy smile. We're all going to die, Nami lamented, rocking back and forth as she hugged her knees. You have nothing to fear, came the voice of Igaram from behind them, causing everyone to turn around. Luffy and Igaram immediately wished they hadn't. Standing before them was Igaram, dressed as Princess Vivi and holding 5 dummies. My eyes, Luffy muttered, staring at Igaram. My precious eyes, Ryuma added, trying to forget the image that would haunt him. It's going to be okay, Princess, Igaram reassured, looking at the group. I've come up with a plan, he said, causing Luffy to raise an eyebrow. Igaram, what are you? The princess attempted to ask, stunned by Igaram's appearance. I didn't know you were a crossdresser, old man, Ryuma joked. Listen to me carefully, Princess Vivi, Igaram said seriously. Once Baroque Works learns about what happened here, agents will be sent after you immediately. Since they know you learned the boss's true identity, you must, he began, but Vivi interrupted. Yes, knowing them, they will send 1,000 agents after me, she said, further frightening Nami. Thus my plan, disguised like this, I will pretend to be you, Igaram explained, looking down at Vivi. I will take these 3 dummies on board with me and sail straight to Alabasta, he said, making Luffy understand the plan. So, these dummies are supposed to be us, Luffy noted, nodding. A decoy, Yasaku added. While Baroque Works is busy chasing after me, the rest of you will head to the Alabasta Kingdom by a less direct route, he explained, causing Luffy to nod in agreement. Hold on just a minute. Nami exclaimed, standing up. Who said we were taking her with us? We didn't discuss payment, she yelled, drawing everyone's attention. I decided we are taking her, and we already discussed payment, Luffy said, looking at her bewildered. Weren't you paying attention earlier? He asked. But what about Crocodile? She shouted again. Relax, some warlord isn't anything to be afraid of, Luffy said dismissively. Everyone stared at him as if he had grown a second head. Besides, this sounds like it will be fun, he added with a large grin. We will be forever grateful, thank you, Igaram said before walking over to the docked ship. Now I, Vivi, will leave from here, he imitated, causing everyone to laugh. Vivi and Igaram exchanged goodbyes, and the ship sailed away from the island. He was an alright old man, Johnny remarked, watching the ship. Yeah, he was, Zoro agreed. They all stared as the ship sailed further away. Suddenly, when it was about half a mile from the island, it was engulfed in a giant explosion, causing everyone's eyes to widen in shock. Hurry, everyone, get to the ship now. Luffy shouted. Johnny. Yasaku. Zoro. Go grab the others. Hurry, he yelled, prompting the 3 of them to run off with Nami. Luffy turned back to the explosion, speaking to the princess, who was frozen in shock. He ran up to her, picked her up in his arms, and teleported back to the bar where the others were. As they landed in front of the bar, Vivi jumped out of Luffy's arms, looking around frantically. Where is he? Vivi yelled, searching. Where is who? Luffy asked, watching as Sanji, Usopp, and Nojiko were dragged out of the bar, screaming. My duck, Karu, she said, causing Luffy and Ryuma to sweat drop. We don't have time for this, he said, picking her up again and teleporting to the dock. When they landed on the dock, Vivi jumped out of Luffy's hands. I can't just leave him here, she exclaimed. We're all set, let's go. Zoro shouted as he pulled up the anchor. What's wrong with her? He asked, looking at them curiously. She is missing her duck, Luffy replied, a hint of annoyance in his tone. Zoro raised an eyebrow before pointing to a giant duck standing next to him. You mean this duck, he said. Vivi and Luffy stared at the duck in surprise. He's already here, they yelled in unison. He got here before I did, Zoro said. They quickly boarded the ship and set sail, eager to reach the sea faster. As they navigated the waterway, they entered a thick fog similar to the one they encountered when arriving at the island. Finally, the sun is coming up, Nami said with relief. I'm just glad we got away from the people chasing us, a female voice chimed in, startling the crew. Luffy cursed himself for letting his guard down but was curious to see how long it would take the others to notice. You can say that again, Nami replied, unaware of the intruder on their ship. With all this fog, we need to be careful to avoid the rocks, the woman warned. Luffy struggled to remain calm, fighting the urge to confront her. "I'll take care of it," Nami said cheerfully, then blinked a few times and turned to Luffy. "Did you just say something?" she asked, noticing his tense expression. "It's nice of you to finally notice someone snuck onto the ship." Luffy shouted, spinning around to see a woman sitting on the upper deck railing with her legs crossed. Upon seeing her face, he smirked. "This is a nice ship," the woman remarked, causing everyone to tense up. "It sits you." Vivi cried out, staring at the woman in fear, which made her chuckle. "I just happened to run into your dear Mr. 8 a little ways back. He didn't look so good," she said mockingly, glancing at Vivi. "So you killed Igaram," Vivi stated grimly. "You want to explain to me what you're doing on my ship?" Luffy asked, his tone turning serious. "What are you doing here, Ms. All Sunday?" Vivi demanded. "You know who she is?" Nami asked, looking at Vivi. "Who is her partner?" "Her partner is Mr. Zero, the boss," Vivi replied, shocking everyone. "Crocodile is her partner." Nami exclaimed, fear evident in her voice. "She was the only one who knew the boss's identity, and that's how we found out, by following her back to him," Vivi explained, her eyes filled with hatred. "To be clear, I allowed you to follow me," the woman replied coolly. "You still haven't answered my question," Luffy pressed, gaining her attention as Sanji aimed his gun at her and Usopp readied his slingshot. "I would really appreciate it if you stopped pointing those at me," she said, but before they could react, Sanji and Usopp were thrown off the upper deck by an unseen force. "You know you're playing a dangerous game attacking a member of my crew like that," Luffy warned as the sky began to darken. "There's no need to get all excited, I have no real orders here, so I have no reason to fight you," she said, looking down at Luffy. Suddenly, something knocked Luffy's straw hat off his head, sending it floating toward her. She caught it and began spinning it in her hand. "So you are the famous Monkey D. Luffy," she said. Just then, a loud clap of thunder startled everyone, and lightning struck the water nearby. The crew instinctively stepped back, knowing no one was allowed to touch Luffy's hat. "You know, I don't know if I should be honored," Luffy began, raising his hand to place the hat back on his head, causing everyone to watch in shock. Ms. All Sunday looked at her hand, now pointing at Luffy, her expression shifting to one of slight fear. "I didn't even see him move," she thought. "Or scared that someone as famous as you knows my name," Luffy continued, noticing her flinch. "Now, Ms. All Sunday, if you ever touch my hat again, I will finish what the world government started all those years ago," he warned, instilling fear in her. It was clear to her that she needed to leave the ship quickly, and that Luffy was very dangerous. She tossed something to Luffy, who caught it and looked at her with confusion. "The next island is Little Garden. Using that eternal pose, you can skip right past it and head to Alabasta," she said with a smile, trying to mask her fear. "Or else you won't survive Little Garden," she added ominously. However, to her surprise, Luffy crushed the eternal pose in his hand and smiled at her. "I am the captain of this ship, and I decide where we go," he stated in his usual calm tone. Ms. All Sunday stood up and walked to the edge of the ship. "Well then, I hope we meet again," she said as she prepared to leave. "I'm sure we will, Ms. Devil," Luffy replied, causing her to flinch again. "And tell Crocodile I'll be seeing him shortly," he added. She didn't respond, instead hopping off the ship and landing on a giant turtle. Luffy then turned to Nami. "Plot a course to Little Garden," he instructed before heading toward the kitchen. "Aye." Nami replied, immediately starting to give orders. Luffy and the crew had been sailing in the Grand Line for about a day since leaving Whiskey Peak. They had enjoyed calm waters for most of the journey, but the wind had frequently died down, delaying their progress. Luffy and Ryuma were seated on their thrones, sipping drinks while watching the crew bustle about the ship. Sanji, Usopp, and Yasaku were fishing off the side of the ship, while Zoro slept nearby. Nami and Vivi stood on the upper deck in front of Luffy, who was watching the fishing activity. Johnny was up in the crow's nest, looking out for any islands or ships, and Nojiko practiced wielding her 3-section staff behind Luffy. Vivi's duck, Karu, stood beside Luffy, and he found himself enjoying the duck's company more than he expected. As Luffy observed everyone, the wind suddenly stopped, causing the sails to drop and the ship to halt. He sighed, wishing for a ship equipped with paddles or a propeller. Nami approached him, noting the lack of wind. Luffy shrugged, acknowledging there was nothing he could do about it. Vivi, looking concerned, pointed out that they might be too late to reach Alabasta if they continued at this pace. Luffy stood and placed a reassuring hand on her shoulder, telling her not to worry. He then suggested that Nami teach Vivi some Haki to distract her. Vivi, confused about what Haki was, felt a bit anxious when she saw Nami's mischievous expression. Before she could react, Nami pulled her away toward the women's quarters. Luffy chuckled at the scene before sitting back down on his throne, which he mentally commanded to turn around so he could see Nojiko. He noticed her training intensely, sweating and breathing heavily as she practiced her movements. Curious, he asked what had prompted her sudden intensity. Nojiko paused to catch her breath before explaining that she felt she could have easily perished during their encounter at Whiskey Peak without the help of Luffy and the others. She expressed her frustration at having let her guard down against weaker foes, feeling the need to improve. Luffy placed a comforting hand on her shoulder, assuring her that she wasn't alone in her mistakes. He reminded her that everyone had their own experiences and skills that helped them survive. Nojiko wiped away a tear and smiled at Luffy's encouragement, thanking him for his support. Luffy then challenged her to show him what she had learned from her training. He removed his captain's coat and took a defensive stance, explaining that he wanted to see the results of her hard work. Nojiko hesitated, feeling nervous about facing him, but Luffy reassured her that he didn't expect her to be just like him. After calming her nerves, Nojiko stepped forward and began spinning her staff. With impressive speed, she launched an attack aimed at Luffy's head, which he easily caught with his hand. Luffy playfully chided her, suggesting that with attacks like that, she might still need Nami's protection. Nojiko growled in response, determined to improve. Nojiko began to spin all 3 sections of her staff once again before moving it forward, aiming at Luffy's chest. Luffy, anticipating the attack, raised his right hand and stopped it with his palm. "You're going to struggle against stronger enemies," he remarked, which only fueled her frustration. "Shut up," she shouted as he pulled the staff back and swung it toward Luffy's head, which he easily dodged. "With attacks like these, it makes me wonder if you want to lose," Luffy teased, continuing to evade and block her strikes. "Do you want to lose, Nojiko?" he asked, raising his voice slightly. "No," she replied, pressing on with her attacks. "I couldn't hear that. Do you want to lose?" Luffy asked again, provoking a growl from her. "No," she yelled, her strikes becoming faster and stronger, which made Luffy smile. "Then give it your all." Luffy encouraged, prompting a determined and fierce look to cross her face. She gathered all her willpower into her staff and swung it with all her might, aiming for Luffy's right side. Luffy anticipated the move and raised his arm to block it. As the staff struck his arm, he felt a sudden pain in the area. He glanced at the staff and noticed a small amount of black fading from the silver staff. A smile spread across his face as he looked over at Nojiko. "Congratulations," Ryuma said, appearing suddenly and confusing her. "You have unlocked your armament Haki," he stated before walking over to his throne, while Luffy put his coat back on. Nojiko stared at them, her eyes wide in disbelief, before stuttering out a question. "What?" she asked, her voice filled with confusion. Luffy chuckled at her reaction as he settled back onto his throne. "It's just as I said," he explained, pouring himself a drink. "That last attack of yours contained armament Haki, which is why I felt pain when it hit me," he clarified, taking a sip. Nojiko blinked a few times, trying to process his words. "But what did I do to make it awaken?" she inquired, sitting on the ground in front of Luffy, eager to hear more. "It was your willpower," he replied, noticing her puzzled expression, but she remained silent, waiting for him to elaborate. Remember my explanation of Haki? In the case of armament Haki, a person's willpower allows them to create armor around themselves. Just now, even though you weren't in immediate danger, your determination to prove yourself stronger than your sister was enough to unconsciously cover your staff with armament Haki, Luffy explained, taking another sip of his drink and gauging her understanding. So it was just my will? She asked, disbelief evident in her voice. Yeah, I know it sounds hard to believe, but it's true, he said with a smile. You're the first one on the crew to awaken it. Congratulations, he added, causing her to blush slightly at his praise. So, what do I do now? She asked, trying to shift the topic. Well, you need to learn to summon it at will until it becomes second nature, he said seriously, prompting her to look at him with determination. To do that, you need to find a way to recapture that feeling you had just before you attacked me and make it work for you, he advised, and she nodded in agreement. I'll get started right away, she declared, standing up to continue her training. Just as she was about to turn away, Luffy called out to her. Before you do that, he said, catching her attention again. He reached into his coat and pulled out a blndfld, tossing it to her. All that training you were doing with your staff before I interrupted, I want you to do it again, this time blindfolded, he instructed, causing her eyes to widen. But why? She asked, not seeing the point since her control over her staff was already excellent. 2 reasons. First, if you can control your weapon just as effectively while blindfolded, then you can truly say you've mastered it. Secondly, it's common for enemies to try to take away one of your senses, especially your sight. This will prepare you for situations like that, he explained before taking another sip of his drink. I understand, Nojiko replied, finding logic in Luffy's reasoning. She walked back to her training spot, placed the blndfld over her eyes, and began practicing with her staff again. The first few attempts resulted in her accidentally hitting herself, which made Luffy chuckle as he turned his throne around to see what everyone else was up to. He noticed Usopp and the others had finished catching fish, and Sanji was now in the kitchen cooking. Zoro was still asleep, Johnny was in the crow's nest, and Luffy could hear Vivi's screams as Nami taught her observation Haki. Just then, Sanji announced that lunch was ready. Lunch is ready, he called out, causing everyone to stop and head toward the kitchen. Thank goodness, I'm starving, Johnny said as he climbed down from the crow's nest. Luffy got up from his throne and sent it up into the sky for safekeeping before making his way to the kitchen. Upon entering, he walked straight to the table and took a seat between Vivi and Nojiko. As everyone settled down, Sanji served the food while playfully flirting with the girls. Luffy poured himself some whiskey before he began to eat. Zoro, taking a bite of his food, asked, Nami, how much longer till we reach Little Garden? I don't know, she replied, causing everyone except Luffy and Ryuma to stop and look at her in surprise. What? Usopp exclaimed. How could you not know? You're the navigator, aren't you? His question made Nami growl, and she was about to retort when Luffy intervened. Calm down, Usopp, Luffy said calmly. It's uncharted waters, so there's no exact way of knowing when we'll get there. He defended Nami, prompting Usopp to apologize sheepishly while scratching the back of his head. Nami huffed and returned to her food. Oh, and Nami, Luffy said, catching her attention. The ship needs to be cleaned. Nami looked puzzled, wondering why she had to do it. Why do I have to do it? She whined. Oh sweet Nami, did you forget about your punishment? Luffy said with a playful smile, causing recognition to flash across her face. She sank into her seat, replying, No, which made everyone else chuckle while Vivi looked around, confused. Don't worry, Vivi, I'll tell you later, Nojiko assured her, and Vivi nodded. I can't wait to get to Little Garden. Usopp said excitedly. I can just see it now, the women of Little Garden all lining up to meet the great Captain Usopp, he proclaimed, raising his fork in the air. Yeah right, if anything, they will all be lined up to meet me. Sanji shouted back at Usopp. I don't want to burst your bubble, Luffy said, getting their attention. But there aren't any people on Little Garden, he stated, surprising everyone. What? Sanji and Usopp exclaimed in unison. No people. What's on the island? From what I've heard, it's a prehistoric island that's still stuck in the dinosaur age, Ryuma said calmly after a moment of silence. Everyone stared at Ryuma and Luffy in disbelief. Usopp, Yasaku, Nami, and Vivi turned pale, while Sanji dropped the food he was about to eat. Nojiko and Johnny were frozen, while Zoro and Karu continued eating. Why, you are kidding, right? Usopp asked, his voice trembling. Luffy and Ryuma finished eating, and Luffy downed his whiskey before replying, nope, totally serious. He got up and took his plate to the sink. But how is that possible? Nami stuttered. Yeah, dinosaurs are extinct, Johnny added. Luffy chuckled, leaning against the wall. Welcome to the Grand Line, he said with a wide smile. How can you be so calm? Vivi yelled at Luffy, who chuckled again before replying, you need to relax, princess. We will keep you safe, so calm down. Yeah, stick with me, Vivi, your knight in shining armor will protect you. Sanji declared, hearts in his eyes, causing everyone to sweat drop. Anyway, Luffy said seriously, getting everyone's attention. When we get there, I want Zoro, Ryuma, and Sanji to restock our meat supplies. The three nodded in agreement. Aye, Captain, they replied in unison. Good, and now for the most important thing, he said, causing everyone to lean in. Under no circumstances are any of you allowed to touch any of the plants, insects, berries, or fruits of any kind while we are on that island, understood? Everyone nodded. But why all of that, big bro Luffy? Johnny asked, curious. Because if you get infected by something on that island, the cure probably doesn't exist. Luffy exclaimed, startling them. Do I make myself clear? He asked, and they all nodded quickly. Good, now Nami, hurry up and eat and get cleaning, he said before walking out of the kitchen. 2 days later, Yasaku yelled from the crow's nest, I see an island, getting everyone's attention. He had taken lookout duties that day to give Johnny a break. Luffy, sitting on his throne, yelled orders to Nami when he noticed the island Yasaku was pointing to. Nami, he called, you're in charge from here. Take us in. She smiled, looked at her log pose, and then at the crew. There's no mistake, Cactus Island and this one are definitely pulling against each other, she said, pointing to the island. It's our next stop, she yelled, prompting Usopp, Johnny, and Vivi's duck Karu to start dancing and cheering. As the ship sailed closer to the island, the cheers turned into scared pleas to turn around. What the hell is little about this place? Usopp yelled, sweating slightly. Luffy and Ryuma stood with Nami as they approached the island. Luffy gave a mental command to his throne to return to the sky before speaking to Usopp. Usopp, are you forgetting what lives on that island? Luffy asked as he stood next to Nami. Usopp thought for a moment, then turned to look at Nami and Luffy, pale and trembling. See, can't we just skip this island, he stuttered. I'm sure we can make it to the next island without going ashore on this one. Luffy chose not to answer directly, letting Nami respond to his complaints. The only way to reset the log is to go ashore, Nami said with a sigh, placing her hands on her hips. Besides, we need to restock our food supplies, Sanji added, lighting a cigarette. We didn't get so much as a sack of flour in the last town, he said, blowing out smoke. Guys, Zoro said, getting their attention. There's our ticket in. He pointed forward to the island. Everyone looked to see a small river leading into the island. Nojiko ran inside to take control of the rudder, and with Nami's guidance, she managed to steer the ship through the small river. As they sailed on the river, they noticed the vast jungle on both sides, filled with the sounds of various animals and birds. Nami examined her log pose and then glanced back at the jungle before speaking. She expressed uncertainty, prompting Luffy to raise an eyebrow at her. Nami suggested that Usopp might be right this time, which made Usopp look at her with hopeful eyes. She proposed they rest the log pose on the ship instead of going ashore, and once it reset, they could leave without looking back. Her voice carried a hint of fear. Usopp and Karoo enthusiastically agreed, saluting her. However, Luffy interjected, reminding them that they had no idea how long the reset would take. He explained that some islands only required a few minutes, while others could take years, causing their eyes to widen in shock. Usopp dropped to his knees in despair, exclaiming that they were doomed. Luffy tried to calm him down, asserting that they didn't know for sure what would happen. As he gazed into the jungle, a large tiger emerged from the bushes, staring at Luffy, who met its gaze with his usual calm demeanor. Johnny commented on the tiger's size, readying his Bicento just in case. Vivi stood behind a frightened Karoo, and as they all watched the tiger, it suddenly coughed up blood and collapsed. Even Luffy was taken aback by the sight. Nojiko, visibly shaken, wondered what could have killed such a massive creature. Luffy admitted he had no idea, which only heightened the crew's anxiety. He decided it was time to drop anchor, instructing Johnny and Yasaku to take care of it. They saluted and hurried to the front of the ship. After they dropped the anchor, Luffy turned to Sanji, requesting lunch to boost his energy. Sanji nodded and headed to the kitchen. Nami, standing with Nojiko and Vivi, questioned Luffy's need for energy. Luffy, feeling a bit nervous under their scrutiny, mentioned wanting to explore the island and joked about needing energy in case he had to wrestle a dinosaur. Vivi then asked if she could join him, which shocked everyone, especially Nami. Vivi explained that she didn't want to stay behind worrying about her troubles, which made Luffy smile. He complimented her, saying she was alright for a princess. Usopp humorously remarked that Luffy had corrupted her just as a bolt of lightning struck him, causing him to fall over. After lunch, Luffy, Ryuma, and Vivi, who was riding on Karoo's back, set off to explore Little Garden. As they ran through the jungle, the ground shook as if an earthquake had struck. They looked up to see a herd of Brachiosaurus feeding on tall trees. Suddenly, one of the Brachiosaurus's heads flew off, shocking both Vivi and Luffy. Vivi exclaimed in disbelief, questioning what could have killed such a massive creature. Luffy pointed out the clean cut on the neck, suggesting it wasn't the work of an animal, which made her realize the implication. Just then, a giant figure appeared over the fallen beast. The giant introduced himself as Dorry, the greatest warrior of Elbaf, and greeted Luffy and Vivi with laughter. Luffy introduced himself and his companions, and Dorry invited them to his home for lunch. Vivi hesitated but Luffy eagerly accepted the invitation, causing her to question if it was a wise decision. Dorry placed his enormous hand down for them to climb on, and Luffy stepped up, looking back to see Vivi and Karoo cautiously joining him. The giant then walked toward a massive rock with large openings, carrying them in one hand and a headless dinosaur in the other. Upon reaching the rock, Dorry set them down and began to prepare a fire and the meat. Ryuma offered to help with the fire to speed things up. "How kind of you," he said joyfully before stepping aside to let Ryuma start the fire. "It's the least I can do after all you're treating us to lunch," he added, pointing his finger at the firewood. A small burst of azure fire ignited a piece of wood. Ryuma repeated this process several times, successfully lighting multiple pieces. After a couple of minutes, the fire began to grow, and Ryuma nodded in satisfaction before joining Luffy and Vivi on the log. Once Dorry finished preparing the meat, he placed it over the fire to cook and settled in front of a giant rock, engaging in conversation with Luffy, Ryuma, and Vivi. "Say, Mr. Dorry," Vivi asked politely, capturing the giant's attention. "How long does it take for the log to reset on this island?" Luffy looked up, curious about the answer. "1 full year." Dorry replied with a smile, causing Luffy's eyes to widen and Vivi to faint. 1 year. Luffy echoed, and Dorry nodded. "Yes, most people never survive that long," he explained, prompting raised eyebrows from Luffy and Ryuma. They usually succumb to the elements or are taken by wild animals, he added, turning the meat over on the fire. Luffy sighed, rubbing his forehead as he contemplated the situation. He needed to get Vivi back to Alabasta in time to prevent the war. Waiting a whole year was not an option. If he delayed, there might not be a country left for him to claim. He considered flying to Alabasta himself to buy an eternal pose and return for the crew, but he was unsure how long that would take. This just turned into one big headache, Luffy muttered, massaging his temple. Dorry then removed the meat from the fire and placed a large piece in front of them. "Eat up, my friends," he encouraged, taking another piece for himself. Luffy and Ryuma walked around the log, shaking Vivi awake. They pulled out their swords and carved 4 pieces for her and Karu before taking one for themselves. Vivi accepted her piece from Luffy, tears in her eyes. He smiled and placed a reassuring hand on her shoulder. "Don't worry," he said calmly. "I promise to get you home and stop the war, and I will," he assured her, bringing a slight smile to her face as she nodded in agreement. Luffy then sat down and took a bite of his meat. "Dorry," he called, gaining the giant's attention. "I don't mean to pry, but why do you live out here alone? Don't you have a village to call home?" Dorry smiled at the question. "I came from a village, a home of many warriors called Elbaf," he explained, looking down at Luffy. "It was once home, but I no longer call it that." Luffy raised an eyebrow, intrigued. "Why?" he asked. "There are certain rules in Elbaf that must be obeyed," Dorry continued, allowing Luffy to understand. "For example, when a fight breaks out and neither side yields, judgment is handed down by Elbaf's god. Whoever he deems righteous is declared the winner and granted survival and divine protection," he elaborated, taking another bite of his meat. "This place is our battleground. We have fought for a century, and Elbaf has yet to choose a champion, Jaya. Luffy, Ryuma, and Vivi's eyes widened for different reasons. "Even with all the time in the world, wouldn't your desires wane after 100 years of the same battle?" Vivi asked, standing up. "Is there any real animosity left between you two, or are you just fighting for the sake of fighting?" Dorry laughed, and Luffy chuckled, both thinking how much of a pacifist she was. Suddenly, one of the volcanoes to the left erupted, drawing everyone's attention. "That's some exposition," Luffy remarked, taking a bite of his meat while staring at the volcano. "Well then, it's time to get going," Dorry said, rising from his seat, causing Luffy, Ryuma, and Vivi to look at him in confusion. Luffy noticed a shift in Dorry's demeanor, his eyes turned cold, his smile vanished, and he stood like a warrior preparing for battle. The volcano erupted again as Dorry spoke. "Please forgive me, but there is something I must attend to," he said, picking up his shield and sword. "That's the signal my opponent uses to mark the beginning of our fight," he explained, and Luffy nodded in understanding. "As for why we are fighting, we do not remember, Jaya. It's senseless. How can you harbor so much hatred for someone that you could fight them for an entire century?" Vivi asked, looking up at the towering giant. "What could have happened to make you this angry?" Luffy interrupted her, sensing the tension. "Vivi, that's enough," Ryuma said, placing a hand in front of her face to stop her. "This isn't what this is about, okay?" he added, feeling the ground tremble beneath them. "You're right. This is about honor," Dorry said, narrowing his eyes at his approaching opponent before charging toward him. Luffy, Ryuma, and Vivi watched in awe as the two giants clashed, each reacting differently. Luffy and Ryuma were captivated by the scale of the battle, while Vivi felt disgusted that they were fighting for no reason at all. As the fight progressed, Luffy, Ryuma, and Vivi were completely absorbed in the spectacle when suddenly, Luffy's and Ryuma's observation Haki alerted them to a presence nearby. They narrowed their eyes and turned slightly, ensuring they remained unnoticed by whoever was there. When they looked over, Luffy and Ryuma saw a woman floating on an umbrella in the sky some distance away. They immediately recognized her as Ms. Valentine, and if she was here, that meant Mr. Five was nearby as well. They decided not to inform Vivi and instead kept their guard up, their observation Haki at maximum. They noticed her descending back to the ground before she disappeared from view behind some bushes. Curious about what was happening, they tried to sense her presence along with another familiar presence, which they assumed was Mr. The two were walking away from Luffy, Ryuma, and Vivi, heading in the opposite direction. Luffy then focused on locating his crew. He found Sanji alone, Johnny and Yasaku together, Zoro by himself, and Nami, Usopp, and Nojiko together. He let out a sigh of relief knowing they were all okay before turning back to the fight, only to see both Dorry and his opponent falling to the ground, laughing together. After a moment, Dorry got up, received something from his opponent, and then returned, sitting down with some barrels in hand. That's fine. What the three of you are going to be doing is selling weapons, rare artifacts, and very valuable items, Luffy said, watching their reactions. He was surprised when none of them showed any outward response. That can't be it. I'm sure there are many people doing the same thing, Jem said, causing Luffy to smile. Right you are, Luffy replied, finishing his drink. We are also going to deal with extremely rare items, he said, reaching under his bed to pull out a chest and placing it on the bed. He opened it, revealing its contents, which made the three of them gasp in disbelief. Those are. Mikita said, astonished. I've never seen one, let alone this many, Marianne added in awe. Wow! Jem exclaimed. The three former bounty hunters stared into the chest, captivated. Luffy and Ryuma exchanged amused glances before Luffy closed the chest, snapping them out of their trance. As the lid came down, everyone heard a few clicks, signaling it was locked. Now you see what we are getting ourselves into, Luffy said, sliding the chest back under his bed. Are you in? He asked, looking at the three of them. After a few moments of processing, they replied in unison. Aye, sir. Good. I will go into more details once we settle things with the other agents, Luffy said, and the three nodded in agreement. Just then, the door to Luffy's quarters burst open, startling everyone inside. Big bro Luffy. Ryuma. Johnny and Yasaku yelled as they rushed in. Come quick. It's big sis Nami. Their urgent tone caused Luffy and Ryuma to exchange worried glances. Luffy quickly ran out of the room, followed by Ryuma, Johnny, Yasaku, and the three new crew members, heading towards the girls' sleeping quarters. Upon entering the room, Luffy saw everyone gathered around Nami, who was lying on the bed. As he approached, they moved aside, allowing him to reach her. Nami was breathing harder than usual, her face flushed and damp with sweat. What happened? Luffy asked Nojiko, who was sitting beside her sister. Nojiko looked up, worry etched on her face. I don't know, she replied, her voice trembling. 1 minute she was giving orders, then she said she felt tired and handed me the eternal pose before heading to her room. Suddenly, she collapsed, Nojiko explained, tears welling in her eyes. Luffy nodded and placed a reassuring hand on her shoulder. Don't worry. I won't let anything happen to her, he said, bringing a small smile to Nojiko's face. Luffy then checked Nami's forehead, his expression growing serious. She is burning up, he said, turning to Usopp. Grab a bucket and bring me some cold sea water, he instructed. Usopp saluted and dashed off to fulfill the request. Johnny, Yasaku, Zoro, Ryuma, Luffy called, getting their attention. Make sure we are still on course, he ordered, and the three nodded before heading outside. I'll make some soup for Nami, Sanji offered, and Luffy nodded. Just then, Usopp returned with a bucket of water, placing it in front of Luffy before stepping back. Luffy soaked a cloth from Nami's room and placed it on her forehead. You two keep an eye on her. If she gets worse, come get me, Luffy instructed Vivi and Nojiko, who nodded and settled on either side of Nami's bed. Luffy, along with his three new crew members, exited the room and made their way to the upper deck where Luffy's throne was. As he climbed the stairs, he heard Vivi calling his name. Luffy. Vivi yelled, causing him to stop mid-step and teleport back to Nami's room door. He could hear the rest of the crew rushing toward the room as well. Without hesitation, Luffy opened the door and rushed inside. As he entered, Luffy saw Vivi holding a thermometer with a panicked expression. He rushed towards the bed and asked, "What's wrong?" "Her temperature is over 102. Vivi exclaimed, just as the rest of the crew arrived to hear her words. "This is bad, she shouldn't have such a high fever unless her body is fighting an infection," Luffy said, his eyes wide as he took the thermometer from Vivi to check for himself. "Whatever is wrong could be serious," he added, causing fear to spread among them. "There are doctors and nurses in Alabasta, right?" Usopp asked hopefully, looking at Vivi. "They could help, yes, but we are still a week away from reaching there," she replied sadly, prompting a wave of panic. Luffy growled, silencing everyone before he walked over to Nami and pulled the cover off her. "Luffy! What are you doing?" Vivi shouted. Ignoring her, Luffy began examining Nami's arms, legs, and neck. "If she has an infection, I need to look for a rash or something that indicates how she got infected," he explained, lifting her shirt to reveal her stomach. "Found it," he said, drawing the attention of the others to the purple rash on Nami's abdomen. "I can't tell if that's a rash or a bug bite," Sanji said, inspecting the area. Luffy nodded in agreement, having never seen anything like it before. "Whatever it is, it's not a normal infection," he stated, prompting everyone to look at him expectantly. "It's something prehistoric," he added, causing some to widen their eyes in shock while others looked confused. "What do you mean?" Sanji began, but his eyes grew wide as realization dawned on him. "You don't mean?" he asked, worry creeping into his voice. "That's right," Luffy confirmed, nodding. "Whatever it is came from Little Garden," he said, causing shock and fear to ripple through the group. Nojiko couldn't hold back her tears, hugging her sick sister tightly. "Nami," Nojiko sobbed. "Please be okay." The crew watched the scene with heavy hearts. For the first time in a long while, Luffy felt utterly helpless, unable to ease his crewmate's suffering. "We need to get her to a doctor ASAP, Luffy declared, and everyone nodded in agreement. Just then, Nami spoke in a weak whisper, loud enough for them to hear. "Relax," she said, attempting to sit up. "I'm fine," she insisted, offering Luffy a strained smile. "Open the second drawer on my desk," she instructed. Luffy complied, finding a newspaper from a few days ago. As he browsed through it, his eyes widened at the centerfold. 300,000 royal soldiers had defected to the rebels, and the situation in Alabasta was dire. He closed the paper and tossed it on the desk, looking at Nami with concern. "That doesn't change anything," he said, confusing everyone around him while Nami's eyes widened slightly. "I'm telling you I am fine," she protested, trying to appear strong to keep Luffy focused on their course to Alabasta. "What are you two talking about?" Vivi asked, picking up the paper to understand the situation. Her eyes widened in shock as she read the centerfold. "This can't be," she exclaimed. "What's wrong, Vivi?" Sanji asked, concern etched on his face. "Is it about Alabasta?" "Tell us," Usopp urged. 300,000 royal soldiers have defected to the resistance, Vivi read aloud. "Until now, we were in a cold war with 600,000 royal soldiers against 400,000 rebels. This changes everything," she said sadly, eliciting sympathetic looks from the crew. "The uprising in Alabasta will escalate, and things will get serious," Nami added, her breathing quickening. "That paper is 3 days old," she noted, causing Vivi's eyes to widen. "I'm sorry I didn't say something earlier, I didn't want to worry you." "There's nothing anyone can do right now, you understand, Luffy?" she asked, looking at him. Luffy unfolded his arms and replied, "Yeah," causing her to smile. "But I have to get you to a doctor," he insisted, making her eyes widen while the others looked conflicted. "What do you mean, get me to a doctor?" Nami exclaimed, her voice strained. We need to get Vivi to Alabasta to stop this war, she argued, anger flashing in her eyes. Luffy met her gaze with his usual calm demeanor. The last time I checked, I was the captain of this ship, and it goes where I say it goes. Right now, it's taking you to a doctor, no ifs, ands, or buts about it, he stated firmly, silencing Nami's protests. I'm sorry, Vivi, but my crew comes first, he added, looking at her. Vivi smiled softly at Luffy. It's okay, she said, surprising everyone. I wouldn't want you to jeopardize Nami's health just to get me home anyway, she said, prompting smiles from Luffy and the others. Luffy was about to respond when he noticed something among his crew. Wait a minute, he said, capturing everyone's attention. If you're all here, who is making sure we stay on course? Luffy asked, his voice filled with concern. Oh, big bro Ryuma is taking care of it, Yasaku replied, causing Luffy and Nami's eyes to widen. Very well then, let's continue, Luffy said as he and the crew left the girls' cabin. It seems we are back on course, Nojiko noted as she approached Vivi and Luffy. You two keep an eye on her. I'll find an island with a doctor, Luffy instructed, and the two girls nodded in agreement before he turned and headed outside. As Luffy stepped out, he noticed it was snowing, raising an eyebrow in surprise. We must be close to a winter island, he thought, stretching out his hand to catch a falling snowflake. Hey, Captain! Zoro called from the crow's nest, catching Luffy's attention. Luffy looked up and saw Zoro standing there with a pair of binoculars. What do you think about people standing on water? Zoro asked, prompting a puzzled look from Luffy. Are you asking me if it's possible? Luffy replied. What kind of silly question is that? Usopp chimed in, standing next to Luffy. Of course, it's impossible for someone to stand on water, he added, and Luffy nodded in agreement. Then what do you call that? Zoro pointed toward the front of the ship. Luffy and Usopp squinted to see better and were shocked to spot a man dressed like a jester standing on the water with a bow and arrow strapped to his back. They stared in disbelief, momentarily speechless. Hey guys, Johnny and Yasaku said as they approached. What are you staring at? Yasaku asked. Luffy and Usopp simply pointed forward at the strange man. The bounty-hunting duo turned to look and blinked in surprise, ensuring it wasn't a trick. Hello there, sure is chilly today, the man called from his position on the water, prompting the 5 pirates to exchange glances before returning their attention to him. Yeah, it is chilly today, Yasaku replied, and Luffy glanced at him. It is definitely chilly today, in fact, I would say it is freezing, Usopp added, earning a light bonk on the head from Luffy. Would you two focus? Luffy exclaimed, then turned back to the man on the water. Just as he was about to speak, his observation Haki warned him of danger lurking beneath the surface. Before he could alert his crew, something enormous surged upward from the water. Oh! What is happening? Usopp yelled as he stumbled back. Luffy used his powers to steady himself, watching as the massive object continued to rise. Is that a ship? Luffy muttered. As he spoke, giant metal plates around the structure began to lower, revealing a pirate flag on the main mast. The Jolly Roger depicted a skull with a metallic jaw and a large crown, along with the standard crossbones behind it. Luffy thought it looked a bit silly. It's pirates! Yasaku shouted upon seeing the flag. That ship is huge! Johnny added. The rest of the crew rushed to the main deck, including Ryuma, Vivi, and Nojiko, all left speechless by the size of the ship. Even though Luffy had seen larger vessels, he couldn't help but be impressed that a pirate group from Paradise could afford something like this. Ha 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 ha. What's the matter? A voice boomed from the giant ship. Don't tell me our underwater ship, the Tin Tyrant, surprised you. Ha 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 ha. The voice was sarcastic, prompting Luffy to raise an eyebrow. Zoro jumped down from the crow's nest, standing beside Luffy, while Sanji took his place on the other side. The three of them stared at the ship with stoic expressions as Johnny, Yasaku, and Jem joined them. Usopp, Luffy called, catching his attention. Get up to the crow's nest and get ready to snipe them out, he ordered. Usopp saluted and began climbing up. Luffy, you, Johnny, and Marianne go back inside and protect Nami, he instructed, and the three nodded before heading inside. Nojiko, you and Makita stay out here and prevent anyone from getting to where Nami is, he added. Nojiko pulled out her 3-section staff while Makita prepared to use her powers, both nodding in agreement. You all consider yourselves a band of pirates, the man on the ship asked rhetorically, drawing Luffy's attention. That's a shame. When Luffy turned around, he found himself, Ryuma, Sanji, Zoro, and Yasaku surrounded by soldiers with rifles aimed at them. Well, they sure move fast, he remarked, noticing that his entire ship was filled with soldiers. I only count 14 of you. It's strange that your group has so few members, the man continued, prompting Luffy to look over at the captain of the soldiers. He saw an overweight man with a tin plate jaw, wearing tin plate armor and a hooded cape, bizarrely eating a sword. The sight was unsettling as the man tossed the hilt into his mouth, chewed, and swallowed. Okay, this is weird. What kind of guy eats knives? Yasaku said, grimacing. My gums are bleeding just from watching. Usopp shouted from the crow's nest. Alright, I'll keep this simple, the man said, drawing Luffy's gaze. My men and I wish to travel to the Drum Kingdom. You wouldn't happen to have an eternal pose or a log pose, would you? He asked the crew. Nope, can't help, Sanji replied, finishing his cigarette. I've never even heard of this Drum Kingdom, the man said. Now that we've got that settled, can you get off my ship already? Luffy replied, staring at him with cold eyes. We are kind of in a hurry here. He hoped this man would listen to reason and leave. You will never truly enjoy life if you are in a rush, the man said. But seeing as you have neither poses, I will settle for your treasure instead. Luffy looked at him for a few moments before bursting into laughter. Ha 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 ha. Luffy's laughter confused both the soldiers and the man. You think this is a game, brat? I'm getting hungry, the man said, opening his mouth wide and taking a bite out of the side of the Going Merry. Luffy and the others watched in disbelief as the man chewed on a piece of their ship. He's done for, Ryuma said, his voice trembling. Yup, you are definitely done for. I will personally make sure of it, Luffy replied in an emotionless tone. So, what's the order, Captain? Sanji asked, lighting a new cigarette. They were foolish enough to step foot onto my ship, so. Luffy paused, staring at the man who was supposedly leading these men. Make sure none of them leave here alive. Zoro and Ryuma smirked, their eyes gleaming with determination as they unsheathed their swords and prepared for battle. Go wild, guys, Luffy said, prompting his crew to spring into action. Zoro and Ryuma began cutting down soldiers left and right, while Sanji delivered precise kicks that incapacitated several foes. Yasaku skillfully spun his Bicento, redirecting bullets back at the shooters, and Gem pulled out his pistol, firing air bullets that sent soldiers flying off the ship. Luffy turned his attention to the girls and was pleased with what he saw. Nojiko was skillfully taking out multiple soldiers with her 3-section staff, utilizing both her armament and observation haki. As he looked around at his crew, he noticed they were all using observation haki to aid in battle. Guess these guys are not that big a challenge for them to unlock armament, Luffy thought as he watched them fight. Just then, he noticed something above the ship. Looking up, he saw Makita floating above, preparing to drop down with her devil fruit powers. Before she could begin her descent, Luffy yelled at her. Don't even think about it, Makita, he called, catching her attention. Huh? But why? She whined, spinning her opened umbrella to block the bullets fired at her. Because I don't want a hole in the bottom of my ship, he replied, making her realize what he meant. Find another way to use your devil fruit. Makita gently landed back on the deck, thinking for a moment. I got it, she exclaimed, prompting Luffy to raise an eyebrow. Mikita stood in front of one of the soldiers, reared back her fist, and punched him while shouting, 10,000 kilograms punch. The sound of the impact echoed as the soldier went flying off the ship, causing the others to drop their weapons and flee. She reminds me of Grandpa, Luffy thought, unconsciously rubbing his head. Just then, Luffy's observation Haki alerted him to a soldier behind him with a gun ready to fire. He ignored it, knowing the bullet would pass right through him. However, just as the soldier was about to shoot, Luffy heard someone yell from above. Exploding star! Usopp shouted, and a small pellet flew past Luffy's head, hitting the soldier behind him and exploding on contact. Luffy turned to see the soldier on the ground, incapacitated, and looked up at the crow's nest. Nice shooting there, Usopp, he said, earning a thumbs up from his friend. Suddenly, Luffy heard a snapping sound, like wood breaking, and turned to find the leader of the soldiers taking another bite out of his ship. Your ship doesn't taste half bad, the man said between bites. Luffy growled and transformed his foot into lightning talon claws, appearing beside the man. Stop eating my ship! Luffy yelled, delivering a lightning-fast kick to the man's face, sending him flying off the ship. Wapol, the soldiers shouted, watching their leader soar away. This is bad, Wapol can't swim, said a man dressed as a jester. We have to rescue him before he sinks, he yelled to the soldiers on both ships. When he noticed that none of his men were returning, he looked down at the Going Merry and saw that most of the soldiers they sent over were down, with only a few still standing. Monsters! We will get you for this, he shouted as the ship sailed off in the direction Luffy had sent Wapol. Well, that was entertaining, Luffy said, walking over to his crew. You guys did good, you made up for your mistake back in Little Garden. His crew smiled at the praise. Does that mean we won't get punished? Asked a hopeful Usopp. Not even in your wildest dreams, Luffy replied, causing Usopp's head to drop. However, I do think you earned a less cruel punishment than the one I was going to give you. He walked toward Nami's room. Toss this trash off my ship and keep going straight ahead for now. When night falls, drop anchor. I don't want to risk navigating at night without Nami, Luffy instructed before entering Nami's room, his thundercloud following behind him. As soon as he entered, he found himself face to face with Johnny's Bicento. Halt! You villain! Johnny yelled, not realizing it was Luffy. Boy, would you like me to separate your head from your body? Luffy asked, his eyebrow twitching. Johnny, upon hearing Luffy's voice, quickly withdrew his Bicento and saluted him nervously. Captain Luffy, sir. Very sorry, sir, he exclaimed, prompting a chuckle from Luffy as he shook his head and continued into the room. Luffy transformed the thundercloud into his usual throne, sitting it beside the foot of Nami's bed. Just then, Nojiko entered the room as Johnny left. Any changes, Vivi? Luffy asked, converting his throne into a lawn chair and reclining. No, her temperature is still too high, Vivi replied, worry evident in her tone. What was all that commotion out there? Some fool looking for a place called the Drum Kingdom wanted our log pose and treasure, Luffy said, sounding bored. Drum Kingdom? Vivi asked, and Luffy nodded. I've heard about it, she exclaimed, standing up quickly, which made Luffy raise an eyebrow. It's a winter island around here, famous for having the best doctors in the Grand Line. Luffy's eyes widened in surprise. Well then, he said with a smirk, I guess I know where we're going now, which made Vivi and Nojiko smile. As night fell, almost everyone was asleep in the same room as Nami. The only ones awake were Sanji, Gem, and Yasaku, keeping watch. The crew had dropped anchor for the night because Luffy didn't want to risk navigating the seas without Nami. Although he was skilled at navigation, he knew Nami had an uncanny ability to predict the weather and subtle changes in the wind. Luffy, meanwhile, was peacefully sleeping on a lawn chair made of his thundercloud. After hearing about the Drum Kingdom, he felt a sense of ease knowing he could save his navigator. He hadn't yet informed the rest of the crew about their next course of action, planning to wait until morning. Morning. Luffy was awakened by the sound of someone hammering outside. Groggily, he sat up on his cloud, rubbed his eyes, and glanced out the window, noticing the sun hadn't risen yet. Who's up this early, he wondered, placing his feet on the cloud, which began to float up. Once at a good height, Luffy directed the cloud toward the door, wanting to avoid waking anyone else. As he floated onto the deck, the cold morning air hit him, making him shiver. He quickly tucked his hands into the sleeves of his captain's coat and buttoned it up. Who turned down the temperature? He muttered. Hearing the hammering again, he turned to see Usopp with nails in his mouth and a hammer in hand, repairing the ship. You're up early, Luffy said, stepping off his cloud and stretching. Can't just sit around doing nothing, Usopp replied, focused on his work. We need to find a way out of this situation quickly, Captain. We already have a plan. Once everyone wakes up, Vivi and I will explain it to all of you, Luffy said, causing Usopp to brighten up a bit. Movement caught his attention, and he turned to see Yasaku and Gem approaching, looking tired. Sanji was climbing down from the crow's nest, wearing a poncho. Morning, Captain, Yasaku greeted as he stood next to Luffy. You three look tired, Luffy observed. Now that I'm up, you can go get some rest before we head off, he said, earning grateful expressions from them. Do you want me to fix you anything, Captain? Sanji asked as Gem and Yasaku headed inside for some sleep. No, that's fine, Luffy replied with a smile. I can handle it, go get some rest, he encouraged, and Sanji smiled before heading inside. Luffy made his way to the kitchen to prepare some coffee for himself. Before entering, he turned to Usopp. Do you want something, Usopp? Some coffee would be nice, Usopp replied, and Luffy nodded before heading into the kitchen. Just before he walked through the door, he commanded his thundercloud to float up into the sky for now. In the kitchen, Luffy placed a kettle of water on the stove and turned it on. He grabbed 2 coffee cups, filled them, and set them down on the counter, folding his arms as he waited for the water to boil. After about 5 minutes, the kettle whistled, and Luffy turned off the stove, pouring the hot water into the cups. He stirred both before picking one up and taking a sip of the rich coffee. That's good, Luffy said, savoring the flavor. He then picked up the other cup and headed outside to Usopp. Here you go, Usopp, he said, handing the cup to him. Thank you, Usopp said, placing his hammer down to take the cup from Luffy. Luffy then went to the front of the ship, hopping onto the figurehead of the Going Merry, careful not to spill his coffee. He sat down, looking out at the ocean with a smile, enjoying the morning air. His moment of peace was interrupted by the sound of his transponder snail ringing. Purr, the snail in Luffy's coat rang, prompting him to place his coffee down and reach into his coat, pulling out a baby Den Mushi with 3 familiar scars over its left eye. Luffy smiled as he pressed the button on the snail's shell and spoke into it. Hello, he said. Luffy, came the cheerful and slightly tipsy voice of Shanks. Well, either you're up early and feeling the effects of last night's festivities, or you're still celebrating, Luffy remarked, shaking his head. Sleep is overrated. Booze is more fun, ha 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 ha. Shanks laughed, making Luffy chuckle in response. So, what's the occasion? Luffy asked, taking a sip of his coffee. Since you called on a secured line, I assume this isn't just a casual check-in on your dear apprentices, he added, prompting a chuckle from Shanks before Luffy sensed a shift in his tone. Ace is in paradise. Shanks said, causing Luffy's expression to turn serious. 3 hours later. 3 hours had passed since Luffy's conversation with Shanks. He stood on the upper deck, looking down at his crew as they prepared to raise anchor and set sail again. Nami's condition had not improved since yesterday, and Luffy's worry was growing. Usopp was still repairing the ship, Johnny was in the crow's nest keeping watch, Nojiko and Vivi were with Nami, while Makita and Marianne secured the ropes on the main deck. Zoro and Ryuma stood behind Luffy, observing everything, while Sanji, Yasaku, and Gem were still asleep after a long night of keeping watch. "Captain," Zoro called from behind, prompting Luffy to turn around. "Where are we headed now?" he asked, joining Luffy at the railing. "Is everyone ready to continue sailing?" Luffy asked, glancing at Zoro. "Yeah, everyone's up and ready to go," Zoro replied, and Luffy nodded before addressing the crew. "I should let everyone know our next course of action," he said. "Alright, listen up," Luffy called, gaining everyone's attention, including Vivi and Nojiko, who stepped outside to hear him. "Vivi told me something really interesting about the island Wapol was looking for," he said, causing confusion among the crew, except for Vivi and Nojiko. "Wapol?" Usopp asked, gripping his hammer. "Wasn't he searching for a place called Drum Kingdom?" Marianne added, and Luffy nodded. "Yeah, apparently Drum Kingdom is a winter island famous for having the best doctors in the Grand Line," he explained, eliciting surprised looks from his crew. "Wait, what's a winter island?" Johnny asked from the crow's nest. "Scattered throughout the Grand Line, there are 4 basic types of islands, each with distinct climates," Luffy explained, capturing everyone's attention. "You've got summer islands, spring islands, autumn islands, and winter islands," he continued, leaving those from the East Blue in awe of the variety. "Wow!" Usopp exclaimed. "Each of these islands has its own 4 independent seasons," Vivi added, prompting everyone to look at her. "When traveling the Grand Line, you must be prepared for at least 16 different weather patterns, ranging from summer to winter and everything in between," she said, widening their eyes in surprise. "There can always be exceptions, and you might encounter unknown climates at any moment," Luffy added. "I think I get it," Usopp said, earning an amused look from Luffy. "The Grand Line has these different islands one after the other, which is why the seas between them have such crazy weather patterns," he concluded. "Exactly, and the closer you get to an island, the calmer the seas around you," Luffy confirmed, leaning against the railing. "However, Usopp, that still doesn't explain half the strange things that happen in this place," he said, causing Usopp to look astonished. "Amazing," Usopp replied, and Luffy chuckled. "Raise the anchor, we can talk as we sail," Luffy instructed Zoro, who nodded and moved to the front of the ship to pull up the anchor. "Johnny, keep an eye out for any islands, this water is a bit too calm," Luffy added, and Johnny saluted before scanning the horizon. The Going Merry jerked forward as the anchor was lifted, allowing it to move. "Luffy," Nojiko said as she approached him. "What's wrong?" Luffy asked, turning to her. "Are we going to make it in time to save Nami?" she asked softly, tears welling in her eyes. "Listen," Luffy said, placing a reassuring hand on her shoulder. "She's going to be okay. If I have to, I'll fly her all the way to Mary Geos myself and make the world government heal her," he promised, and Nojiko nodded slightly. "Thanks, Luffy," she said. "Don't thank me, I haven't done anything yet," he replied. Just then, Zoro's voice interrupted them. "Captain, where's that cook?" Zoro asked as he approached. "I'm starving," he said, prompting a sigh from Luffy. "Sanji, Yasaku, and Gem are sleeping. They were up all night keeping watch, so let them rest," Luffy explained, and Zoro crossed his arms. "Gishich. A real man can do without a little sleep," he said, causing Luffy and Nojiko to exchange a look of disbelief. "This is coming from the man who sleeps every chance he gets," they thought. "Why don't I make you something, Mr. Bushido?" Vivi chimed in from their left. "You know how to cook, princess?" Luffy asked, surprised. "Of course I know how to cook," Vivi replied, crossing her arms and pouting. "A princess who is a spy and can cook. The Grand Line sure is a strange place," Zoro remarked, making Vivi blush with embarrassment. Nojiko, Ryuma, and Luffy stepped back from the frustrated princess, allowing her to approach the third member of the Straw Hat Pirates and express her displeasure. Luffy leaned towards Nojiko and whispered, "You women can be scary sometimes," which made her chuckle. Once Vivi finished with Zoro, she huffed and headed towards the kitchen, leaving Zoro on the floor with noticeable bumps on his head. "I'll be in the kitchen for those who are hungry," the princess announced as she walked past Luffy, Ryuma, and Nojiko. The trio exchanged glances at Zoro before shrugging and following her into the kitchen. They settled at the table, watching Vivi as she stood behind the stove. "So, what do you guys want to eat?" she asked, tying an apron around her waist. "Whatever you make will be fine, princess," Luffy replied, and the others nodded in agreement. "You should make something for Nami as well," he added, prompting Vivi to nod. She began moving around the kitchen, gathering ingredients and chopping meat and vegetables, which surprised Luffy. He didn't know she could cook. Just then, Zoro walked into the kitchen, holding his head in discomfort. Vivi paused, glanced at him, and then returned to her cooking. As Zoro took a seat, Luffy poured him a glass. "Here, this will help with the pain," Luffy said, handing him the drink. "Thanks, Captain," Zoro replied before downing it. "By the way, Cap," he said, catching Luffy's attention. "What were you and those new guys talking about?" Zoro asked, prompting Nojiko to look at Luffy with curiosity. "I'm creating an organization, so to speak," Luffy said, surprising them all. "It will be a fleet of ships buying and selling goods on the black market," he explained as he poured himself a drink. Everyone, including Vivi, looked at Luffy in astonishment. "Black market?" Zoro asked, and Luffy nodded. "What's that?" he inquired again, causing everyone to look at him in disbelief. "You've never heard of the black market?" Nojiko asked, astonished. The fact that he was unaware of it was as surprising as Luffy's involvement. The black market, or the underworld, is a network of connections, smuggling, and shady dealings, Luffy explained before taking a sip of his drink. "It's mainly in the New World. I plan to take control here in Paradise before heading into the New World to challenge Joker's empire," he said, causing Zoro to nod, though he didn't seem particularly invested. Nojiko took a moment to think before she nodded as well, while Vivi looked furious. "Luffy, how could you think about doing something like that?" she exclaimed, prompting Luffy to raise an eyebrow. "What do you mean?" Luffy asked, confused by her anger. "You're talking about smuggling weapons and drags. How is that okay?" she shouted, making Luffy sigh. "Princess, I think you keep forgetting that we are pirates, not saints," Luffy replied calmly, taking another sip of his drink. "We rob, pillage, and plunder for treasure. Sure, we may not be the most ruthless pirates out there, but that doesn't mean we're saints," he said, with Zoro and Nojiko nodding in agreement. "Are you two okay with this?" Vivi asked, looking at Zoro and Nojiko. At first, it sounded a bit scary, dealing with the whole underworld and all, Nojiko admitted, leaning back in her chair. "But I know Luffy, he would never do anything to put his crew in danger, and he always has a reason for his actions. So if this underworld idea is his, the payoff must be worth it," she concluded, causing Luffy to nod. Vivi then turned to Zoro, hoping for a more sensible response. "I don't really care, to be honest. He's my captain, and if that's what he says we're doing, then that's what we're doing," Zoro stated, making Luffy smile as he poured him another drink. "Plus, there has to be some good drinks on this black market," Zoro added with a grin, causing everyone to chuckle. "Me and the captain have already made contact with people who can help us navigate the underworld. We know what to do and what not to do, so relax, princess," Ryuma said, and Luffy added, "Yeah, you can relax, princess. I promise we won't get involved in anything too terrible, like SLV trading. We'll just be selling weapons to those who need them, and high-end goods to those looking for them. By the way, you're about to burn the food," he noted, causing her eyes to widen as she quickly turned off the stove. Luckily, Luffy had warned her just in time. She then set out plates and bowls, serving the food to everyone. "Eat up," she said as she placed everything in front of them before heading back into the kitchen to grab another set of food. "I'll take this to Nami. On second thought, why don't we all go eat with her?" she suggested, looking at the group. Luffy glanced around for any objections before shrugging. They all got up with their plates and made their way to Nami's room. Upon arriving, they found Vivi's duck, Karu, sleeping there. Luffy summoned his thunder cloud, transforming it into a small table on the floor for them to eat on. Luffy, Ryuma, and Zoro settled in front of the cloud with their food while Nojiko and Vivi helped Nami sit up to eat. Once Nami was comfortable, they all prepared to dig in. "This looks delicious," Luffy remarked, eyeing the steamed rice with grilled meat. Without hesitation, the 6 of them began to enjoy their meal. The 5 of them spent half an hour eating and chatting after Vivi finally let go of the black market issue. Luffy had just finished his food and was about to pour himself another glass of whiskey when Johnny's voice rang out, catching everyone's attention. "Captain!" Johnny yelled from the crow's nest. "Island dead ahead." Luffy got up with his plates and called out to Zoro and Ryuma. "Zoro, Ryuma, come with me. You two help Nami back into bed," Luffy instructed before leaving the room with Zoro and Ryuma right behind him. They made their way to the kitchen and then out to the main deck. As they arrived, they saw the Going Merry slowly approaching an island in the distance. "Zoro, go wake those 3 up," Luffy said, and Zoro nodded before heading below deck to wake Sanji, Gem, and Yasaku. Luffy walked to the front of the ship, folding his arms as he stared at the island they were approaching. "Captain, are we sure this is a good idea?" Usopp asked, walking up behind Luffy. "I mean, there could be snow monsters," he added, sounding worried. Luffy couldn't help but sweat drop at Usopp's concern. "Come now, Usopp, no snow monster could stand up to the might of a brave warrior of the sea," Luffy said with a smirk, playing into Usopp's dreams. "I'm sure Kaya would think anyone who could defeat a snow monster to save their crewmate's life is a noble warrior," Ryuma chimed in, encouraging Usopp to put on a brave face. "Yes, no snow monster can stand up to the might of Captain Usopp," Usopp declared, causing Luffy and Ryuma to chuckle before they turned their attention back to the island. As the ship sailed closer, they noticed a waterway leading into the island and decided to sail through it to reach the shore. Vivi had left Nami and Nojiko inside and came outside with her duck, Karu, to see if they had arrived. "Wow, it's all covered in snow," she said in astonishment as she looked around. "Look at those mountains. I've never seen anything like them before," Sanji remarked, gazing up at the series of drum-shaped mountains. "I guess that's why they call it Drum Island," Yasaku added, holding his Bicento. After sailing up the waterway for another 5 minutes, the ship stopped at the end of the stream. "It is a stream of melted snow, this should be a good place to disembark," Luffy said, turning to his crew. "Okay, Dr. Search, who wants to go?" "I'll stay with the ship," Zoro replied, and Luffy nodded in acknowledgement. "We will stay with Big Bro Zoro," Johnny said, and Yasaku nodded in agreement. Seeing no one else wanted to stay aboard, Luffy asked, "So I take it the rest of you are going ashore?" Everyone nodded. Just as Luffy was about to speak again, shouts from both sides of the water interrupted him. "That's as far as you go, pirates," a man yelled from the right side of the waterway, drawing everyone's attention. They looked up to see they were surrounded by armed people on both sides, all aiming their guns at them. Luffy narrowed his eyes at the group. "Guess we found the locals," Sanji said, lighting a new cigarette. "Yeah, but they don't seem too friendly," Usopp added, prompting a chuckle from Luffy. "Well, we are pirates," he replied, keeping an eye on the crowd. A man dressed in a green coat stepped forward, speaking in a commanding voice. "I'll only say this once, your kind is not welcomed here," he declared, causing Luffy to regard him with indifference. "Listen," Luffy said, catching the man's attention. "We only came here to find a doctor," he explained. "We have someone who is sick," Vivi shouted, trying to help Luffy convince the locals. "You will have to do better than that." "We won't fall for that old trick," a man with a rifle shouted. "This is our island. We won't let any pirates land here," another man yelled. "Raise anchor and leave now. Or we will blow you and your ship out of the water," another shouted, causing Luffy to narrow his eyes further. "That's great, we barely said hello, and they already hate us," Sanji remarked. "Get out of here," a man yelled before firing his pistol at Sanji, barely missing him. "Big mistake," an angry Sanji said, preparing to retaliate. "No, Sanji, stop!" Vivi yelled, grabbing his arm. Just then, the same man who shot before fired again. Luffy, realizing where the bullet was headed, transformed into lightning and teleported in front of Vivi, catching the bullet between his fingers. "You know, even the Buddha loses his patience when provoked," Luffy said in a serious tone, causing everyone to widen their eyes at the sight of him holding the bullet. "Luffy, please stop," Vivi begged, releasing Sanji and holding on to Luffy. "Fighting will not solve anything." She then knelt down, bowing her head, which shocked everyone. "Please. We won't come ashore, but at least get a doctor here for us. Our friend is seriously ill. Please, I am begging you," she pleaded. "Princess," Luffy whispered in surprise. "You are not fit to be the captain of this ship, Luffy," Vivi said, causing his crew to gasp in shock. Luffy clenched his fists, struggling to control his anger. "Not everything can be solved by fighting," she added, unaware of the thunderclouds forming in the sky. "We cannot fight here. What about Nami? Think about her," she urged, prompting Luffy to take a deep breath before responding. "Smash her!" Luffy shouted as a giant hammer appeared in his hand from the vortex. Vivi tried to stop him, but Ryuma held her back with a look that said, "Don't even try that." "How Shiku impact?" Luffy declared, focusing his conqueror's Haki into his warhammer as he prepared to strike. The sheer force of their Haki-infused attack created shockwaves that disoriented everyone, causing opponents to lose their will to fight and fall unconscious. The Straw Hats were shocked, except for Ryuma, who understood that if someone angered Luffy, the consequences could be severe. Vivi felt a surge of fear as she witnessed Luffy's anger, while others around her were filled with shock, wonder, and excitement. Luffy returned his warhammer and spoke coldly to Vivi, "Princess, you were speaking under the assumption that these people would have lived long enough to defend themselves." Her eyes widened in surprise as he continued, "Plus, I had no intention of really fighting here." A man dressed in a green coat looked at Luffy for a moment before asking, "What happened to everyone? What did you do with them?" Luffy reassured him, "Don't worry, old man, they are just unconscious. They will wake up after some time." Ryuma added, "I will show you the way to our village," and began to lead the way. Luffy turned to Sanji and instructed him to get Nami, which Sanji nodded to before heading inside. Vivi attempted to speak to Luffy, but trailed off when she noticed his angry expression as he walked away. Usopp looked down at her and said, "You are lucky to be alive, Vivi." Confused, she asked, "What do you mean?" Jem explained, "You insulted the captain of the ship in front of his crew and tried to make him submit to someone weaker than him." Usopp added, "I've seen Luffy take drastic actions for far less." Suddenly, a loud thunderclap echoed across the island, shaking the ground. Zoro remarked, "Yep, she is really lucky." Ryuma warned Vivi, "Seriously, Princess, if you insult my captain again, I will make sure no one finds your body." Luffy, feeling frustrated, jumped off the ship and landed in the snow. He noticed Zoro, Ryuma, and Sanji approaching, with Sanji carrying Nami on his back. Luffy quickly threw his coat around Nami and said, "Okay, let's go," as they followed the man leading them. After walking for about 10 minutes through a snow-covered forest, the man turned to Luffy and said, "There is one thing I feel I should warn you about. The only doctor we have here is actually a witch." Luffy stumbled a bit in surprise, replying, "A witch? You've got to be kidding me. I thought the Drum Kingdom was famous for its doctors." The man explained that the place had lost its name over time. Suddenly, Usopp screamed, "Itch!" A bear, as they spotted a bear walking toward them on 2 feet, holding a pickaxe. The man calmly said, "He poses no threat," and reminded everyone to bow, which they did. They continued walking until they reached a village. This is the village we live in. It's called Bighorn, the man said. Luffy and the crew admired the village's beauty, enhanced by the snow. As they approached the man's house, he mentioned that they could bring Nami inside. Random villagers thanked him as they walked. You can use that bed over there, he said, pointing to a bed as they entered. I am going to warm this place up, he added, setting down his shield by the fireplace. My name is Dalton, and I am the captain of the island security squad, he introduced himself. Luffy raised an eyebrow, and Dalton continued, please forgive our rude welcome earlier. Water under the bridge, Luffy replied, moving to check on Nami. He took her temperature and noted, her fever is now up to 107. Dalton's eyes widened in concern. How long has she had it, he asked. Vivi answered, it's been several days, and it just keeps getting higher. Sanji urged, we need a doctor. Where is this witch of yours? Dalton pointed to the mountains outside. Those mountains are known as the Drum Rockies. Do you see the castle on the tallest one? He asked. Luffy looked out the window and nodded, yeah, I see it. Dalton added, that castle has lost its king. What's so important about that castle? He asked. That castle is where our land's only doctor lives, Dalton explained. Dr. Kureha, the people here call her the witch, he added. Of all places, why does she have to live all the way up there? Sanji exclaimed. We need to call her here now, Nami needs her help, he insisted. I'm sorry, but there is no way to contact her, Dalton said, surprising everyone. You can't be serious, Luffy said, leaning against the wall. Just what kind of a doctor is she? He added. Her skills as a doctor are quite impressive, actually. However, she is an eccentric old woman. She is nearly 140 years old, Dalton said, causing their eyes to widen. So what happens when people here get sick or injured? Doesn't she help them? Vivi asked, looking at Dalton. She comes down from the mountains every once in a while to look for patients and treats them. Before she leaves, she takes whatever she wants from their houses as payment, Dalton explained, causing Luffy to chuckle. Sounds more like a pirate, he muttered to himself. Dr. Kureha is the only doctor we have, but she is someone I would stay away from, Dalton added, looking at the crew with sympathetic eyes. All we can do is wait until she decides to come down the mountain, he said. That's not going to cut it, Sanji said, frustration evident as he bit down on his cigarette. Nami is getting sicker by the minute, we cannot afford to wait that long, he insisted. Luffy then pushed off the wall and walked towards Nami's bed. He started poking her cheek, trying to wake her up. Hey Nami, wake up, he said as he poked her. Nami, time to get up. Luffy, what are you doing? Vivi, Sanji, and Usopp exclaimed. Just then, Nami began to stir, her eyes slowly opening. She's up, Luffy said, looking at her with a serious expression. Listen, we cannot wait here for a doctor to come down the mountain, so we are going to have to climb the mountain, he declared, causing several crew members' eyes to widen. What? Are you crazy? Vivi shouted. Look at that mountain, it is too high and far too steep for anyone to climb, she argued, trying to get Luffy to listen to reason. And Nami can't handle something like that in her condition, she added, causing Luffy's eyebrow to twitch slightly. You know, Princess, you keep doubting my abilities, and it's really starting to get on my nerves, Luffy said, glancing over his shoulder at Vivi. Plus, we cannot afford to wait here any longer, it would be a bit much to look for a new navigator, he said with a smile, glancing at Nami, which made her smile back. I'm in your hands. Captain, she said, extending her hand from under the covers. Luffy smiled and slapped his hand against hers. He then turned back to his crew and spoke in a commanding tone. Okay, Sanji and Nojiko, come with me, he instructed, and the two nodded. The rest of you stay here in the village, he added, reaching into his coat to pull out a small bag of money, tossing it to Usopp. And get yourselves something to eat, he said, prompting all of them to nod. Sanji then walked over to Nami and picked her up before heading outside with everyone else. Once outside, Luffy looked up to the sky and summoned a big thundercloud. The villagers were startled at the sight and rushed over to Dalton to see what was happening. When the cloud descended, Luffy hopped on and signaled for Sanji to hand Nami to him. Sanji approached the cloud, carrying Nami bridal style, and handed her to Luffy, who carefully laid her on the cloud. As he did, her body sank slightly into the cloud before it stopped. Luffy then willed the cloud to cover Nami's body slightly, leaving only her head uncovered so she wouldn't be cold. Okay, hop on, Luffy said to Sanji and Nojiko, who climbed onto the cloud and sat in the chairs made from clouds that Luffy had crafted. Luffy then walked to the rear of the cloud, which began to rise and form into a throne for him to sit on, adorned with his Jolly Roger made of glowing electric blue lightning. Luffy sat down and turned to his crew, who remained in the village. Even though we didn't have a warm greeting at first, I don't want any of you to cause any trouble, he said in a commanding tone, causing them to nod. And if someone comes here and tries to cause trouble while I'm away, protect the people and take care of the threat, he instructed, and they nodded again, while the villagers looked on in surprise at the fact that a pirate was going to protect them. With any hope, Luffy thought, that speech would be enough to help him convince them to make this one of his territories. He then turned to Vivi with a smirk. See, princess, he said, getting her attention and causing Dalton to look at her in surprise when he heard Luffy call her princess. I can make it up that mountain just fine, he said, making Vivi look slightly ashamed. Luffy then took on a serious expression, placing his left leg over his right and resting his elbows on the armrests, interlacing his fingers in front of his face. Moments later, the thundercloud began to rise higher and higher until it was about 20 feet above the ground, clearing all the houses. The cloud then sped forward in the direction of the Drum Rockies at about 40 miles per hour. He has devil fruit powers, doesn't he? Dalton asked, looking at Luffy's crew. Yeah, he ate the avatar fruit and became an elemental man, Usopp replied proudly, speaking about his captain. By the way, is there a place around here where we can get something to eat? He asked, looking at Dalton while holding the bag of money Luffy had given him. I own a restaurant right down this road, a man from the crowd shouted, causing everyone to turn and see a short man in his mid-40s wearing an apron stepping forward with a smile. I make the best food in all of Bighorn, he declared proudly, and the villagers around nodded in agreement. Well then, lead the way, Usopp said, glancing back at Dalton. Care to join us? He asked. I don't want to intrude, Dalton replied, but Usopp waved his hand dismissively. Nonsense, come on, he insisted, following the restaurant owner with the rest of the crew and Dalton behind him. With Luffy. As the cloud soared toward the Drum Rockies, it climbed higher and higher until it was just a few feet above the mountain where the castle stood. The heavy snowfall made it hard for Luffy to see, and the speed they were traveling at didn't help with visibility or the cold. After about 30 minutes of flying, the group finally spotted the castle atop the mountain, and Luffy had to admit it was beautiful. When they were about 100 feet away, Luffy slowed the cloud to admire the snow-covered castle in all its glory. The thundercloud then flew right up to the doorstep of the castle before coming to a stop. Luffy was the first to hop off, dusting the snow from his body and his straw hat before turning to the side of the cloud. Hand me Nami, he said, prompting Sanji to gently pick Nami up from the cloud and hand her over to Luffy. Once Nami was safely in Luffy's arms, Sanji and Nojiko hopped off the cloud and stood beside him. The cloud then began to rise into the sky, waiting for Luffy to summon it again. Where is this doctor or witch? Nojiko asked, looking around. Well, the front door is open, maybe we should check inside, Sanji suggested, causing the others to look at the open door of the castle. The three of them, with Nami, began walking toward the door to see if they could find the doctor inside. However, as soon as they entered the castle, their eyes widened in shock. The entire first floor was covered in snow, and it looked like the door had been left open for days. Who leaves the door open if this is what happens? Sanji exclaimed, walking toward the door to close it, only to be stopped by Luffy. "No, wait. Don't close it," Luffy yelled, stopping Sanji in his tracks. "Look up there," he said, nodding toward the top of the door. When Sanji and Nojiko looked up, they saw a nest with small birds perched on top. "They probably leave the door open so the birds can live there," Nojiko suggested, and Luffy nodded before turning his attention back inside the castle. "Hilu!" Luffy called out, trying to get someone's attention. "Is anyone in here?" he yelled again and waited for a reply. After a minute of silence, he sighed. "I thought Dalton said the doctor lived in the castle," Sanji said as he wandered around the first floor. "Did we get the wrong castle?" Nojiko asked. "No, this is the only castle." "Let's have a look around," Luffy replied, starting to walk up the stairs while carrying Nami. As they passed room after room, it was clear someone lived there. Some rooms looked frequently used, while others were locked. Eventually, they found a room with an empty bed and multiple shelves filled with books. "Let's put Nami down here for now and figure out what to do next," Luffy suggested, and his crewmates nodded. Luffy walked over to the bed, and Nojiko pulled back the purple covers before Luffy gently laid Nami down. Nojiko then covered her up. "Where is this doctor?" Sanji asked, frustration evident in his voice. "Calm down," Luffy said, moving to the fireplace in the room. "Dalton mentioned that the doctor often goes down to the town to treat patients, so it's possible she's down there right now," he explained, pointing at the fireplace. A small spark ignited the wood, starting a fire. "So you're saying we came all this way for nothing?" Sanji exclaimed, causing Luffy to sigh. "Just calm down, she has to come back here eventually since she lives here," Luffy reassured him. "We'll wait here for a while. If anything, I'll go down there and bring her up to treat Nami," he added, helping Sanji to relax a bit. "I'll wait outside for her," Luffy said before heading back down to the first floor. Once outside, he leaned against one of the pillars, folding his arms as he waited for the doctor to return, his captain's coat fluttering in the wind. 2 hours had passed since Luffy, Sanji, and Nojiko arrived at the top of the Drum Rockies with a sick Nami, hoping to find a doctor. They had been waiting for the doctor to show up, but she had yet to arrive. Luffy stood outside in the snow, eyes closed, using his observation Haki to sense if anyone was approaching the castle. For the past 2 hours, he had only detected the various Arctic creatures living in the forest below the mountain. Finally, Luffy said, opening his eyes and narrowing them as he looked to his left. He stared intently for about 5 minutes before 2 figures appeared, walking through the snow toward him. One of the figures appeared human while the other resembled a creature walking on all fours. As they approached, Luffy could see them more clearly. One was a woman holding a bottle of wine, and the other was a reindeer with a blue nose and a red top hat. "Oh my chopper, it seems we have a guest," the woman said. The reindeer looked at Luffy with narrowed eyes and growled, prompting Luffy to raise an eyebrow before he turned his attention to the woman. "Are you Dr. Kureha?" Luffy asked, pushing off the pillar and brushing the snow off himself. "That I am, but you can call me Doctorine." "Have you come here for the secret to my youth?" she asked with a smile. "No, I brought my friend who is suffering from a terrible illness," Luffy replied, standing in front of the duo. "Is that so?" she said, walking forward. "I don't come cheap, you know," she added with a smirk. "Money is no issue," Luffy replied in his usual monotone voice. "Just save my friend," he insisted, causing her smile to widen slightly. "Well then, lead the way, young man," she said, extending her arm. Luffy nodded and turned to lead them inside the castle. "Judging by that Jolly Roger on your coat, I take it that you are a pirate?" she asked, eyeing the intimidating Jolly Roger on Luffy's coat. "That's right," Luffy confirmed as they climbed the stairs. When they reached the room where Nami was, Luffy opened the door and led them inside. Inside, they found Sanji leaning against a wall while Nojiko was reapplying a wet rag to her sister's forehead. "Got the doctor," Luffy announced, stepping aside to let the doctor approach Nami's bed. "Now, what do we have here?" she asked, pressing her index finger against Nami's forehead for a few seconds. "A temperature of 107. My, this is serious," she remarked, causing the three pirates to widen their eyes in shock. "She just..." Sanji whispered in disbelief. "Touched her forehead." Luffy echoed, equally astonished. "And got her temperature." Nojiko finished. "Amazing," they all said in unison. "She has a rash on her tummy as well," Luffy pointed out, prompting the doctor to pull back the sheets and lift Nami's shirt to examine the rash. "My, now this is something I haven't seen in a while," she said before turning to the crew. "Where on earth were you on a prehistoric island?" she asked sarcastically, not really expecting an answer. To her surprise, the three pirates chuckled nervously. "Well, you see, there is this island called Little Garden. And it is kind of stuck in the dinosaur age," Luffy explained with a chuckle. "Do you know what she has?" he then asked in a more serious tone. "Yes, I do. She was bitten by a bug called the Kestia. It's a poisonous tick that thrives in jungles with high heat and humidity," she explained, surprising them all. "When it bites, it injects a type of bacteria into your body. These bacteria lay dormant for 5 days, causing severe pain, a high fever, mild carditis, and arthritis," she continued, causing Luffy's eyes to widen in shock. "Given the infection's progression and the spot of the infection, I would say she has been infected for 3 days now," she added, astonishing the crew once more. "You got all that just by looking at it?" Sanji and Nojiko exclaimed, while Luffy stood there with his jaw dropped. "The pain she has been going through would have all been gone in about 2 days, Dr. Kureha said, surprising them again. "You mean she would have been pain-free in 2 days?" Luffy asked, shocked. "That's right, because in 2 days she would have been gone," Kureha said, causing their eyes to widen. "You can treat her, can't you?" Sanji asked, hopeful. "Even though I heard that Kestia had died out about 100 years ago, I kept the antibiotics just in case." "So yes, I can treat her," she confirmed, causing the 3 crew members to smile. "Now get out and let us get to work," the doctor instructed, causing Luffy to raise an eyebrow in confusion. "Us?" he asked, looking puzzled. Dr. Kureha turned to him and replied, "Yes, us Chopper and I," pointing to the reindeer. The crew's eyes widened as they saw that the reindeer had transformed into a small toddler-sized human reindeer hybrid, wearing a red top hat with a sideways medical symbol on it. "Interesting, he is either a member of the mink tribe or he ate a devil fruit," Luffy commented, stooping down to study the reindeer. "So, which are you?" he asked, causing the reindeer to jump back in fright and attempt to hide behind the door frame, though only half of his face was concealed, making Luffy chuckle. "I guess we will talk about that later," Luffy said, standing back up. "Is he a doctor?" Nojiko asked Dr. Kureha curiously. "He is my apprentice, I taught him everything I know about medicine," she said proudly. "Now get out so we can work," she yelled, playfully punching Sanji in the face, sending him flying into Luffy, who managed to dodge just in time. Nojiko and Luffy hurried out of the room to avoid being kicked out. "Old hag," Sanji muttered as he picked himself up from the ground and sat down on the stairs, pulling out a cigarette and lighting it. "Man, what a day," he sighed, taking a puff. "At least we got Nami the help she needed," Luffy said, sitting down 2 steps below Sanji while Nojiko took a seat next to him. "Yeah, I was starting to think that I was going to lose my baby sister," Nojiko said sadly, prompting Luffy to place his hand on her shoulder and give her a reassuring smile. "By the way, Captain," Sanji said, catching Luffy's attention. "While we were in there, you mentioned something called the mink tribe. What's that?" Sanji asked, looking at Luffy with curiosity. "The mink tribe is a race that exists in the world, kind of like how the fishmen are a different species," Luffy explained, taking a sip of his drink. "They look like humans but have animal features, each one resembling a specific animal." His crew members looked at him in surprise. "Wow, I've never heard of them before, Sanji replied, intrigued. They're mostly an isolated tribe, with only a few ever leaving their homeland, Luffy added, and Nojiko nodded in understanding. That explains a lot, she said. Luffy then stood up and began walking down the stairs. I'm going to get some air. Why don't you two find someplace warm, he suggested as he continued to descend. Stepping outside, he stood in the snow, looking up at the sky and taking a deep breath. As he admired the castle's beauty, something caught his eye: a pirate flag flying atop one of the towers. It was a skull and crossbones surrounded by pink cherry blossom petals, and Luffy smiled at the sight. He headed back inside to check on Nami. As he climbed the staircase, he noticed a small reindeer at the top, looking at him with fear. Confused, Luffy approached, and the reindeer began to back away. Sitting down on the snow-covered steps, Luffy thought it might be best not to force the little creature to come closer. After a few minutes of silence, the reindeer finally spoke. Are you really a pirate? He asked cautiously. Luffy turned to him with a warm smile. That I am, he replied. Nothing is better than the life of a pirate. No rules, no care, just the open seas and endless adventure. Chopper stepped forward, awe evident on his face. Wow, pirates really go on adventures? He asked, astonished. Yeah, you get to see amazing things and meet incredible people. It's truly the best life, Luffy said, looking up at the ceiling. Is that your flag? Chopper pointed at the Jolly Roger on Luffy's coat. That it is, Luffy confirmed with a smile. It looks different from the rest, Chopper observed. I designed it myself, Luffy replied, extending his hand toward the little reindeer. Hi, I'm Luffy. Chopper hesitated, inching closer before touching Luffy's hand and quickly backing away. I'm Chopper, he said shyly, causing Luffy to chuckle. So, you're a doctor? Luffy asked, and Chopper nodded. Can you tell me if my friend is going to be okay? The treatment was given, she just needs rest for it to work properly, Chopper explained. It will take at least 3 days for the bacteria to leave her body. Luffy nodded slowly, knowing they couldn't stay for that long. Since you seem scared of humans, I take it you're not a mink, but you ate a devil fruit, Luffy observed. That's right. I ate the human fruit, Chopper said sadly, confirming Luffy's guess. Why do you sound so sad about it? Luffy asked, curious. Chopper looked at him but remained silent, prompting Luffy to think it was a sensitive topic. He leaned against the railing of the second floor and continued, I ate a devil fruit as well. Really? Chopper asked, surprised. Yeah, I ate the avatar fruit, Luffy said, extending his arm with all fingers pointing down. I'm an elemental man. Small ropes of the 4 elements emerged from his fingers, forming a copy of Chopper made entirely of lightning, fire, water, and earth. Wow, Chopper exclaimed, staring in awe at the elemental clone. I wish I could do something like that. It's flashy, but this power isn't all that it seems, Luffy said as the elemental choppers disappeared. What do you mean? Chopper asked, tilting his head. There are good things and bad things about it, Luffy explained with a sigh. I'm sure there are aspects of your powers that are challenging too. He noticed a pained expression on Chopper's face as he nodded in agreement. Don't let it get you down, Luffy encouraged, standing next to Chopper. People tend to fear what they don't understand. Chopper's eyes widened in surprise. How did you know? He asked shakily. Luffy sighed, removing his straw hat and running his fingers through his hair. Let's just say we have more in common than you think, he replied, taking a deep breath. Flashback. Catch him, a man yelled, brandishing a weapon while chasing a small boy wearing a familiar straw hat. He is a demon, a woman shouted, pursuing the boy with a stick. Stop him or he will harm us, another man yelled. Demon. Monster. Freak, they shouted as they chased the boy through the village streets. The small boy ran for his life, tears streaming down his face, desperately trying to reach safety. Looking straight ahead, he saw his mentor and his crew racing towards him. Upon recognizing his mentor, the little boy screamed out his name. "Shanks," he yelled before leaping into the arms of red-haired Shanks. "Luffy!" Shanks exclaimed in concern as he caught his apprentice. Luffy began to cry into Shanks' chest, holding on tightly. Shanks embraced him before casting a cold, emotionless glare at the crowd chasing Luffy, halting them in their tracks. He then turned to his crew and instructed, "Take care of this," before walking away. "Aye, Captain," Ben Beckman replied, turning to face the people pursuing Luffy. The last thing Luffy heard before drifting off to sleep was the distant sounds of chaos filling the air. As Luffy recalled his mentor's stories, he remembered how Shanks had once found Ryuma on an island. In that memory, a man yelled, "Catch him," while brandishing a machete and chasing after a small boy who was badly injured, with dirty white hair. "He is a demon," a woman shouted, pursuing the boy with a stick. "Kill him, or he will kill us," another man cried out. "Demon! Monster! A freak!" they all shouted as Ryuma ran from them, dodging their attacks. Eventually, he reached a dead end and was cornered, just as a familiar figure appeared: Miyamoto D. Musashi. As he witnessed a group of people attacking a defenseless child, Ryuma looked at him and pleaded in a slow, painful voice, "Please help me." He coughed and then lost consciousness. Musashi entered the scene, unleashing his controlled conqueror's Haki, causing the attackers to feel an overwhelming pressure. They turned to see a figure behind them, wielding two swords. "You all are done for," he declared, drawing his swords and enveloping them in armament Haki. The attackers, who had been assaulting Ryuma, felt a deep fear for the first time as Ryuma, pinned against the wall, heard their screams before succumbing to unconsciousness. After that incident, Sensei Musashi took Ryuma under his wing. The world government was shocked by the brutality displayed in the alley, where bodies were left unrecognizable, knowing it was the work of Musashi. Flashback end. Luffy opened his eyes and poured himself a drink before glancing at Chopper. "So, have you ever thought about being a pirate?" he asked, downing a glass of whiskey. "Did you hit your head or something?" Chopper replied, backing away. "Look, I don't want to be a pirate." "Oh come on, you'd be a great pirate. We could have so many adventures and you'd get to see the world on the open sea," Luffy insisted, trying to convince the little reindeer. "We'd be great friends, and my crew would love you." He took a few steps toward Chopper, causing him to run away. "Why would I want to be friends with you?" Chopper yelled as he fled, prompting Luffy to chase after him, laughing. "Come back here. Let's be friends," he called, running through the castle. "Ah! Doctorine, save me from this lunatic!" Chopper cried, darting into the room where Nami was resting, with Luffy right behind him. "Come on, let's be friends and go on lots of adventures," Luffy said, chasing Chopper around the room. Nojiko and Sanji, hearing the commotion, entered with a plate of food, surprised to see their captain acting so childishly. What's going on?" Nojiko asked, confusion on her face. "This little guy is going to join our crew and be our doctor," Luffy announced, causing both of them to look at the little reindeer. "I didn't say that." "He's lying," Chopper protested. "Yes, you did," Luffy teased, making Chopper run out of the room. "You know I don't appreciate you trying to steal my apprentice," Dr. Kureha said, causing Luffy to chuckle as he straightened up and placed his captain's coat in front of the fireplace to warm. "I didn't know I needed your permission to recruit someone," Luffy replied, sitting beside Nami's bed. "I guess you don't, but it won't be easy," she said before taking a sip from a bottle of plum sake. "I know," Luffy said, surprising her. "How is she doing?" he asked, looking at Nami. "Her temperature has dropped several degrees, and she's out of danger for now, but she still needs at least 3 days of rest before the bacteria leaves her body," she explained, prompting smiles and nods from Luffy and the others. "That's great news," Sanji said, handing Luffy a plate of food. "Here you go, Captain." Thanks, Luffy replied, beginning to eat. Why is that reindeer so scared of us? Nojiko asked Dr. Kureha, who took a big gulp of her plum sake before sharing Chopper's story. She explained how he was born with a blue nose and treated as an outcast, and how eating a devil fruit further alienated him from both his kind and humans. She recounted Chopper's bond with Dr. Hirulek, the only human who saw him as more than a monster, and his dream of making cherry blossoms bloom on Drum Island to save the country and cure illnesses. Unfortunately, their story did not have a happy ending. I taught him everything I know, including medicine, she said sadly, while Luffy and Sanji listened somberly, and Nojiko wiped away a tear. They had been listening to the doctor's story for about 3 hours when Chopper burst into the room, panicking. Doctorine! Doctorine, he yelled, prompting Luffy to jump to his feet and look out the window. So, he survived, Luffy said, noticing 3 individuals standing in front of the castle. Doctorine, there is trouble. Wapol is back, Chopper said angrily. Is he? Dr. Kureha replied, standing up and walking out the door with Chopper following. Luffy donned his coat, a serious expression on his face, and walked toward the door. Sanji, you come with me, he said, and Sanji nodded, following Luffy. Nojiko, you stay here and protect Nami, he instructed, and she nodded, readying her 3-section staff. As they made their way outside, Luffy and Sanji wore serious expressions. They saw Chopper and Dr. Kureha confronting Wapol and his 2 goons. Luffy, eager to confront the situation, interrupted their conversation. Now, I don't mean to interrupt, but Wapol is mine, he declared, stepping between Kureha and Chopper with an emotionless look, his captain's coat billowing in the wind. I owe him for damaging my ship, he said, as thunderclouds began to gather in the sky and electric sparks crackled around him. How dare you? Wapol shouted, dressed like a jester. How dare you speak to Wapol like he is some lowly commoner? He is a king, one of the men yelled, causing Luffy to chuckle as he approached them. My apologies, Luffy replied critically. In that case, I will give him a king-sized lesson, he said before turning to Chopper. Chopper, he called, getting his attention. You're no monster. Allow me to show you what a real monster looks like, he said in a serious tone, his gaze fixed on Wapol as thunder boomed overhead. Luffy then transformed his body into wind and teleported right in front of Wapol, his right fist covered in Haki. He struck Wapol's gut, sending him flying upward about 50 feet into the sky. As Wapol soared through the air, Luffy appeared beside him and delivered a powerful kick infused with Haki and fire, sending Wapol crashing down to the ground with tremendous force. The impact created a crater at least 20 feet wide, with a battered Wapol at the center. Wapol, the 2 men shouted, watching their leader get handled so easily. And this is for Dr. Hirulek and the people of this country. Luffy yelled as he descended towards the crater at lightning speed, his legs coated in Haki and fire. In an instant, he disappeared and reappeared in the crater, driving both legs into Wapol with incredible force. He just beat Wapol like it was nothing, Chopper said in awe, witnessing Luffy's power. I don't know why he asked me to come here if he plans on having all the fun, Sanji grumbled. Amazing! Chopper exclaimed. You fool! Wapol is a member of the world government. They will have you punished for this, the jester yelled. Luffy turned to them with cold eyes, pointing his fingers at the 2, causing ropes of lightning and fire to shoot out and wrap around their necks. He pulled on the ropes, increasing the electricity and heat. I couldn't care less, Luffy said coldly as their bodies fell to the ground. He then walked back to Chopper and the group but paused to look at Wapol's broken body. Running towards Wapol, he delivered a lightning-speed kick, sending him flying out of the country. Luffy then turned and walked towards Sanji again. As he passed Dr. Kureha, he stopped and spoke. This country is now under my protection, he declared before continuing into the castle. Well, it seems you had a run-in with Wapol before, young man, Dr. Kureha said to Luffy, eyeing the fallen bodies. Yeah, that guy tried to take our treasure, Luffy replied, moving towards the group. I sent him packing once, but it looked like he hadn't learned his lesson, and the fact that he was here meant he somehow got past my crew down in Bighorn, he said, narrowing his eyes. And that just made me angry, he added, causing Dr. Kureha to chuckle. Well, you're not hearing any complaints from me, she said, pulling out a bottle of plum sake to drink. However, I think my companion over here might have a few complaints, she pointed to Chopper, who was staring at the bodies in shock. Luffy looked over at Chopper and chuckled. Chopper, I'm sorry I took your chance for revenge, he said, patting the top of Chopper's hat gently. But a pure soul like you shouldn't have to get involved with scum like that, he added, causing a thin smile to appear on Dr. Kureha's face. Chasing after revenge will only do more harm than good, he said, and Chopper nodded slowly. Luffy then looked off to the right. I sense a large group of people coming here, he said, prompting everyone to look in that direction. From what I can tell, there are a lot of them flying here. Or maybe floating. And my crew seems to be with them, he added, a confused look on his face. Flying here? Sanji asked, standing beside Luffy. I don't know how to explain it, but they are pretty high up and moving in this direction, slowly, he said. They must be using the rope I have tied to my old house, Dr. Kureha explained, causing Luffy and Sanji to look at her curiously. It's how Chopper and I get down the mountain. There is a man-powered pulley cart attached to the rope, so they must be using that, she said, and Luffy nodded, understanding. After waiting for a few minutes, the group finally saw something rise up from the snow in front of them. It was a metal entrance, and as it opened, a group of individuals stepped out, looking around. The first two were dressed in the uniforms of Wapol's guards, causing Luffy to tense up, ready to attack, only to realize it was his vice-captain Ryuma and Zoro. Well, there's Zoro, Ryuma, and the rest, Luffy said, watching as every member of his crew stood behind them. The group spotted their captain and cook, smiles spreading across their faces as they approached. Hey, Captain, Zoro and Ryuma greeted, joining the gathering. Zoro! Ryuma! Luffy exclaimed, welcoming his first and second mates. What are you all doing here? I thought you were watching the ship, he said, glancing at them. Well, this Marimo decided to go for a run and got lost, Ryuma explained, prompting a sigh from Luffy and a tick mark to appear on Zoro's forehead. Of course you did, Zoro muttered, shaking his head. After that, he ended up in a town where an army was attacking the village. I saw Zoro fighting, so I went to help. Then this Dalton guy wanted to come here because some guy named Wapol was around, Ryuma continued, gesturing to a badly injured Dalton who was exiting the metal entrance. Speaking of which, can someone explain how Wapol got past all of you and made it here? Luffy asked, arms folded as he looked at his crew. It's not our fault, Captain, Yasaka replied, and the others nodded in agreement. Wapol and his two bodyguards disappeared in the snow, it was impossible to find them, he said, making Luffy raise an eyebrow. Yeah, Dalton mentioned it's their fighting style. They use the snow for cover and camouflage before attacking, Johnny added, and Luffy nodded, understanding. Luffy, Vivi's voice broke through, drawing his attention. Is Nami okay? She asked, worry etched on her face. She's fine, Luffy reassured her, eliciting smiles from the group. The good doctor here, he said, indicating Dr. Kureha, treated her, and she's resting in the castle now, he explained, prompting Vivi to nod before she and Sanji headed into the castle, with Marianne following closely behind. By the way, Captain, Zoro said, catching Luffy's attention again. On our way up here, we saw something fly off the mountain. What was that? Oh, that was just the king of this country, Luffy replied casually. Oh, okay, Zoro responded, and Ryuma nodded. Dalton, overhearing, limped closer, his eyes widening in shock. You beat Wapol? He asked, struggling to approach the group. That I did. In fact, I don't think he's even alive, Luffy stated, causing Dalton and the villagers who had exited the entrance to gasp in surprise. I do know that his two lackeys are definitely gone, Luffy added, pointing at the two headless bodies. That's Chess and Kuromarimo, one villager exclaimed in disbelief. Hey, Usopp, I made us a new friend, Luffy said, piquing Usopp's interest. He's a reindeer, he added, pointing to where Chopper had been, but everyone looked and saw nothing. Luffy, Usopp said, there's nothing there. Luffy turned to see Chopper had vanished. Where did he go? Luffy shouted, searching around. You should know by now that Chopper isn't good with crowds, Dr. Kureha remarked, taking a sip of her sake. Suddenly, a villager shouted from the crowd. Hey! Look over there. Something's hiding behind that tree, a man with a musket yelled. What is that? Is that a reindeer? Another man asked. No, that's a monster, another villager yelled, causing Luffy's eyes to widen. It's a yeti. Shoot him. Usopp cried as they aimed their guns at Chopper. No. Luffy yelled, trying to stop the villagers. Seeing they weren't listening, he and Ryuma quickly ran toward the tree, Luffy transforming into lightning and teleporting in front of Chopper, spreading their arms wide to protect him. As they appeared, the villagers fired, their eyes widening in horror at the sight of Luffy and Ryuma. Without hesitation, Luffy and Ryuma covered their backs with armament Haki, bracing for the impact of the bullets. Why? Chopper stuttered, tears welling in his eyes. Luffy smiled at him. Because you are my friend. And I always protect my friends, he said, causing Chopper to cry before he rushed to Luffy and hugged his legs. Come on, let's go meet my friends, Luffy encouraged, and though Chopper hesitated, he eventually nodded and took Luffy's hand as they walked back to the group. Luffy shot the villagers a glare that promised dire consequences if they tried anything. Guys, this is Chopper, Luffy introduced his new friend to the crew. He's not only a doctor but also a super cool fighting and transforming reindeer, he added, making Usopp and Johnny's eyes light up with excitement. Really? They exclaimed in awe, bending down to Chopper's level and showering him with compliments, causing the shy reindeer to blush. Just then, Dalton collapsed to his knees, prompting a rush of concern from the villagers. Dalton, are you okay? They asked in a panic, gathering around him. Take him to the medical ward, I'll fix him up, Dr. Kureha instructed, and the villagers hurried to comply as she headed back inside the castle. Luffy and the crew followed, eager to check on Nami. Upon entering the castle, they saw Dr. Kureha dragging Nami up the stairs, while Vivi, Sanji, Nojiko, and Marianne lay on the ground with bumps on their heads. I guess Nami tried to escape, Luffy chuckled, following the doctor up the stairs. When they reached the room, Luffy leaned against the wall, watching as the villagers carried the injured Dalton to a spare bed while Dr. Kureha placed Nami back in hers. The doctor then began treating Dalton's wounds, and Luffy opened a nearby window, summoning his usual thundercloud, leaving everyone, including his crew, confused. Luffy reached into the cloud and felt around for a moment before pulling out a bag that didn't seem too heavy. He then reached into the bag and pulled out several black cloths, leaving everyone puzzled. What's that, Captain? Nami asked from her position on the bed. This is a bunch of copies of my flag I had made, Luffy replied, causing her to nod, though she remained confused about his intentions. Luffy walked over to Dalton's bed and placed 7 of the flags on it before speaking. Hang these up around the country, he instructed, causing everyone's eyes to widen. This will let other pirates know that this island and country is under my protection and is part of my territory, he added, leaving everyone in shock. Wait a second. Dalton exclaimed from his bed. Even though we are grateful to you for dealing with Wapol, we cannot live under a pirate flag, he said, while Luffy looked on with a bored expression. This country is part of the world government. They would never allow this to happen, he continued, prompting Luffy to chuckle. Being part of the world government doesn't mean anything here, Luffy said, confusing them once more. Fishman Island is also a member of the world government, and they are under the protection of Whitebeard. So, how is this different? Luffy asked, folding his arms and leaning back against the wall. You were part of the world government since before Wapol left to become a pirate, and even though he left, he was still technically your king, Luffy explained, causing an angry look to spread across the villagers' faces at the mention of Wapol's name. When he returned, he revolted against a member of the world government's Council of Kings. That would be seen as an attempt to start a revolution against the world government, and I'm sure you know how they would react, Luffy said, causing Dalton to look down in contemplation while the other villagers struggled to believe what he was saying. How do we know what you are saying is the truth? One brave villager asked, prompting Luffy to chuckle before a serious expression crossed his face. If you don't believe me, I could prove it, he said, drawing everyone's interest, especially Vivi's. Have any of you ever heard of a place called O'Hara? He asked, causing Dalton and Dr. Kureha's eyes to widen while a few older villagers looked confused. As everyone celebrated on the ship with Chopper, Luffy suddenly turned serious, glancing at his crew. He cleared his throat to gain their attention. Alright, we are making our way to Alabasta, that place is no joke. The Marines will be stronger, and so will the other pirate crews, that's why we will double our training, Luffy declared. Zoro smirked, approving of the idea, and so did Sanji and Nami. Usopp looked pale, while Nojiko and the others were uncertain about what to expect. But before we start today, I need to show you something, Luffy said, standing up and grabbing a small chest from his cabin. Nami had seen that bag, but her captain had told her not to touch it. Setting the chest on the table, Nami was about to ask what was inside when Luffy opened it, revealing what looked like fruit. Everyone immediately recognized it. I found this devil fruit in the forest in the Konomi Islands while exploring, Luffy stated, surprising Nojiko and Nami, who wondered how they hadn't discovered it before. What will we do with it? Usopp asked, curious if anyone would eat it or if they would sell it. I'm sorry, but can someone explain which fruit this is? Nojiko asked, having learned about devil fruits from Nami. This is a devil fruit known as Tori Tori no Mi, model, Teoshin. It's a mythical Zoan devil fruit. Now, does anyone want it? Luffy asked, looking at Zoro, who immediately shook his head. I'm a swordsman, I don't need a devil fruit, Zoro replied, resting his head against the back of the chair. Luffy nodded in understanding before looking at Sanji, who was smoking a cigarette. No thanks, I have my eyes on another devil fruit, he stated, causing many women around the world to feel a shiver of disgust. Usopp shook his head, surprising everyone. Nah, I'm a marksman, you said Shanks's crew has no one with devil fruits, including my father, he stated proudly. Luffy smiled before looking at Nojiko, who thought for a moment before shaking her head. I want to be an adventurer, I don't need a devil fruit, she said, turning everyone's attention to Nami. What abilities does this devil fruit give? Nami asked. Not sure, but this devil fruit is based on the story of Ra, the guardian of the sun. Luffy began, leaning the chest closer to Nami, who took it into her arms. Nami examined the fruit, it was shaped like a pineapple, with red wings resembling flames, a yellow flame on top shaped like a bird's head, and a blue bottom. Before anyone could say anything else, Nami took a big bite, knowing it might taste horrible. As Nami quickly swallowed, the taste almost made her feel sick. She dropped the fruit on the floor and stood up, causing her chair to fall. After the taste faded, she looked at her arms and chest but felt nothing different. Did it work? She asked, glancing at Luffy, who pointed at her legs. Looking down, she saw that her legs appeared to be made of gold. Eeeh! The crew exclaimed, especially Nami, who was in shock. Calm down, Nami, I will help you, Luffy assured her. Nami took a deep breath and nodded, trusting her captain. They made their way to the ship's main deck, where Luffy explained that they would train for 3 days. He turned to Nami, who now had golden arms and legs, and she found the sensation warm and calming. Alright, Nami, today I will teach you how to turn your body back to normal. We won't try to access your full potential just yet, as that can be dangerous, Luffy explained, gesturing toward the ship. Nami nodded in understanding. After a few hours, she successfully returned her body to normal. Very good, Nami. Now we will start training you to access some of your devil fruit's potential, Luffy said, knowing that reaching the maximum level would take years. After 2 days, they left the island, with Nami only able to transform her arms and legs into what looked like gold. Her skin had become tougher, and she learned to navigate small blasts of wind by moving her wings. Luffy mentioned that learning to fly would be beneficial, and Nami realized that being able to fly could save her one day. She began practicing, managing to slow her fall but not yet flying. Meanwhile, the rest of the crew had unlocked armament Haki and started training to make it feel natural. 3 days later. It had been about 3 days since the crew left the Drum Kingdom and the abandoned island. Luffy and Ryuma were sitting on the figurehead of the Going Merry, with Chopper beside them, gazing at the horizon. The rest of the crew was scattered around the ship, each engaged in their own activities. Nami, Nojiko, and Marianne relaxed on lawn chairs at the rear deck, enjoying the pleasant weather. Zoro, Sanji, Jem, and Usopp were on the main deck playing cards. Johnny was in the crow's nest keeping watch, Mikita and Yasaku were fishing, and Vivi and Karu were sitting at the bow with Luffy and Chopper. "Wow, Luffy," Chopper said, astonished. "The sea seems to go on forever." He shielded his eyes with his hand as he looked out at the horizon. "Yeah, the sea is pretty big," Luffy replied casually, pouring himself a glass of juice. "Only pirates get to have great adventures on it all the time," he added with a small smile. "Incredible!" Chopper exclaimed, his eyes sparkling. "Being a pirate must be really great." Luffy chuckled and nodded in agreement. "Alright, listen up." Luffy called out, getting everyone's attention. "We are going to be arriving in Alabasta soon, so this is no time to be slacking off." Chopper hopped off the figurehead and stood beside him. "What's Alabasta?" Chopper asked, looking up at Vivi. "Alabasta is the country that Vivi's father rules over," Luffy explained as he made his way down to the main deck, with Chopper, Karu, and Vivi following closely. "Yeah, but there's a guy named Crocodile trying to take over the country," Usopp added, putting down his cards to focus on Luffy. "And to make matters worse, he's a member of the 7 warlords of the sea," Nojiko chimed in as she, Nami, and Marianne joined them on the main deck. "Who are they?" Chopper asked, confused. "They are pirates who have been given authority by the world government," Luffy explained, leaning against the side of the ship. "The government actually supports pirates?" Chopper asked, surprised. "It sounds strange, but the 7 warlords of the sea are powerful pirates who defeat other pirates, which is why the government supports them," Luffy clarified. "The idea is to have them eliminate other pirates." "Crocodile is considered a hero back home," Vivi said, drawing everyone's attention. "He defeats all the pirates that attack Alabasta, but his good deeds only appear good on the surface. Underneath, he is an evil man," she added, her expression turning serious. "He's a pirate," Luffy said flatly. "In truth, he is manipulating the citizens of Alabasta to cause a civil war so he can take over the country," Vivi continued, ignoring Luffy. "Relax, Princess," Ryuma said as he stood up and walked toward Luffy. "I don't care if this crocodile is a warlord, he isn't beating my captain," he declared, causing Luffy to chuckle while the others smiled. "Don't you think you guys are taking this too lightly?" Vivi exclaimed, frustration evident on her face. She was upset that they seemed so relaxed. In her mind, they didn't truly understand the power of a warlord. Luffy may be powerful, but this is a warlord we're talking about. These are pirates that the world government deemed powerful enough to work for them. "Don't you all understand that?" she insisted, looking at them with intensity. "Calm down, Vivi, or you'll give yourself a slide," Nami said, stepping beside her. Besides, Luffy was a member of a Yonko's crew. "So this is pretty much a walk in the park for him," Nami added, and Luffy nodded in agreement with part of her statement. Luffy found himself in a situation that was surprisingly easy for him, not just because he was part of a Yonko's crew, but due to his own immense power. Many members of an emperor's crew lacked the strength to face a warlord, proving that mere affiliation did not equate to personal strength. Vivi stared at Luffy in disbelief, asking if he was truly a member of one of the Emperor's crews. Luffy sighed and nodded, feeling a bit exasperated with the princess. If it weren't for their agreement, he might have tossed her overboard. "You keep underestimating me, princess," he said, but before he could continue, Chopper chimed in with a question. "What's a Yonko?" he asked, looking up at everyone. The crew turned to Luffy, expecting him to explain. The Yonko, or the Four Emperors, are the four most notorious and powerful pirate captains in the world, Luffy explained, causing Chopper's eyes to widen. They each control vast territories in the New World, influencing numerous other pirate crews and islands. Luffy smirked, eager to share more. One thing they all have in common is that their bounties exceed 1 billion berries. The crew gasped in unison, and Luffy chuckled at their reaction. "That's unbelievable," Sanji remarked, and the others nodded in agreement. "They're part of what's known as the Three Great Powers," Luffy continued, noticing some puzzled expressions among his crew. "Three Great Powers?" Vivi asked, looking confused. Luffy nodded and explained, "The Three Great Powers consist of the Navy, the Seven Warlords of the Sea, and the Four Emperors. They maintain a delicate balance of power. If disrupted, it could lead to chaos." Nami, curious, asked, "What happens if one of the emperors were to die?" "Each emperor controls multiple islands, and the more territory you have, the more influence you wield," Luffy clarified. "If one were to fall, those territories would be contested, leading to conflict." Nami's eyes lit up with understanding, and she expressed her amazement. Just then, a shout from the crow's nest interrupted their conversation. "Captain!" Johnny yelled, alerting everyone. "A pirate ship is approaching." Luffy turned to his crew, shouting, "All hands prepare for battle." Everyone sprang into action, while Zoro stood by Luffy's side, tying his bandana. "You're about to experience the life of a pirate, Chopper," Luffy said with a smile, hopping onto the side of the ship to watch the approaching vessel. As it drew closer, a man who appeared to be the captain shouted, "Surrender all your treasure or face the wrath of the Hellhound pirates." Luffy raised an eyebrow, unimpressed. "And who might you be?" he asked, his tone bored. The man, clearly surprised, introduced himself as Jiro Kurosawa, the Bloodhound from Hell. He was shorter than Luffy, well-built, and sported a tattoo of his Jolly Roger on his bicep. Luffy, however, remained unimpressed. "Never heard of you," he replied, causing Jiro to look dejected. "You. I was going to let you keep your lives, but now I want you all dead," Jiro declared menacingly. Luffy shook his head, turning his back to the pirate. "You're not worth my time," he said, walking away. "They're all yours, guys. Just don't kill any of them." "Aye aye, Captain," his crew responded, leaping onto the Hellhound pirate's ship. Usopp stayed behind, sniping enemies from the crow's nest. Luffy and Zoro took a seat on their thrones, pouring themselves a drink as they observed the battle unfold. Zoro was already engaged in combat with Jiro, who had transformed into a large dog, while the rest of the crew handled the remaining pirates. Luffy assumed that the man had eaten a Zoan-type devil fruit, likely the dog fruit, model Bloodhound. In Luffy's opinion, it was an average devil fruit, probably not very effective in combat. Curious to see if he was right, he decided to focus on Zoro's fight. Zoro stood across from the pirate, who had transformed into a giant dogman, drool dripping from the side of his mouth. "When I'm done with you, I'll pay that little captain of yours a visit and show him what happens to people who mess with the Bloodhound from Hell," Jiro yelled before dashing forward on all fours. He moved faster than most could track, but Zoro was no ordinary person. Jiro lunged at Zoro's midsection with his claws, only for Zoro to block the attack effortlessly with his kitetsu. "Is that all?" Zoro asked, holding off the man's claws. "Because if this is it, you honestly stand no chance against the captain," he added, pushing Jiro away from his sword. "Why you?" Jiro growled in frustration, charging forward again, this time attempting to bite Zoro. The first mate of the Straw Hat crew anticipated the attack inside. "It's useless, I'll just end this," Zoro said, adopting a serious expression and getting into a battle stance. "Onigiri!" Zoro shouted as he stepped forward, slashing with all three of his swords while evading the bite from the giant bloodhound. Jiro stared out into the open ocean, eyes wide in shock at what had just occurred. He blinked a few times, hearing the sound of swords being sheathed. It wasn't until he felt pain from 3 precise cuts that he realized he had fallen face forward onto the deck of his ship. As he lay there, he noticed something was off. First, he was still alive, barely, but alive nonetheless. Secondly, he didn't hear his crew's cries of shock or rage at their captain being defeated. Straining to turn his head, he looked for his crew and was shocked to see them being overwhelmed by the Straw Hat crew. Most of his men were unconscious, and those still standing were struggling. What's going on here?" he yelled in a hoarse voice, but no one answered. The Straw Hat crew didn't even glance in his direction, and his own crew was too frightened to look away from their enemies. The only sound he heard was a chuckle from behind him, prompting him to strain his eyes to see who it was. He couldn't make out the figure clearly, but he assumed it was the man who had defeated him. "A bunch of fools think that just because they have a boat with a flag, they are pirates," Zoro said with a chuckle. "And Grand Line pirates, no less," he added, laughing, which only made Jiro growl in frustration. Zoro then turned to see his captain still sitting on his throne, observing the scene. Luffy was pleased with how Zoro handled his fight and how the entire crew managed the situation. He was surprised at how easily this pirate crew was defeated. He had expected more of a challenge to see each crew member's fighting capabilities. Every member of his crew took down multiple enemies with Usopp providing cover from the crow's nest. "I'm not even sure if these pirates can survive in the East Blue, much less the Grand Line," Luffy thought as he watched Nojiko skillfully wield her 3-section staff. He noticed the staff briefly turning pitch black before disappearing as she struck down the last of the enemies. Luffy sighed, taking a sip of his drink. "Guess they need some tougher opponents," he mused, looking up at the sky. "Hey, Captain!" Zoro shouted, catching his attention. "What should we do with these guys?" he asked from the pirate ship. "Bring their captain here," Luffy replied, looking at Zoro. "And have Chopper come as well," he added, prompting the little reindeer to hop over to the Going Merry and make his way toward Luffy. Johnny and Yasaku approached the downed pirate captain, picking him up and dragging him to their captain. When they reached the upper rear deck of the Merry, they threw him face first at Luffy's feet, and the rest of Luffy's crew gathered around, eager to see what their captain had planned. Luffy looked at the fallen man with an emotionless expression before turning to Chopper. "Patch him up, Chopper," he instructed, surprising everyone and causing Jiro to growl in protest. "I don't need your pity." Jiro lashed out at Luffy, startling Chopper. Luffy maintained his emotionless look before kicking Jiro in the face, knocking him onto his back. "I'm not known for letting my enemies live. But I am going to let you live," Luffy said, taking a sip of his drink. "So, you will take whatever pity I give you, or I'll just toss you into the sea to die," he added in a menacing tone, intimidating Jiro. "There's the captain we all know and love," Zoro thought as he stood beside Luffy. The crew had noticed their captain seemed to have mellowed out a bit and was smiling more than usual since leaving the Drum Kingdom. They all knew that Luffy was trying to ease Chopper into the life of a pirate, but Zoro honestly preferred a more serious version of Luffy. In his mind, that was how a captain should act. "Patch him up, Chopper," Luffy commanded, causing the little reindeer to nod and cautiously approach Jiro with his medical kit to treat his wounds. After Chopper finished, Jiro sat in front of Luffy's throne, looking up at the Thunder Demon with a mix of confusion and anger. "Jiro, you and your crew are quite weak," Luffy stated, provoking a growl from Jiro. "So, I'm going to make you an offer," he added, surprising everyone. What kind of offer?" Jiro asked, his voice trembling slightly. "Join my fleet and sail under my flag," Luffy proposed, shocking everyone, especially Jiro. You may be weak, but you could still be of use to me and my organization, he explained, making his crew understand his reasoning. What organization? Jiro asked, his confusion deepening. An underworld crime syndicate, Luffy replied, causing Jiro's eyes to widen. All you have to do is work for me in the black market, and I can make you famous and wealthy beyond your wildest dreams, Luffy added, sweetening the deal. I don't know, Jiro said, sounding hesitant. I see you're still a fool, Zoro remarked from his spot beside Luffy. What are you talking about? Jiro shot back, glaring at the green-haired swordsman. You're considering this offer as if you have a choice, Zoro explained, prompting a smile from Luffy and a puzzled look from Jiro. What do you mean? Jiro asked, sounding anxious. You fool, Sanji chimed in, lighting a cigarette. Either you accept and join the fleet, or we take all your food and money, then leave you here in the Grand Line, he said nonchalantly, making Jiro's eyes widen before he turned back to Luffy. Is that true? He asked, looking for confirmation. More or less, Luffy replied casually. Jiro pondered the offer for a few minutes before finally responding. Very well, I'll join your fleet, he said, prompting a smirk from Luffy. Smart choice, Luffy replied, rising from his throne to look over at the Hellhound pirate's ship. Get your men ready and prepare to sail to Alabasta, he commanded. He then turned to the 3 former Baroque Works agents. You 3 will accompany him, you know what to do once you reach Alabasta, he instructed before returning to his throne and retrieving a transponder snail, which he handed to Gem. Contact me when everything is set, he said. Aye, Captain. Gem replied, hopping onto Jiro's ship. Luffy glanced at Jiro, who was still trying to grasp the situation. Jiro, you're still in command of your ship, but you'll take orders from them for now, Luffy said, and Jiro nodded slowly, still processing everything. Marianne and Makita helped him to his ship, and as they walked, Luffy added, those 3 will fill you in on the plan once you reach Alabasta. After that, wait for my orders on how to proceed. The 4 of them nodded in agreement. Oh, and Jiro, Luffy called, catching his attention. Add a straw hat to that flag, he instructed, pointing at Jiro's Jolly Roger. Jiro looked confused for a moment before glancing at Luffy's flag. His eyes widened in realization, and he began to sweat. Why you're the Thunder Demon, Straw Hat Luffy. Jiro exclaimed in shock, causing his unconscious crew member to jump up in surprise. You didn't know that? Nami asked, surprised. Jiro shook his head. What a fool. Zoro laughed, causing a tick mark to appear on Jiro's forehead. Enough. Luffy commanded, silencing everyone. You 4 have your orders, carry them out, he said before returning to his throne, his coat billowing in the wind. Are we waiting for them to get ready and follow us? Nojiko asked Luffy as he settled back down. Or are we leaving them here? Luffy considered it for a moment before looking over at Jiro's ship. Hey, Jiro, he called, catching the captain's attention. Do you know how to get to Alabasta? Jiro nodded. Yeah, we left there a few hours ago, he replied, causing Vivi's eyes to widen. Good, we'll go ahead. You all get your things together and start making your way there, Luffy instructed before Vivi could ask questions. Jiro simply nodded. Luffy then turned to his navigator. Nami, resume course to Alabasta, he said, and Nami nodded, though she looked puzzled. Luffy, she began, if those guys just left Alabasta, how will they get back? I thought the log pose only points to the next island. Luffy chuckled. You're right, but the log pose points in 2 directions, he explained, surprising her. It points to the next island we need to go to and to the previous island we visited. Nami studied her log pose for a moment before a look of realization crossed her face. I get it. The red half points to the next island while the white half points to the previous one, she said excitedly. Bingo, Luffy replied, taking a sip of his drink. Now, get to work. Luffy shouted, causing all of his crew members to scramble to get the ship moving again. Zoro, standing to Luffy's right, questioned, "Are you sure we can trust them?" Luffy glanced over his shoulder at Jiro and his crew, his expression serious. "No, I don't," he replied, narrowing his eyes at Jiro. "Then why did you have him join the fleet?" Zoro asked, turning to face Luffy. "They are extremely weak and won't last a minute in this business." "You may be right, but he has some use to me," Luffy sighed. "It's not like he is going to be one of the high-ranking commanders in the organization. He is just an ordinary foot soldier." Zoro nodded in understanding. "Makes sense," he said, walking over to the side to take a seat on the deck. As the ship sailed away from Jiro and his crew, heading full speed ahead to Alabasta, Luffy got up from his throne and made his way to the main deck. "Come on," Luffy urged Zoro, who had settled comfortably on the ground. "Now isn't the time to relax." Zoro grumbled under his breath about not being able to sleep. Upon reaching the main deck, Luffy found every member of his crew gathered there. "Okay, Vivi, I want to know the exact structure of Baroque works and how many people Crocodile has working for him," Luffy said as he approached the group. Vivi took on a serious expression before responding. "The layout is quite simple actually," she said, petting her duck. "At the very top of the organization is the boss, Crocodile, known as Mr. Zero." Everyone nodded. "There are a total of 12 agents and one animal who receive orders directly from the boss. These 12 agents operate in pairs with a female agent," she explained, listing all of the agents and their partners. "The agents with code names 1 through 5 are known as officer agents. They each possess one of the devil fruit powers and are only sent on the most important missions." Luffy nodded, understanding her explanation. "I'll need to recruit some of these officer agents," he thought. "But there is more," Vivi continued, pulling Luffy from his thoughts. "Under the officer agents are 200 men called billions, and there are another 1,800 men under them known as millions." Luffy smiled, already aware of those numbers and having tasked Gem, Makita, and Marianne with recruiting them. "Let's see, 200 plus 1,800 equals." Usopp began calculating in his head. "There's 2,000 of them." Chopper exclaimed in shock. 2,000 of them. Usopp echoed, surprised by Chopper's revelation. Luffy chuckled, causing the crew to look at him in confusion. "Calm down," he said with a laugh. "Don't worry about those guys. Gem and the girls are going to handle them," he clarified, and his crew finally understood his orders to the three. "I see, so you were thinking ahead all this time, Captain," Nojiko said with a smile. "Of course," Luffy replied with a smirk. "I like to be one step ahead of my enemy." He leaned against the railing, about to say more when Vivi shouted, "Luffy." Everyone turned to her, and she pointed toward the front of the ship. "What's that?" she asked, drawing their attention to green smoke rising from the ocean. What is that?" Nojiko wondered, staring at the smoke. "Oh, don't worry about that," Nami said calmly, and Luffy nodded in agreement. "It's just steam from an underwater volcano." Usopp and Chopper's eyes widened in surprise. "There's volcanoes underwater?" Chopper asked, astonished. "Yeah, it said there are more volcanoes underwater than above the surface," Nami explained, causing Chopper to gaze at the smoke in awe. "I would try to hold your breath if I were you," Luffy advised, eyeing the steam cloud they were approaching quickly. "That thing stinks," he added, prompting everyone, including himself, to take a deep breath just before the ship sailed into the green steam. They soon emerged from the other side of the cloud. Once they were clear, Luffy looked at Sanji. "Hey Sanji," he called, getting his attention. "Yeah, Captain." Sanji replied, releasing his breath and looking at Luffy. "Why don't you go bring up some of that nice dinosaur meat we got from Little Garden and get lunch started?" Luffy suggested, walking toward the front of the ship to sit on the figurehead. "You got it, Captain." Sanji responded with a salute before heading below deck. As Sanji made his way to the storage area, Luffy approached the figurehead of the Going Merry, but Zoro's voice stopped him. "Hey Captain, there is a man on the side of the ship," Zoro said calmly, leaning over the side to observe a strangely dressed man holding on. "What do you mean there is a man on the side of the ship?" Luffy asked, walking back to where Zoro and the others stood. Leaning over, he saw the man hanging onto his ship. Would you look at that, there actually is a man on the side of the ship," Luffy remarked, bewildered. "You have to help me, please," the man pleaded, causing the crew to raise their eyebrows. "You can't let me fall in the water. I ate a devil fruit, so I can't swim," he cried, desperation in his eyes. "A devil fruit, you say?" Luffy asked, his tone bored as he regarded the man. "Yes, that's right, a devil fruit," the man insisted. Luffy nodded, then turned to Johnny and Yasaku. "Pull him up," he instructed the bounty-hunting duo, who saluted and helped the strange man aboard. When they pulled him up, the man flopped down onto the deck of the ship, breathing heavily as everyone moved away from the side and positioned themselves to defend the ship if necessary. "I thought I was going to die there for a second," the man said between breaths as he sat on the ground. Luffy walked over to one of the barrels on the deck and sat down, turning his attention to the strangely dressed man. "Hey, you saved me, thanks," the man said, bowing slightly to Luffy and the crew. "I never imagined my life would be saved by a group of complete strangers," he added, relief evident in his tone. "So, what kind of devil fruit did you eat?" Luffy asked, placing his right leg up on the barrel. "Well, since I can't go anywhere until my ship picks me up, I don't see the harm in having some fun," the man replied as he stood up. Everyone immediately tensed, staring at him. The man walked up to Johnny and playfully smacked him in the face, causing Johnny to fall back and everyone else to spring into action, weapons drawn, except for Luffy, who remained sitting on the barrel with an emotionless expression. "Why you?" Yasaku and Zoro exclaimed angrily, ready to attack the man. Now, there is no need for all of that," Johnny said from where he was on the ground, causing everyone, including Luffy, to widen their eyes in shock. "We're just having fun," the man said happily, moving his hands away from his face to reveal a perfect copy of Johnny's face, voice, and body. "The clone fruit," Luffy thought, surprised. "Now he can prove to be useful," he added with a smirk. "What the hell," Johnny said from his position on the ground. "It's me," he exclaimed, staring up at the perfect image of himself, except for the clothes. "And if I touch my face with my left hand," the man said in Johnny's voice, touching his face. "With his left hand, I am back to normal," he added, transforming back. "Now that is the power of the clone devil fruit," he said, causing everyone to look at him in astonishment. "Interesting devil fruit you have there, mister." Luffy prompted, waiting for the man to introduce himself. "Oh, forgive me, where are my manners?" the man said, bowing slightly. "My name is Bon Clay," he introduced himself. "Well then, you have an interesting power there, Mr. Bon Clay," Luffy remarked as he watched the man touch the side of each crew member's face one by one. "Yes, I am quite proud of it," Bon Clay said, walking up to touch Luffy's face. Luffy didn't fully trust the man, but he figured there was no harm in him being able to impersonate him, as he couldn't clone Luffy's devil fruit or strength. Bon Clay then took a few steps back and began changing into each of Luffy's crew members, even Luffy himself. But when he reached Nami, he stopped and spoke. "That's not all, I can change bodies too," he exclaimed, pulling open his clothes to reveal a different form. The men on the ship, except for Luffy and Zoro, were taken aback, while Luffy remained unimpressed. "I've seen better," Luffy shrugged, causing Nojiko to chuckle and Nami to punch Bon Clay lightly on the head. "Stop that!" Nami yelled before turning to Luffy. "And what do you mean you've seen better?" she asked, frustrated. Luffy shrugged again, maintaining his nonchalant demeanor. "I am terribly sorry, but I shouldn't demonstrate my powers anymore," Bon Clay said, getting up and nursing his head. "No. Do more." Usopp and Chopper cheered, while Luffy watched with a small smile. Well, if you insist, Bon Clay said before he started changing into a variety of random people, twirling around in circles as Usopp, Chopper, and Johnny cheered him on. After demonstrating his powers, Bon Clay began dancing with Usopp and Chopper on the deck. Suddenly, Luffy and Nami noticed a ship quickly approaching from the starboard side of the Going Merry. When Bon Clay saw the ship, he stopped dancing, hopped onto the side of the ship, and turned his back to the crew. "It's time to say goodbye already." "What a shame," he said sadly, causing Usopp and Chopper to look disappointed. "No, you can't leave just yet," Usopp said, tears in his eyes. "Try not to be sad, journeys must always include farewells," Bon Clay said, while Luffy and Ryuma nodded in agreement. He then hopped off the Going Merry onto the side of his own ship. "Now then, let's get going," Bon Clay called to his crew. "Yes sir, Mr. 2, Mr. Bon Clay, sir," one of his crew members replied with a salute, causing the straw hats to widen their eyes in shock as Luffy sprang off the barrel to his feet. "Did he just say?" Luffy asked, watching the paddle ship sail away at impressive speed. "Mr. 2. Zoro added, echoing Luffy's question. "He was Mr. 2. Ryuma said, equally shocked. "That guy was Mr. 2. Vivi asked, astonished. "So, not only does our enemy know what we look like, but he can also turn into us," Luffy sighed. "That's not all," Vivi said, her voice filled with concern. "I saw something in his memory of all the faces he had copied," she added, causing Luffy to narrow his eyes. "One of them was my father," she said, causing their eyes to widen in shock. "Crocodile may be difficult, but I have to admit, he knows how to take over a country," Luffy said as he folded his arms and leaned against the side of the ship. "Yeah, having the ability to impersonate a king that easily can cause a lot of trouble for a country," Ryuma said with a serious expression. "We sure let a bad one get away, huh?" Usopp remarked, shaking his head. "To make matters worse, when he finds out that we are the ones Baroque Works is after, he can transform into any one of us, and we won't even be able to trust our own friends," Nami said seriously as she walked to the middle of the deck. Luffy couldn't help but agree with her. While he trusted his crew, they had only been together for a few weeks, and someone had already committed treason on his ship. The last thing this crew needed was someone impersonating one of them and causing even more trouble from within. "That's true, however, this may also be a good thing for us," Luffy said, causing everyone to look at him with puzzled expressions. "Knowing his ability means we can beat him at his own game," he added with a smirk. "Okay everyone, gather round. Johnny, go get Sanji," Luffy instructed, and everyone stepped forward in a circle with him in the center while Johnny raced into the kitchen to find Sanji. While Johnny was getting Sanji, Luffy began rummaging through his coat looking for something. After about a minute, he found what he was looking for and pulled it out for everyone to see. In Luffy's hands was a plain black marker. When everyone saw it, they all exchanged glances of confusion. "How are we going to beat Mr. 2 with a marker?" they all thought in unison. Just then, Sanji and Johnny joined them on the deck and took their places in the circle around Luffy. Naturally, Sanji positioned himself between Nami and Vivi. "Okay, stick out your left arm. And wing," Luffy said, adding the last part when he noticed Vivi's duck, Karu, in the circle as well. He then went to each of his crew members one by one and drew an X on their left hands just above their wrists. "From this point on, no matter what happens, this left arm is proof that you are members of my crew and, more importantly, we're all friends," Luffy said as he drew the mark on his own hand and held it out. "Aye, Captain," they all replied with smiles. "Oh, and find something to hide the mark," Luffy added, causing them to nod. Zoro was about to say something to his captain, but before he could, the entire boat started to rock violently, and the water around the boat became extremely rough. Suddenly, something enormous began to rise from the water off the right side of the ship, causing everyone to panic. "What is going on?" Yasaku screamed as he and Johnny pulled out their weapons. "Something is coming out of the water," Nojiko shouted, preparing for a fight. As Luffy and Ryuma walked toward the restaurant with small smiles on their faces, they noticed a tense atmosphere inside. They sensed that there was some sort of confrontation going on, which puzzled them because they knew Ace wasn't the type to start trouble, especially in a public place. They also sensed another familiar presence, but Luffy couldn't quite place it. Upon entering the restaurant, they saw a marine officer standing in the center, looking at Ace while everyone else was trying to keep clear of the two powerful figures. Luffy recognized the marine as Smoker, the captain from Log Town. An idea formed in his mind, and he smirked before quickly adopting an emotionless expression and walking toward Smoker. "Hey, Smokey," Luffy said, catching Smoker's attention before grabbing the collar of his shirt. "Bye, Smokey," he said, causing Smoker's eyes to widen just before Luffy took a big step forward and sent him crashing through the wall behind the bar, leaving a giant hole in its place. Everyone stared in shock, their eyes wide as they witnessed a kid throw a marine captain through the wall. Ignoring the astonished looks, Luffy made his way to the bar where a shirtless man wearing a hat was sitting, grinning widely. "Luffy!" Ace exclaimed happily as he stood up from his seat. Luffy smiled and approached the bar. "Ryuma. My bro," Ace said, noticing his friend. They exchanged a friendly handshake. "Yo," Luffy replied as he high-fived Ace before sitting at the bar. "One glass of whiskey and another glass of wine, please," he said to the bartender, who was still recovering from the shock of what he had just witnessed. "Is that all you have to say to your big brother?" Ace teased, pretending to be hurt. Luffy sighed before responding. "You really are milking this big brother thing, aren't you?" Luffy remarked as the bartender placed a glass half filled with whiskey and another with wine in front of him. Just as Luffy and Ryuma were about to grab their drinks, Ace snatched them and downed both. "Hey! That was my whiskey and wine!" Luffy and Ryuma exclaimed. "Oh, be quiet," Ace said, waving them off. "You two drink too much anyway," he added, causing Luffy and Ryuma to lower their heads in defeat before signaling the bartender to refill their glasses. "So, where is Sabo?" Luffy asked Ace, curious. "You two are always together," he added. Ace nodded and smiled before he spoke. "Sabo left the crew and joined the Revolutionary Army," he said, causing Luffy and Ryuma to turn and look at him in surprise. "When was that?" Luffy asked, his voice filled with curiosity. "Yeah, when did he leave?" Ryuma added. "About a month after you two left," Ace replied somberly. "He said he wanted to do some good in the world before he dies. He thinks the only way to achieve that is by joining the Revolutionary Army," he finished, prompting Luffy and Ryuma to nod in understanding. "Well, when you think about it, it's not all that surprising," Luffy said, taking a sip of his drink. "Considering his background and his history, it makes sense he would join my dad," he added, a hint of disdain in his voice when he mentioned those people. "I'll ask my dad to look out for him," he said, causing Ace to chuckle. "I wouldn't get my hopes up," Ace replied, still laughing. "We three have a couple of deadbeat dads." Luffy and Ryuma remained silent, simply taking another sip of their drinks before getting up. "Are you coming?" Luffy asked as he and Ryuma stood. "Or are you going to fall asleep in your food again?" Ryuma teased, glancing back at Ace. "I'm coming, just give me a sec," Ace said with a sigh as he began to finish his meal. Luffy then reached into his coat, pulled out a small sack of money, and tossed it to the bartender. "That should cover everything," he said before he and Ryuma walked out of the restaurant, leaving Ace behind. "Hey!" Ace shouted with a mouthful of food. "Wait for me," he yelled, chasing after them. As he stepped outside, he looked around but couldn't find them. "Ah! Where did they go?" Ace yelled in frustration. Meanwhile, Luffy and Ryuma were walking down the busy streets of Alabasta when they suddenly stopped. Luffy turned around, noticing Ace was missing. "Where is he?" Luffy wondered aloud. "Don't know, Captain," Ryuma replied as Luffy sighed, saying, "He'll have to catch up." They walked for about 5 minutes before they were interrupted by their navigator calling out to them. Luffy! Ryuma! Nami yelled, running toward them with the rest of the crew and the princess, looking panicked. What's going on? Luffy asked, curiosity evident in his voice. Luffy, we have a big problem, Nami said, catching her breath. That marine captain from Logue Town, Usopp started, but Luffy interrupted. Is here, we know, Luffy said calmly, nodding along with Ryuma. That's not all, Vivi said, gaining their attention. There is a pirate from the Whitebeard Pirates. Here looking for us, we know, Ryuma interjected. Their crew exchanged puzzled glances before Nami finally exclaimed, how can you two be this calm? Well, you see, the thing is, Luffy began, but was cut off by a voice calling for him. Straw Hat! Smoker shouted, approaching with a small group of Marines. I got you now, he declared, stopping a distance away from Luffy and Ryuma. Luffy turned, smirking at the Marine captain. Hey there, Smokey, Luffy said mockingly. Long time no see. This is the end of the line for you, Straw Hat. Smoker retorted, smoke beginning to emanate from his body. Really? Luffy asked, stepping forward as lightning crackled around him. How did that go for you last time? Smoker growled, deciding to make the first move. He transformed his left hand into smoke and launched a punch at Luffy. Just as Luffy was about to counter, a voice shouted out. Fire Fist! The cry echoed as a large vortex of fire descended from the sky, intercepting Smoker's attack. The flames surprised everyone except Luffy and Ryuma. When the fire subsided, Ace stood at the center, flames dancing along his arms and shoulders. Luffy's crew and the Marines widened their eyes in shock. It's about time you showed up, Luffy said with a sigh. Yeah, you need to be faster than this, Ryuma added teasingly. You two are the ones who ran off without me. Ace shot back, ignoring Smoker. Not our fault you're so slow, Luffy retorted, causing both Ace and Smoker to share a frustrated look. Hey, they exclaimed in unison. Ace and Smoker exchanged glances before Ace spoke again. Oh right, you're still here, he said, prompting Smoker to growl in annoyance. That's it. I am taking you three in. Smoker declared, which made Luffy chuckle. Oh yeah? Luffy asked, smirking. You and what? Those Marines behind you? He glanced at the group of Marines, then unleashed a wave of Conqueror's Haki, causing all but Tashigi to faint. Tashigi fell to her knees, staring at Luffy in fear, her body trembling. Luffy decided to have a little fun, maintaining the Hakis. Pressure on her. Look at them, they can't even stay on their feet, he said, taking a step forward. Tashigi's breath hitched as her heart raced. You should run along. Little girl, he said, locking eyes with her. This is a fight for the grown-ups, and I don't have time to teach someone how to breathe, Luffy said coldly, causing the girl to faint, not from his Haki but from fear. As she passed out, Luffy cut off his Haki and chuckled. That was mean, Lou, Ace remarked with a laugh. Yeah, Captain, you don't have to scare Zoro's girlfriend like that, Ryuma added, just as Zoro's expression turned serious. What did you say, you bstrd? Zoro shouted, but Luffy quickly intervened. Very funny, Luffy replied before turning to leave. I'm sure you can handle this, he asked, prompting Ace to chuckle. Of course, Ace said, narrowing his eyes at Smoker. Come on, Luffy called to his stunned crew as he began walking toward the ship. His crew snapped out of their shock and followed their captain. Luffy, who was that? Nojiko asked as they walked. That was my big brother and Ryuma's best friend, Luffy replied casually. You have a brother? A friend, everyone exclaimed in surprise. And by the looks of it, Luffy's brother is really strong too, Johnny said, making Luffy chuckle. You have no idea, he said with a grin. As they walked, the crew suddenly stopped, looking back to see a large tornado of smoke and fire rising into the sky. "So, I take it your brother ate the flame fruit, Luffy?" Sanji asked, gazing up at the fiery spectacle. "I guess so," Luffy replied, watching the two elements clash. "He didn't have it when we last saw him." "Oh, and when was that?" Nojiko inquired. "About 5 or 6 years ago," Luffy answered before continuing toward the ship. The crew walked for about 5 minutes until they reached the dock where the Going Merry was anchored. Everyone climbed aboard and raised the anchor, setting sail away from the island. As they sailed, Luffy noticed his crew's new attire. They were all dressed like locals from Alabasta, except for the girls. "Sanji!" Luffy called from the upper deck. "Aye, Captain." Sanji replied, looking up. "Were you the one who picked out the girls' outfits?" Luffy asked, eyeing Nami, Vivi, and Nojiko. "Yes, sir." Sanji replied with a salute. Luffy smirked. "Nice job," he said, causing the 3 girls to blush and look away. Just then, a shirtless man landed on the side of the ship in a crouched position. "Took you long enough," Luffy said to the man, who looked up and smiled. "Forgive me for not having lightning speed," he replied, prompting Luffy to smile as he made his way down to the main deck. "Everyone, I would like to introduce you all to Portgas D. Ace," Luffy announced, putting his arm around Ace. "My so-called big brother," he added with a rare smile. "And my best friend," Ryuma chimed in. "Ace, this is my crew," Luffy said, waving at them. "It's a pleasure to meet all of you," Ace said with a bow. "And thank you for taking care of my little brother. I know he can be a handful," he added, earning a playful growl from Luffy. "No problem at all," Luffy's crew replied with smiles. "Wow, I can't believe Luffy has a brother," Usopp said, looking between Luffy and Ace. "Well, we aren't biological brothers," Ace clarified, and Luffy nodded in agreement. "We met 7 years ago when I spent some time on Whitebeard's ship," Luffy explained casually, leaning against the side of the ship. "We became really good friends before we became brothers over a cup of sake," he added, and Ace nodded. As Luffy and Ace looked at the crew, they noticed everyone staring at Luffy with wide eyes, prompting Luffy to raise an eyebrow in confusion. "You were on Whitebeard's ship," they all exclaimed in unison. "Yeah, 3 years to be exact," Luffy replied calmly. "Shanks and his crew had to go somewhere, and it was too dangerous for an 11-year-old. I couldn't control my powers properly and was still hurting people when they touched me. So, Shanks called in a favor, and I learned to control my powers on Whitebeard's ship while they were away," Luffy explained, looking at his crew with curiosity. "Did I not mention this?" "No," they shouted, causing him to shrug before turning to Ace. "So, Ace," Luffy said seriously, catching his attention. "Mind telling me what exactly you're doing here in paradise?" he asked. "Well," Ace began. "I'm hunting someone," Ace said, causing Luffy and Ryuma to raise their eyebrows. "Not just anyone, a pirate," he added, making them chuckle. "What, turning into a bounty hunter now?" Ryuma teased, sitting on one of the barrels on the deck. "No, this isn't about the money, it's more about vengeance," Ace replied seriously, causing Luffy to look at him curiously. "Who is this pirate?" Nami asked. "His name is Blackbeard," Ace stated, his voice filled with intensity. This revelation shocked everyone, as it was the second time this pirate's name had been mentioned, the first being back in the Drum Kingdom. "Blackbeard?" Chopper asked, and Ace nodded. "That's the pirate that attacked my home," he added sadly, prompting Nami and Nojiko to comfort him. "This is the second time I've heard about this pirate named Blackbeard," Luffy said seriously. "Who is he?" he asked Ace. "He may go by Blackbeard now, but you know him by another name." "Luffy, Ryuma," Ace said earnestly, looking at Luffy. "Marshal D. Teach," he revealed, causing both Luffy and Ryuma's eyes to widen in shock. "Marshal D. Teach?" Vivi asked, confused. "Who is he?" Luffy asked, disbelief evident in his voice. "He is a member of the Whitebeard Pirates," Ace replied, his expression grim. "Why do you want to harm him?" Luffy and Ryuma questioned, confusion written on their faces. "All he does is eat and laugh," Ryuma added. Ace's face darkened as he spoke, his voice filled with pain. "He killed Thatch." The deck fell silent. Luffy's crew, unaware of who Thatch was, could sense the tension rising. Their captain and vice-captain were clearly furious. The sky above them began to darken, storm clouds gathering ominously. Ryuma, in his anger, released his conqueror's Haki, causing some crew members to step back in surprise. Vivi and the others looked up at the sky and then at Ryuma, disbelief etched on their faces. Rain clouds were a rare sight in the desert country, yet here they were, threatening a storm. Luffy and Ryuma's power was palpable, and the crew couldn't help but wonder just how strong they truly were. "I'm going to make him pay," Luffy said quietly, a cold determination in his voice, as thunder rumbled overhead. "I'll make him regret the day he was born," Ryuma added darkly, his Haki fading as he regained control. Ace stepped forward, raising his voice. "No, he is mine," he declared, locking eyes with Luffy and Ryuma. "Give us one good reason not to take him out ourselves." Luffy shot back. "Teach was in my division, he was one of my men." Ace shouted. "I have to deal with this." Luffy and Ryuma exchanged glances, growling but ultimately nodding in agreement. "Good," Ace said, returning to his previous spot as the crew watched the brothers interact, the storm clouds beginning to dissipate. "Why did he kill Thatch?" Luffy asked, prompting Ace to lean against the ship's side, frustration evident. "He killed him over a devil fruit," Ace replied, causing everyone to gasp in surprise. "What kind of devil fruit?" Luffy inquired, curiosity piqued. "I don't know," Ace sighed. Thatch didn't know either, but Teach did. Luffy remained silent for a moment before he whispered something to Ryuma. He hopped off the barrel he had been sitting on and made his way to the upper deck, heading toward his quarters. The crew watched as Ryuma entered Luffy's room and returned moments later, carrying a chest. Nami, Zoro, and Usopp recognized it from their time with the Going Merry. Luffy took the chest into his room, and when he emerged, he opened it, revealing an array of devil fruits of various shapes and colors, topped with a thick book featuring a devil fruit on the cover. "Are all those?" Johnny asked, astonished. "Yeah," Luffy confirmed, pulling the book from the chest. "Where did you get these?" Nojiko asked, echoing Johnny's disbelief. "I have my ways," Luffy replied mysteriously, flipping open the book. "What's that book, Luffy?" Zoro asked, eyeing the pages. "This is a catalogue of all known devil fruits," Luffy explained, showing the crew the detailed entries. "Regardless of our feelings about Teach, he and Thatch were friends," he continued, causing Ace to growl. "There are only a handful of devil fruits he would kill his friend for. Mine and Ryuma's are among them. The old man's fruit is in there too," Ace added, glancing at the pages. "My, Big Mom's, and Kaido's fruits are listed as well," Ryuma noted before Luffy turned serious. "Given that he calls himself Blackbeard, I can only assume this is the fruit," Luffy said, stopping on a page featuring a large, light purple fruit with a unique design. "The dark fruit. That's it." Ace exclaimed, eyes wide with realization. "It's one of the more powerful devil fruits," Luffy explained, capturing everyone's attention. "But it's also a bit foolish," he added, leaving them puzzled. "One of its abilities allows the user to nullify another person's powers just by touching them." "How?" Yasaku asked, confusion on his face. "I don't know," Luffy shrugged. "So, when you find him, avoid letting him touch you," he advised Ace. "Why is it foolish?" Vivi asked, prompting a chuckle from Luffy. "It has a weakness," he said vaguely. "The dark fruit is a Logia class devil fruit, meaning the user can transform into an element. Each element has its own weakness, which becomes the user's vulnerability. Understand? Luffy looked around, ensuring his crew was following along. They nodded, albeit slowly, indicating they grasped part of his explanation. Let me give you an example. My element is lightning, or electricity. Rubber is an insulator, meaning it cannot conduct electricity, making it my weakness. If you hit me with a rubber bat, it won't pass through me like everything else, it will actually hit me, he explained, causing a look of realization to flash across everyone's faces. So, in Ace's case, anything covered in water can do damage to him? Usopp asked, his expression questioning. Correct, Luffy replied. I still don't understand how that makes the dark fruit a bad fruit to have, Nojiko said, looking at Luffy. It's a disadvantage because its element is darkness, making its weakness light, Luffy explained, causing Sanji and Usopp to smile as they finally understood his point. If Teach ate that fruit, he can't turn himself intangible like other Logia users during the day because of sunlight, Luffy chuckled, thinking about how foolish Teach was. I doubt he could even do it at night due to moonlight, he added. Wait, let me get this straight, Ace said, capturing everyone's attention. The only way for him to utilize that devil fruit to its full potential is by being in a pitch-dark room, he asked, prompting Luffy to chuckle and nod. You're right, that is a disadvantage, Sanji remarked as he took a puff of his cigarette. Well, that's that, Luffy said, placing the book back into the chest before closing it and turning to Ryuma. Can you put this back in my private quarters for me, he asked. Ryuma nodded and picked up the chest, making his way to Luffy's quarters. I'm going to get, Sanji started, but Luffy interrupted him. I heard something, Luffy said, holding his index finger up. Everyone fell silent, trying to listen. They could hear something but couldn't make out what it was. What is that? Vivi asked, trying to discern the sounds. Their listening was interrupted by Zoro's voice. Guys, Ryuma said, getting their attention. We've got company, he said, pointing to the front of the ship. Everyone turned to see about 7 ships with the Baroque works symbol approaching. Luffy and Ryuma narrowed their eyes, using their observation Haki to sense what was on the ships. Those are the Baroque works Billions ships. Vivi exclaimed in a panicked voice, fear evident on her face. I'll take care of them, Ace said with a smirk. Just as he was about to jump off the Going Merry, Luffy's voice stopped him. No, leave it, Luffy said, causing puzzled looks among the crew. Huh? Why? Vivi asked, her voice rising. Just trust me, Luffy replied, walking to the left side of the deck. Nojiko, take the helm and hold her steady, he instructed, and she nodded before heading to the rudder. Luffy's crew was on guard, ready to defend against any attack, while Luffy remained relaxed and unconcerned. As they sailed closer, they recognized a ship among the Baroque works vessels that did not bear their symbol, instead, it had a dog's skull with 2 crossbones. Hey, isn't that Jiro? Johnny asked as he spotted the ship. That it is, Luffy replied with a smirk. But wasn't he with? Oh! Yasaku exclaimed as realization dawned on him. The Going Merry sailed between 2 of the Baroque works ships, revealing that all the vessels were filled with bounty hunters. On the ship to the left, Luffy's crew saw Jem, Makita, and Marianne standing on the deck, smiling at their captain. I take it everything is going according to plan. Luffy called out to Jem. It is, Captain. Jem replied, saluting Luffy. Good, call me when everything is set. Luffy said before turning to his confused crew. Princess, where are we going next? He asked Vivi, who was still processing the situation. Right, the princess said, shaking off her shock. We are going to Irumalu, the Green City, she explained, prompting Luffy to nod. Nami, you and Vivi plot our course, he instructed, and they nodded before heading to the upper deck. Sanji, prepare lunch for everyone, he added, and Sanji nodded, heading into the kitchen. The rest of you follow Nami's orders, he said, and Johnny, Yasaku, Usopp, and Chopper saluted. Aye, Captain," they shouted. Luffy and Ryuma exchanged smirks before Luffy spoke again. "How about a drink for old time's sake," he suggested, pulling out a bottle of whiskey. "It's like you read my mind," Ace replied with a smile. The Going Merry was sailing calmly through the Sandora River on its way to Irumelu. Luffy was on the upper rear deck with Ryuma, Ace, and Zoro, looking out at the ocean. Johnny and Yasaku were in the crow's nest, Nojiko was at the helm, and Nami and Vivi were on the rear deck with Luffy and the guys, studying a map. Meanwhile, Usopp, Chopper, and Vivi's pet duck, Karu, were on the main deck, drinking and laughing together. Luffy turned to Vivi and approached her. "So, why are we going to Irumelu?" Luffy asked, drawing both Vivi and Nami's attention. "We're currently on the Sandora River. We'll take it to Irumelu, where we will dock before proceeding to Yuba on foot," she explained, and Luffy nodded. "You guys are going to Yuba?" Ace asked, capturing everyone's attention. "Yeah, why?" Luffy inquired, curious. "That's where I'm headed as well. It's the last place where Teach was sighted," Ace said, causing Luffy to smile and nod. "You don't mind if I tag along, do you?" Ace asked with a grin. "Of course, you can tag along, dummy," Luffy replied with a smirk before turning back to Vivi. "By the way, Princess, what's in Yuba?" he asked. "Yuba is the main base of the rebel army. I know the leader of the rebels. If we can get there and inform them about Crocodile, I'm sure we can stop this war," she said, hope shining in her eyes. Luffy smiled at Vivi before speaking again. "Don't worry, Princess, we'll end the war," he said, making her smile in return. The ship sailed up the Sandora River for about an hour until Vivi approached Nami, who was standing at the front of the ship. "Nami, can we stop the ship for a second?" she asked, holding some papers in her hands, which made Nami look at her curiously. "What for?" Nami inquired. "I have a very important mission for Karu," Vivi replied, glancing at the giant duck. They decided to ask Luffy for permission, and he agreed, giving orders for the crew to pull the ship over to the nearby bank. Once the ship docked, Vivi, Karu, Nami, Nojiko, and Sanji disembarked while the rest of the crew watched from the ship. "This is all the information Igaram and I gathered about Crocodile and Baroque works. I need you to deliver this letter to my father at Alabasta Palace," she said, looking at Karu. "It also lets him know that I have returned to Alabasta with brave friends willing to help us in our struggle," she added, tucking the papers into Karu's pouch. "Make sure to conserve your water and be safe," she said, patting the giant duck's head. With a salute, Karu took off running at an impressive speed away from the ship. "All right. Everyone, get back on board and set sail," Luffy called out before returning to his usual spot on the ship and sitting down on his throne. It took another 2 hours before they reached Irumelu. As the ship docked, the girls exited their rooms wearing new clothes that covered their bodies, unlike their previous outfits. Upon seeing this, Sanji began to complain, causing Luffy to chuckle at his antics. Nojiko approached Luffy and Ryuma, carrying 2 sets of folded clothes, and handed them to Ace, Ryuma, and Luffy. "You 3 should put this on," she said, offering clothes more suited for the desert. "We don't want you to get sunburned, do we?" she added with a smile. Ace quickly changed into the new clothes, while Luffy and Ryuma headed to their private quarters. Inside his room, Luffy's thundercloud followed him as he threw the desert clothes onto his bed. He reached under the bed and pulled out a chest containing all the devil fruits. "Let's put you somewhere safe while I'm away," he said to himself, placing the chest into the cloud, which slowly sank and disappeared. He then took off his captain's coat and placed it in the cloud as well before putting on the clothes Nojiko had given him over his existing outfit. When Luffy and Ryuma exited their quarters, they wore desert robes, Luffy in a dark red robe with white rings and Ryuma in a blue robe with gold rings. Luffy sent his thundercloud high into the sky above the ship before locking the door behind him and making his way to the main deck with Ryuma. "We're all set," Captain, Zoro said as he approached Luffy. Good, Luffy replied, noticing everyone on his crew was dressed and ready to go ashore. Let's go, he said, preparing to jump off the ship. Just as he was about to leap, several creatures jumped out of the water and onto the shore, startling everyone. What are those things? Usopp asked, staring at the strange creatures, which resembled dugongs with turtle-like shells. Those are the kung fu dugongs. Vivi exclaimed, looking panicked. The small creatures began to speak to the crew in their own language, leaving everyone confused. If you want to come ashore, you have to beat me first, you spineless cowards. Chopper declared, causing more confusion. That's what it said, he added, clarifying the situation. Luffy sighed and said, we don't have time for this, before snapping his fingers, summoning a water arm that threw the kung fu dugongs away from the ship. Well, that takes care of that, Zoro remarked before hopping off the ship. The crew nodded in agreement and followed suit, making their way through the desert with Vivi leading them, while Luffy, Ace, Ryuma, and Sanji brought up the rear. After about 30 minutes of walking, they arrived at a deserted town covered in sand. What happened here? Nami asked, surveying the fallen buildings and dried trees. It looked as if several sandstorms had swept through, draining the life from the town. Is this Yuba? Chopper asked, looking around. No, this is Iremelu. It was once known as the City of Green, Vivi said sadly, turning to the crew. Take a good look around, everyone. This is what Baroque works has done to my country, this is what the people of Alabasta have to endure, she explained, causing everyone except Luffy, Ryuma, and Ace to wear somber expressions. The three of them remained stoic, having witnessed far worse in the world. The group continued through the ghost town quietly, listening as Vivi shared the history of Iremelu and the use of dance powder that led to the Civil War. After another 30 minutes of walking, they finally exited the ghost town of Iremelu and continued their journey toward Yuba. The crew walked for an hour under the scorching sun, crossing numerous hills. They looked exhausted, especially Chopper, who struggled more than the others due to his small size. He had already collapsed from the heat, prompting Luffy to carry him on his shoulders. Can't you just fly us there? Usopp asked, his voice filled with hope. Yeah, Luffy, Nami chimed in, glancing at their captain. Can't you summon your thundercloud to help us? Luffy sighed in response. No, he said, leaving them puzzled. There isn't enough moisture in the air to support a cloud. If I did summon one, it would just dissipate quickly. The group groaned at this. Besides, even if I could, I wouldn't, he added, causing them to look at him with disappointment. But why? Nojiko questioned. It's your punishment, Luffy stated, confusion spreading across their faces. This is your punishment for what happened at Little Garden with you and Mr. 3, he explained, and realization dawned on them. I still don't understand why we're being punished for that, Nami muttered. Maybe it's because Ryuma and I taught you all Haki, and there were 8 of you against 2 of them, yet you still got captured, Luffy raised his voice slightly, making them look down in silence. Now, stop arguing and save your energy. We still have a long way to go, and the sun won't be setting anytime soon, he added, focusing on the journey ahead. Ace watched his little brother with a smile. Night. They walked all day until nightfall, finally finding a nice spot among some rocks to set up camp. Johnny and Yasaku, along with the girls, helped pitch the tents while Zoro and Usopp got a fire going, and Sanji prepared the food. Luffy, Ace, Ryuma, and Chopper lay on the ground against a rock, gazing up at the sky and enjoying the cool desert air. Wow, look at all those stars, Chopper said, smiling as he admired the countless stars above. Didn't you see the stars back in the Drum Kingdom? Luffy asked, looking over at Chopper. No, the skies above the Drum Kingdom are filled with snow clouds, so I never got to see them, Chopper replied happily. How can you four just sit there? Nojiko's voice interrupted, drawing their attention. Aren't you cold? She asked, hugging herself. Devil fruit, Ace said. Devil fruit, Luffy echoed. Devil fruit, Ryuma added. Fluffy fur, Chopper chimed in. Nojiko glanced at the four of them and then at her sister Nami, who also seemed unaffected by the cold, feeling a twinge of jealousy before she moved to sit by the fire. Luffy then stood up. I need to take a leak, he said, walking off to find a private spot. After finishing, he pulled out a small transponder snail with a single button on its shell and pressed it, waking the snail. Hello, came the voice of Jem. Yo, Luffy replied. Captain, what can I do for you? Jem asked. I want you to see if you can get your hands on that dance powder that Crocodile has, Luffy instructed. Dance powder? I heard some of our new recruits talking about it earlier, Jem responded. Find out where it is and steal it, Luffy ordered. It's illegal but still has a high value on the black market, he added, prompting a chuckle from Jem. Looks like we have our first product for the black market, Jem said, making Luffy laugh as well. Indeed, I'll be in touch. Call me when it's done, Luffy said. Aye, Captain, Jem replied before they hung up. Luffy put the snail away and headed back to the campsite. Dinner is ready, Captain, Sanji announced, handing Luffy a stick with dinosaur meat on it. Thank you, Luffy replied, sitting down next to Ace, Ryuma, and Chopper to enjoy his meal. After finishing, he yawned and stretched, then laid back against the rock, pulling his straw hat over his face as he drifted off to sleep. Ace, Ryuma, and Chopper moved to join the others by the fire, giving Luffy some space. As Ace sat down, Vivi was the first to speak. He looks so peaceful when he sleeps, she said, causing everyone to glance at the sleeping Luffy. It's hard to believe he can be so serious when he's awake, she added, making Ace chuckle. He's been that way as long as I've known him, Ace said, drawing everyone's attention. He's always serious, but once you get to know him, he warms up, he added with a smile. Yeah, we've only been together for about a month, Nami said, taking a bite of her meat. So it's understandable that he won't open up just yet, she noted, and everyone nodded in agreement. Even then, there might be some things he won't share, Ace said, causing them to look at him curiously. From what I heard from Red Hair Shanks, Luffy wasn't always this serious. He used to be much happier, but something happened when he was young that changed him, Ace explained, taking a sip of water. Shanks wouldn't say what, and Luffy never told me, so I didn't pry, he said, glancing at his sleeping brother. I don't really care about his attitude, Zoro stated, gaining their attention. He saved my life when we first met, so I'll follow him anywhere, he declared, and the crew nodded in agreement. It's reassuring to know my brother is in good hands with good people, Ace said, bowing his head slightly, causing everyone to blush. Meanwhile, a small smile formed on Luffy's face as he slept. Next day. At dawn the next day, Luffy began to stir. He got up and stretched before dusting the sand from his clothes. Looking around, he noticed he was the first one awake. Eager to get an early start, he approached the two tents with a mischievous grin and extended both hands into the tent. Electro murder, he called out, and bolts of lightning shot from his fingers, startling his crew awake. He ensured. The voltage was low enough to cause discomfort but not harm. They all yelled in surprise. Rise and shine, Luffy said, walking away with a smile. What was that for? A startled Nami exclaimed, smoke rising from her hair. It's time to wake up, I want to start walking before the sun gets too hot, he replied. Nami was about to protest but paused, realizing he had a point. That makes sense, she admitted before heading into the tent to get ready. After about 30 minutes, the crew was packed and ready to set out once again for Yuba. Evening. Luffy and the crew had been trudging through the desert all day and were now on the final leg of their journey to Yuba. Nami and Vivi rode on a camel they had rescued, while Chopper perched on Ryuma's shoulder, and the rest of the crew walked alongside. The Straw Hats and Ace had parted ways after Ace encountered a bounty hunter he was tracking, gathering information on Blackbeard. Before leaving, he handed Luffy a piece of paper that Luffy recognized immediately. Luffy, what was that piece of paper that Ace gave you? Usopp asked, dragging himself along with a walking stick. It's called a vivre card, Luffy explained, causing confusion among his friends. A vivre card is made from part of a person's fingernail, crafted into paper. It's waterproof and fireproof, but it can be torn and given to someone you might be separated from. The torn pieces will always point towards each other, no matter where they are in the world. Wow, really? Chopper asked, intrigued. Yeah, they're only made in the New World, Luffy said, taking a sip from his bottle. I have a few sheets of them. That's amazing. I never thought something like that could be made from a fingernail, Vivi said, her voice filled with wonder. Just then, something caught her eye, and she smiled. You guys, she said cheerfully, getting everyone's attention. Yuba is just past those rocks. She pointed off in the distance. Just one more push, and we'll be there. Her enthusiasm lifted everyone's spirits as they continued their journey. After another 30 minutes of walking, they finally arrived at Yuba, or what was left of it. Oh no! Vivi cried out in panic. The entire city has been struck by a sandstorm. They stared at the sand-covered city. I don't know, Princess, Luffy said, stepping forward to survey the area. This place looks like it has been hit by several sandstorms. He observed the dried-up trees, sand-covered houses, and piles of desert sand. What was worse was the eerie silence. There wasn't a single person in sight, as if everyone had abandoned the city. This place doesn't look much different from that Iremolu we passed earlier, Zoro remarked as he inspected the area. Vivi, I thought this was supposed to be some sort of oasis, Sanji said, looking around. It looks like the oasis has disappeared, swallowed up by the sand, Vivi replied sadly. Just then, they heard a noise in front of them. An old man with a shovel was digging in the ground. I assume you are all travelers, the old man said while digging. You must be exhausted from the heat. Sorry, but this town is dried up too, so we don't have much relief to offer. Still, you're welcome to rest here for a while, he added, glancing back at the crew. Upon seeing his face, Vivi pulled the hood of her robe to hide her features, causing Luffy to raise an eyebrow. We may not have much water, but there are plenty of inns here in the town. It's what we pride ourselves on, he continued to dig. Thank you, but we actually came here looking for the rebel army, Vivi said as she hopped off the camel. The old man turned and glared at the group. What business do you have with the rebel army? He shouted, throwing small rocks in their direction. If you came here to join them, you can just go back to where you came from. Well, that was interesting, Luffy said, standing unfazed. If you're looking for those fools, you can look elsewhere, they're no longer in this town, the old man grumbled as he continued to dig. They're gone. Luffy's crew exclaimed in disbelief. I'm sure you noticed the town was just hit by a sandstorm, the old man said, struggling to dig. That wasn't the first. With no rain for 3 years, sandstorms became common until the oasis we knew was slowly swallowed up, leaving the town a dying wasteland. He looked at them with a hint of sorrow. With too few supplies, the rebel army could no longer support themselves here, so they moved on. Their base is now in Katoria, he said, causing Vivi's eyes to widen. Katoria, she whispered. Where's that? Is it close by, Vivi? Nojiko asked, glancing at the princess. It is near Nanohana, back the way we came from, Vivi replied, causing Luffy to slump down on a rock and let out a tired sigh. Well, great, coming all this way was just a waste of time, Johnny said as he sat down on the ground. Toto, the old man exclaimed with wide eyes as he approached Vivi. Princess Vivi, is that really you? You're alive. I can't believe it, he said, relief evident in his voice. It's me, don't you recognize me? He asked, placing his hands on her shoulders. Toto, Vivi replied, tears welling in her eyes. That's right, Toto said, tears streaming down his face. For whatever it's worth, Vivi dear, I have faith in you and the king. He's a good man, a true king who would never betray his country. I know it. Everyone stood by, watching the heartfelt interaction between the old man and the princess. Luffy thought to himself, we made this entire trip for nothing, and now we have to make it again. He gazed up at the night sky, adding, it seems I may have to cut their punishment short because there is no way I'm walking through that desert again. I tried to stop them many times, the old man continued, capturing Luffy's attention. But they won't listen to anything I say. The rebellion isn't stopping, and their strength, supplies, and men have reached their limit. Their intention is to settle everything once and for all with the next attack. They're backed into a corner, prepared for anything, he said, causing Vivi to gasp in shock. Please, Vivi, you have to stop them before these fools tear our country apart, he begged, prompting another sigh from Luffy. As if the princess didn't have enough to worry about, he just added a lot more for her to stress over, Luffy thought. Looks like the captain will have to use the thundercloud now, and from my perspective, he won't waste any more time, Ryoma thought while observing Luffy. Toto, my old friend, Vivi said softly, handing the old man a napkin. Rest assured we will succeed, she added with a reassuring smile. Alright, listen up. Luffy called out in a commanding tone. We'll rest here for tonight while I figure out what we'll do tomorrow. He carefully placed Chopper on the ground and began walking away from his crew. Where is he going? Usopp asked, watching Luffy walk away. Probably to clear his head, Ryoma replied, drawing everyone's attention. If you haven't noticed by now, Luffy doesn't do anything without a reason. In battle, not a single move is wasted. Everything he does serves a purpose for the future. We just made a long trip through the desert for no reason, so he's probably frustrated with himself for wasting energy that could have been better spent elsewhere, Zoro explained. But we didn't come here for no reason, Johnny countered. We came here thinking the rebel army would be here, he added, and everyone nodded in agreement, causing Ryoma to sigh. Yeah, but if we had spent some time in Nanohana gathering intel on the rebel army, we probably would have figured out that they were in Katoria and not Yuba, Ryoma said. I can't do anything but agree with this, Zoro said. Thanks a lot, Marimo, Ryoma replied sarcastically just as Vivi interrupted. I'm sorry, Vivi said, causing everyone to look at her. This is all my fault. No, it isn't, Ryoma said quickly. No one is at fault, we just didn't plan as well as we should have, he reassured her before turning to the rest of the crew. We should all get some sleep, we have a long day ahead of us tomorrow. With that, he walked off to find a place to rest. With Luffy. Luffy walked some distance away from the crew, finding a quiet spot on the edge of town, sitting atop one of the buildings while sipping a drink. He pulled out the transponder snail he had used earlier to call Gem and pressed the button on its shell. Hello. Gem answered. Tell me you have good news for me, Luffy said. Well, I have both good news and bad news, Gem replied. Give me the good news, Luffy insisted. We located the dance powder. Crocodile has it in his possession. Once you take him out, we should be able to grab it, Gem said, causing Luffy to smirk. That is good news, Luffy replied, sounding slightly happier. And the bad news, he asked. We found out that Crocodile has Baroque Works agents posing as both rebel soldiers and royal guards, Gem explained, making Luffy chuckle. What a devious man you are, Crocodile, Luffy said with a laugh. He's trying to cause conflict no matter what. Quite ingenious, he added. Yeah, it is. Anything else I can do for you? Gem asked. No, that's it for now, Luffy replied. Okay, Gem said before they both hung up. Luffy put the snail back in his pocket, finished his drink, and jumped off the building, making his way back to the rest of the crew. Upon arriving at the spot where he had left them, he found they were not there. He guessed they had found a place to sleep. The only one still there was the old man, Toto, who was digging a hole in the ground with his worn-out shovel. I see you're still digging, old man, Luffy said, standing at the edge of the hole and looking down at him with an emotionless expression. "The water is still here," the old man replied without looking up. "The dream of Yuba is too strong to be beaten by some sand. The king entrusted this land to me, so I will keep digging until I uncover the truth," he declared with determination, prompting Luffy to grin and grab a shovel nearby before jumping into the hole alongside the old man. "Alright, let's dig," Luffy said, using his earth powers to excavate rapidly. Toto watched in amazement as Luffy worked quickly, revealing an oasis that had been hidden under a rock. Luffy reinforced his hand with armament Haki and struck the rock, breaking it apart to access the water reserve. "How about we head inside and rest now, old man?" Luffy suggested with a smile. "Thank you, young man," the old man replied, climbing out of the hole and heading toward where Luffy sensed his crew sleeping. He opened the door to the inn and saw each crew member peacefully resting in their beds. Spotting 2 empty beds, he settled down and closed his eyes, drifting off to sleep. Next day. The crew awoke early, gathering at the spot where they had met Toto the day before. The old man stood there, ready to bid farewell to the Straw Hats. "I'm sorry I can't do more for you, Princess Vivi," he said sadly. "Don't worry about it," Vivi replied with a reassuring smile. "We should be on our way now, Toto," she added. "Wait, here you go, Luffy," the old man said, approaching Luffy with a small jug that had a straw. "Take this with you," he said, handing it over. "Thank you. I'll take good care of it," Luffy responded with a grin. The group set off on their journey through the desert once again, this time heading toward Katoria. Luffy intended to summon a cloud to speed up their travel, but he had something else to do first. As they walked, they passed a dried-up desert tree. Luffy decided to put his plan into action, plopping down against the tree and folding his arms. His crew didn't notice at first, continuing on their way. Usopp was the first to catch on and quickly turned around, calling out to Luffy. "Luffy! What are you doing over there?" he shouted, drawing everyone's attention. Luffy remained silent, closing his eyes and pretending to ignore them. "Luffy?" Nojiko asked, concerned about his well-being. "Is everything okay?" Vivi inquired as she approached him. He looked up at her and said, "I quit," leaving everyone confused. "What do you mean?" Nami asked, looking puzzled. "Quit what, Luffy?" Vivi echoed, equally baffled. "We need to get back to Katoria and stop this rebellion, or else millions of people in Alabasta will be caught in a fight and things will get really chaotic." Sanji exclaimed as he joined Luffy. "We're doing this for Vivi, so let's go," he said, grabbing Luffy by his shirt. Luffy, unfazed, simply tossed Sanji aside, sending him face first into the sand. "Vivi," Luffy said, catching her attention. "Right now, all I want to do is confront Crocodile and claim this country. Do you understand?" he said, refolding his arms. "We might prevent a rebellion, but that won't stop Crocodile. Besides, we won't achieve anything in Katoria," he added firmly. "No, that's not true," Vivi protested, trying to make Luffy see her point. "You want it to work out so nobody gets hurt, right?" Luffy asked, looking at her with an unreadable expression. "We're up against one of the 7 warlords of the sea and millions of your own people, and you still want everyone to be safe. You won't win that way," he stated bluntly. Vivi stood there, anger and tears welling up in her eyes, her fists clenched. "Come on, big bro," Johnny urged. "Can't you show her some sympathy?" Yasaku added. "Hang on, you two," Ryuma said, observing Luffy and Vivi, knowing his captain wouldn't act recklessly without a plan. The young princess threw back her hood and shouted at Luffy. "And what's wrong with that?" she yelled. "What's so wrong with not wanting to see people hurt?" Luffy regarded her with indifference. "Because people die, that's why," Luffy replied, pushing Vivi to her limit. She swung at him in frustration, but Luffy simply allowed it to connect, covering himself with a low level of armament Haki. "Stop talking like that." "I won't listen," she shouted, watching Luffy turn his face away. "If you keep this up, I really will hurt you," she exclaimed, prompting Luffy to chuckle at her words. "And let me guess, you think it's only okay for you to risk your life?" Luffy asked, turning to face her. "You think just putting your life on the line is enough to stop this?" he continued, maintaining his emotionless gaze. Tears streamed down Vivi's face as she looked at him. "What else can I risk? I don't have anything else to give, Luffy," she managed to say through her sobs. "And here I thought we were friends," Luffy said with a smile, causing her eyes to widen. "You have our lives to put on the line," he added, prompting her to glance around at the rest of the crew, who were all smiling and nodding in support. Luffy stood up, dusted himself off, adjusted his straw hat, and spoke to the princess in a serious tone. "Now, tell me where I can find Crocodile," he said, narrowing his eyes. "Luffy is right, that does seem to be the quickest way to end this," Vivi said, wiping her tears away. "Yeah, and we can finally stop wandering around the desert." "It was getting old," Ryuma remarked, crossing his arms. "So, where is he?" Sanji asked, prompting Vivi to pull out a map and unroll it for everyone. "This is where Crocodile is Rainbase," she said, pointing to the location on the map. "It is a city north of our current location, and about a day's journey from here," she said. "Good, now stand back," Luffy exclaimed, looking up to the sky. "I'm going to summon a thundercloud to take us there. As soon as it arrives, I want you all to hop on as quickly as possible and hold on tight." He began to summon a cloud. "What? Why?" Nojiko asked. "Because I need to get it as high as possible to a point where there is enough moisture in the air to sustain it," he explained. Everyone looked up and saw a large thundercloud descending from the sky, much bigger than the ones they usually saw from Luffy. When the cloud was about 5 feet above the ground, Luffy shouted, "Everybody get on." He jumped onto the cloud, and everyone quickly followed suit. Once everyone was on, Luffy commanded the cloud to take off, and it shot forward at blinding speed, kicking up a trail of sand behind it. It began to climb into the air rapidly, causing everyone to hold on tightly. They were moving at about 100 miles per hour, and after 1 minute of flying, they were already around 300 feet above the ground, but Luffy knew they needed to go higher. He increased the speed, making the cloud climb faster. "Is it just me, or has the cloud shrunk?" Usopp asked, looking around. "No, it did shrink," Luffy replied as they continued to ascend. "What? How?" Usopp exclaimed. "Loss of moisture," Nami answered for Luffy. He smiled at her and focused on gaining altitude. When the cloud reached about 5,000 feet in the air, Luffy stopped it and let it hover. "Let's stop here for a bit to allow the cloud to gather some moisture," he said, plopping down and letting out a sigh of relief. After waiting for 30 minutes, Luffy willed the cloud to move forward, and it did. "I'm going to take us just outside Rainbase," he announced as the cloud flew in the direction of the city at about 80 miles per hour. "Why outside?" Johnny asked, glancing back at Luffy. "Well, it might draw too much attention if a cloud carrying people suddenly lands in the middle of town," he replied with a serious expression. "Oh, right," Johnny said, scratching the back of his head. They flew for another 30 minutes before coming to a stop mid-air. "Okay, we need to descend at the same speed we came up," he said, causing everyone's eyes to widen. Before anyone could respond, multiple bolts of lightning shot out from the cloud, wrapping around everyone like seat belts. The cloud then dove down, descending at about 150 miles per hour, causing Luffy's crew to scream, except for Ryuma. When they were about 50 feet above the ground, the cloud leveled out and began to slow down, taking about 4 minutes to come to a complete stop just 3 feet above the ground. "Okay, everyone off," Luffy said as the bolts of lightning disappeared, allowing them to disembark. Usopp, Johnny, and Chopper were the first to jump off, immediately kissing the sand. "Oh sweet ground, how I missed you!" Usopp exclaimed, prompting Luffy and Ryuma to shake their heads. As soon as everyone got off, the cloud dissipated into nothing. So, that's Rainbase, Luffy said, gazing at the city before them. Yes, that is where Crocodile is, Vivi pointed out, indicating a golden pyramid topped with a giant banana gator. Well then, let's go, Luffy said, starting toward the city. As the group entered and walked through the bustling streets, Luffy and Ryuma couldn't shake the feeling that they were being watched. Do you think Baroque Works knows we are here? Nami asked as they navigated through the crowd. At that moment, Zoro, Ryuma, and Luffy spotted several people on the street holding pictures of them. Yeah, they know we are here, Luffy confirmed. You see them too? Zoro asked, glancing at Luffy. Yeah. They're everywhere, he replied, scanning the area. Luffy, Sanji said, catching his attention. We're running low on our water supply, he added, causing Luffy to sigh. Do you have any money left over from Nanohana? He asked, stopping in the middle of the street. Yeah, I have enough, Sanji replied. Fine, take Chopper and buy as much as you can. We'll head over and get things started with Crocodile, and you can act as our wild card in the situation, Luffy instructed, and Chopper and Sanji nodded before heading off in the opposite direction. Okay, let's continue. Luffy said as they resumed their walk toward the pyramid. As the Straw Hats approached an intersection, they heard a shout from their right. Turning, they saw a group of Baroque Works agents running toward them. Straw Hat. Luffy heard an all-too-familiar voice call from his left. He turned to see a group of Marines led by Smoker chasing after them. How did they find us? Luffy wondered aloud before turning to his crew. Split up, he yelled, causing everyone to scatter in different directions. Luffy then looked at Smoker and grinned. Hey, Smokey. Bet you can't catch me, he taunted, sticking his tongue out before taking off running, with Smoker hot on his heels while his Marines pursued the rest of the crew. Luffy dashed around the city, Smoker closely following and both taking out random bounty hunters along the way. After about 10 minutes of running, Luffy approached Crocodile's main base of operations. He spotted his crew gathered outside the casino, except for Vivi, Sanji, and Chopper. Luffy. Nami and Nojiko yelled upon seeing him, causing everyone to turn. I think it's time for us to go inside now, Luffy said, running toward them, and they all hurried into the casino. Inside, they found well-dressed patrons gambling, completely ignoring Luffy and his crew's presence. The group continued running, with Smoker right behind them. As they ran, the group approached the rear of the casino, where a door marked VIP stood. A man in a tuxedo greeted them, saying, "Welcome. The VIP room awaits you." Another man echoed the sentiment, prompting Luffy to raise an eyebrow. He sensed a trap but wasn't overly concerned, so he decided to go along with it. Did he just say a VIP lounge? Usopp asked, glancing back while running. Do you think it could be a trap? Nami questioned. Maybe. Only one way to find out, Luffy replied, kicking the door open. They found themselves in a long hallway. Hey, Captain, Zoro called out as they ran. The hallway splits up ahead. It says VIPs go left and pirates go right, Luffy read from the signs. Let's go left. Nami and Usopp shouted in unison. Luffy doubted the signs meant anything, convinced both paths led to the same trap. Sorry, but we're pirates, so we are going right, he declared, earning groans from his crew as he smiled. Upon turning, they reached a dead end. Huh, they all exclaimed in unison. Straw Hat. Smoker said, joining them. Just as he arrived, the floor gave way, revealing a trap door that caused them all to fall through. Luffy and Smoker landed on their feet, while the others sprawled on the ground. Luffy looked around and realized they were in a large prison cell. Well, seems we're caught, Luffy said nonchalantly. The bars are made from sea prism stones, Smoker noted, touching the bars. Guess we're stuck here, Luffy said, taking a seat on the bench beside Ryuma. Guess so, Smoker agreed, sitting down with some distance between himself and the two pirates. "How can you three be so calm?" Luffy's crew yelled in frustration. "Calm down, we have company," Luffy said, narrowing his eyes as he peered out of the cell. Everyone looked out to see a man sitting in a large chair behind a desk, wearing a smug smile. "Crocodile," Luffy said in a flat tone. Luffy and most of his crew were trapped in a cell made entirely of sea prism stone. While Luffy and Ryuma sat calmly on the bench with Captain Smoker, the rest of the crew reacted differently. Nami, Usopp, and Johnny were in a panic, trying to pry the bars open, while Nojiko and Yasaku sat in the corner, trusting Luffy had a plan. Zoro, however, leaned against the bars, sleeping without a care. "Would all of you stop struggling?" Crocodile said, looking at the trapped pirates with a smirk. "You'll all die here together, so why not accept your fate?" He laughed maniacally, causing the panicking trio to sweat and huddle together. "I don't want to die," they yelled in unison, making Luffy's eyebrow twitch. "Would you three be quiet?" Luffy shouted, waking Zoro in the process. "I told you earlier to calm down, didn't I?" "Your screaming isn't helping," Smoker added, taking a puff from his cigars. "Monkey D, Luffy and Ryuma Sakurai," Crocodile said, holding up their wanted posters. "To think the Navy gave you two a 200 million berry bounty. It's ridiculous." He laughed again, declaring they weren't worth even 2 million, which made Luffy and Ryuma smirk. "You're every bit the lowly sea scum I imagined," Smoker remarked, glaring at Crocodile. My, you're every bit the wild dog I heard about, Smoker," Crocodile replied, his smugness evident. "Unlike your superiors, you never believed I was on your side, did you?" He stood and walked toward the prison cell, allowing the Straw Hat Pirates a better look at him. Crocodile was tall, with a wide chest and muscular build. His pale skin and slick-back black hair framed a face marked by a long scar across his nose and a gold hook in place of his left hand. "I have a feeling you'll die honorably in the line of duty. I will gladly inform the government that you died fighting valiantly against the Straw Hat Pirates," he said, causing Luffy to chuckle. "It's a believable story, I'll give you that," Luffy replied, chuckling again, which made Smoker growl. "I've been wanting to meet you for the longest time, Straw Hat, and your first mate," Crocodile said, focusing on Luffy and Ryuma. "Oh my, it seems we have a fan, Ryuma," Luffy said calmly. "Indeed, Captain. It appears we have caught a big one," Ryuma added. "Even though your existence has just become known to the public, I've heard you two are causing quite a stir with the Navy, the government, and the public," Crocodile continued, raising an eyebrow at Luffy and Ryuma while the rest of the crew looked on in confusion. "Huh?" Luffy tilted his head, puzzled. "What are you talking about?" "We haven't even done anything yet," Luffy remarked, causing Ryuma to nod. Smoker and Crocodile exchanged bewildered glances at the duo. "Wait, you mean to tell me you two don't know a single thing over here?" Smoker asked, looking at Luffy and Ryuma. The Straw Hats looked at the Marine captain, confusion evident on their faces. "Know what?" Ryuma inquired. Crocodile walked back to his desk, grabbed a newspaper, and returned to the cell, showing it to the group. As everyone looked at the newspaper, their eyes widened in shock, except for Luffy and Ryuma, who merely smirked. The front page featured a picture of Luffy and Ryuma on the execution platform in Logue Town, arms spread wide, with sunlight breaking through the stormy sky, illuminating them like a spotlight. The headline read, "The Next King of the Pirates and World's Strongest Creature." Zoro recognized the scene from Logue Town, while the rest of Luffy's crew saw it for the first time. "I take it you remember doing that?" Crocodile asked, folding the paper. "That was about a month ago, and come to think of it, we haven't read the paper since we entered the Grand Line," Luffy replied with a shrug. "Well, since then, there has been a news story about you every week," Crocodile informed Luffy, surprising him. "From you taking down an entire city of bounty hunters to overthrowing a king in the Drum Kingdom," he continued, causing Luffy to adopt a serious expression. Which means someone has been following us, Luffy thought, feeling uneasy about the idea. He would need to find this person. Running an underground crime syndicate while being followed was asking for trouble. He decided to set that thought aside for now. But enough about you, Straw Hat, Crocodile said, pulling Luffy from his thoughts. It seems our guest of honor has arrived, he announced, raising Luffy's curiosity. Guest of honor? Nami asked, confusion on her face. Just then, the doors at the top of the staircase opened, and in walked Vivi and Ms. All Sunday. Crocodile. Vivi shouted from the staircase. Vivi. Nami and Nojiko exclaimed in surprise, while Luffy remained emotionless. My humble greetings, Vivi, Royal Princess of Alabasta, Crocodile said, returning to his armchair. I commend you for evading our assassins to get this far, he added smugly. You have no idea how far I am willing to go to see you defeated, Mr. Zero, Vivi declared angrily. I wish you had never been born, she yelled before leaping forward to confront Crocodile. Luffy sighed at her reckless attempt. This country would still be peaceful if it weren't for you, she shouted. Peacock String Slasher, she yelled, attacking Crocodile. Luffy's crew gasped in shock, while Luffy, Ryuma, and Smoker remained unfazed. Not going to work, they said in unison. Suddenly, Crocodile's body transformed into sand before reassembling behind Vivi. Feel better? Crocodile asked, startling her. As a native of this country, you must know I possess the power of the sand fruit, he explained, grabbing the princess and covering her mouth with one hand while holding her waist with the other. Want to become a mummy? He asked with a grin as Luffy's crew shouted for him to let her go. Have a seat, princess, Crocodile said, placing her in an empty armchair opposite his, binding her arms behind her. The show is about to begin, isn't that right, Ms. All Sunday? He asked, glancing at the woman with the cowboy hat. Yes, she replied, pulling out a pocket watch. It is exactly noon right now. Time for Operation Utopia, she announced, capturing Luffy and Smoker's attention. Utopia? Nojiko asked, looking at Ms. All Sunday. What's Operation Utopia? Usopp asked, prompting Crocodile to laugh maniacally. It will mean the demise of the Kingdom of Alabasta, Ms. Wednesday, he said, looking at Vivi. I'm going to erase it from existence, he declared, causing the princess to gasp in shock. DMNU. Vivi exclaimed, biting her lip. What do you plan to do to Alabasta? She asked, frustration evident in her tone. Princess, would you like to know what kind of people I despise above all others? Crocodile asked with a smirk. Those hypocrites who preach endlessly about the happiness of the people, he stated. You plan to kill my father? The princess asked, her eyes wide. You'll be dead before you can get close to him, she screamed, her expression fierce. You needn't shout. I'm not going to touch a hair on his head, Crocodile replied with a sinister smile. He is not even worth killing. Instead, I will have him experience a humiliation worse than death, he said, puzzling everyone except Luffy. What's worse than death? Usopp wondered aloud, peering out of the cage. Have him live and watch all of his people die, Luffy said to Usopp, pulling out a bottle of whiskey and 3 glasses. As a king, that's a fate worse than death, he added, pouring whiskey into 3 glasses and sliding 2 over to Smoker and Ryuma. Smoker glanced at the glass before turning to Luffy, growling as he pushed it back towards him, prompting a chuckle from Luffy at the Marine captain's sense of duty. Monster, Nami whispered, staring at the warlord. I demand to know what this Operation Utopia is. Vivi exclaimed, causing Luffy and Ryuma to chuckle again, drawing everyone's attention. What's so funny? Nami snapped at them. It's amusing that the princess thinks she can make demands in this situation, Luffy replied with a chuckle, which made Crocodile laugh as well. It's also funny to think that Crocodile would be stopped before he could reach your father, he added, taking a sip of his drink. Sorry to say this, princess, but he can get as close to your father as he wants. Your father's royal guard is just made up of regular people. People like me, Smoker, and Crocodile were the real threats, Luffy stated coldly, his gaze fixed on the princess. Vivi glared at Luffy, feeling frustrated. In her mind, he was only making things worse by sitting there casually drinking, which infuriated her. Luffy's crew had mixed reactions to his words. Nami and Usopp wondered if he had any sympathy at all, while Nojiko, Johnny, and Yasaku were trying to figure out Luffy's plan for their escape. Zoro, on the other hand, questioned why he wasn't included in Luffy's list of threats. Was it because he didn't have a devil fruit? Smoker, however, silently agreed with Luffy's assessment, though he would never admit it. Now that's the truth, Crocodile remarked, looking at Luffy. I wouldn't be surprised if he already has the king, Ryuma said, taking another sip of his drink. Everyone turned to Crocodile, eager to see his reaction. Upon hearing Ryuma's comment, Crocodile burst into maniacal laughter, leaving everyone in shock, while Vivi turned pale, staring at him with a look of despair. And since we had the opportunity to meet Mr. 2, I can only guess that you plan to have him impersonate the king, Luffy added in a flat tone, his eyes locked on Crocodile. Well, aren't you too clever, Straw Hat and Ryuma, Crocodile replied smugly. The only question that remains is what you intend for Mr. 2 to do while he impersonates the king. Will he turn against his own men? Declare himself king? Or will he betray his loyal subjects? Luffy asked, maintaining his gaze on the warlord. It doesn't really matter which option he chooses, they'll all provoke the same reaction from the people, he said, taking another sip of his whiskey. What do you mean? Nojiko asked, looking at Luffy. Whatever Mr. 2 does as the king will spread throughout the entire country. Rebels from various towns will mobilize, and citizens who once trusted the king will rise up. Soon, the entire country will rebel against the current king, leading them all to one place. Alabasta, Luffy said, narrowing his eyes as he stared at Crocodile through the bars. Is that your plan? Vivi shouted at Crocodile. Is that it? To have the people overthrow my father? No, that's not it, Princess, Ryuma interjected, catching her attention. Earlier, he mentioned wanting to wipe Alabasta off the map. Overthrowing the king doesn't accomplish that. This suggests he has something else in mind for everyone once they reach Alabasta, Ryuma added, smirking as he looked at the warlord. Isn't that right, Scarface? Luffy asked with a confident grin. It seems Straw Hat and his partner have caught on, Mr. Zero, Ms. All Sunday remarked, causing Crocodile to growl at her. Enough of this nonsense, he said, turning to Vivi. It's time for us to head to Alabasta, Ms. Wednesday, he continued, pulling a small golden key from his coat. You can join us, or you can attempt to save your friends, he said, holding the key up for her to see. The key to the cell, Usopp noted, staring at it. Crocodile then held the key over a hole in the floor that led to another room below. Vivi began to struggle against her bonds just as Crocodile let go of the key, causing Luffy's crew to gasp in shock. In a last-ditch effort, the princess finally broke free, but it was too late, the key fell through the hole. Oh no, Vivi said, her voice filled with despair. It won't be long until the rebels and the royal army clash in Alabasta. If you hurry, you might make it in time, Crocodile said condescendingly. To stop the rebellion, you need to leave immediately, Ms. Wednesday. Will you do that, or will you try to save your friends instead? He asked with a chuckle, watching as the princess clenched her fists in anger.